Section 16 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Modern Physics and the Origin of Man, Part 2, by George Deering Wolff. Thus, positively and dogmatically, Professor Huxley states his theory and backs it up by the assertion that it is the only one which can be scientifically adopted. And yet, in a previous part of his address, he says, referring to consciousness, its origin, and its relation to the physical structure of animals and men, I am afraid that the matter is wholly incapable of demonstrative proof. The logical consequences, which Professor Huxley lightly brushes aside, are obvious. They do involve fatalism and atheism. They imply, if not a positive denial of God's existence, at least a denial that any evidences of his existence are to be found in the natural world. They brush entirely away all ideas of a divine providence, all wise, all powerful, free to will and to act in the world which he has created, preserves, and rules over. They involve a denial of all certainty of knowledge of external things, and they sweep away entirely the belief of the Christian world in regard to the origin of matter and of mind and of evil. They deny, in fact, the existence of evil and of moral responsibility. They go further still. They rule out of existence, except as mere delusions, not only all religious truths and theological dogmas, but also the whole system of criminal jurisprudence, and would, if they could be reduced to a practical shape, uproot from its lowest foundations the entire structure of society. A prisoner brought before a criminal court might consistently plead that he did commit the act charged against him, but that it was simply an act of unconscious cerebration. A murderer might plead that the fatal blow was only the muscular motion of his arm produced by involuntary nervous action. Professor Huxley's declaration that he would do the greatest and most abominable violence to his moral nature if he refused, from regard for their logical consequences, to hold the views he announced, seems to us senseless. For conceding the possibility of the existence of such a thing as a moral nature in man, it is impossible to conceive what claim or authority it can have, or how violence can be done to it, if man's thoughts and volitions are nothing more than the products and consequences of the mechanical arrangements of the particles of matter, which enter into his body or his brains. We turn now to Professor Tyndall's latest publication, Martineau and Materialism. It is the preface to the forthcoming edition of Fragments of Science, and is designed to be a refutation of the charge brought against him of irreligion and materialism, and also a counter-indictment for narrow-mindedness and bigotry of all who maintain the claims of divine revelation upon human credence. The first thing that strikes a reader of this beautifully written but sophistical production is the tone of lofty contempt for all who dare to attach the slightest importance to the statements of sacred scripture. The mosaic picture of the genetic order of things has been not only altered but inverted by scientific research. Notwithstanding the deplorable condition to which the picture has been reduced, it is exhibited fresh every week to millions taught to believe it as divine. These are not Professor Tyndall's words, but he quotes them with full approval. With this is coupled an encomium upon the infidel Anglican Bishop of Natal, who, for openly avowing doubts which it is said others discreetly entertain, suffered persecution for his public fidelity to scientific truth. Nor is there wanting a seasonable word of advice to sensible Christians and of rebuke to ultramontane Catholics. The liberal and enlightened portion of Christendom must, I take it, differentiate itself more and more, in word and act, from the fanatical, foolish, and more sacerdotal portion. Enlightened Roman Catholics are more especially bound to take action here, for the travesty of heaven and earth is grosser, and the attempt to impose it on the world is more serious, in their community than elsewhere. Their spiritual guides live so exclusively in the pre-scientific past that even the really strong intellects among them are reduced to atrophy as regards scientific truth. Eyes they have and see not, ears they have and hear not, for both eyes and ears are taken possession of by the sights and sounds of another age. In relation to science, the ultramontane brain, through lack of exercise, is virtually the undeveloped brain of the child. And thus it is that as children in scientific knowledge, but potent wielders of spiritual power among the ignorant, they bring the blush of shame to the cheeks of the more intelligent among themselves. Along with this is an utterance in regard to education by which those Catholics may profit, who delude themselves with the notion that their children may safely receive from skeptics or non-Catholics instruction in the physical sciences. Such is the force of early education when maintained and perpetuated by the habits of subsequent life. Such the ground of peril in allowing the schools of a nation to fall into ultramontane hands. Let any able Catholic student, fairly educated and not yet cramped by sacerdotalism, get a real scientific grasp of the magnitude and organization of this universe. Let him bring the thoughts and conceptions which thus enter his mind face to face with the notions of the genesis and rule of things which pervade the writings of the princes of his church, and he will see and feel what drivellers, even men of strenuous intellect, may become, through exclusively dwelling and dealing with theological chimeras. Professor Tyndall reiterates his declaration that he does not utterly repudiate religion, but his idea of religion is a mere vague feeling of wonder and awe in the presence of impenetrable mysteries, not a whit more rational than the feelings of a savage on first seeing a locomotive. Breaking contact with the hampering details of earth, this feeling associates man with a power which gives fullness and tone to his existence, but which he can neither analyze nor comprehend. But when I attempt to give the power which I see manifested in the universe an objective form, personal or otherwise, it slips away from me, declining all intelligent manipulation. I dare not, save poetically, use the pronoun he regarding it. I dare not call it a mind. I refuse to call it even a cause. Its mystery overshadows me, but it remains a mystery while the objective frames which my neighbors try to make it fit simply distort and desecrate it. This mystery, he reiterates, is entirely unknowable. It exists, but it is inscrutable. It stands entirely outside of the sphere of human thought. It has no medium or means of revealing itself to the human intellect, no attributes, no reason or purpose, no end. Respecting it, man cannot profess to know anything. All he can claim is, I feel. It is unnecessary to point out the fallacy of these utterances. Because no microscope or telescope can make this power visible, because no scalpel can dissect it, nor any inductions of physical science demonstrate it, Professor Tyndall rules it out of the sphere of thought and concludes that it cannot be known. The conclusion does not follow from the premises. It is a pure assumption which logic does not require the Christian to disprove. The burden of proof rests upon Professor Tyndall, the responsibility of which, however, he does not make the slightest attempt to meet. He contents himself with saying that he knows nothing about it. He declares that he is not a materialist, but the reason he gives is one which has no force. Were not man's origin implicated, he says, we should accept without a murmur the derivation of animal and vegetable life from what we call inorganic nature. The conclusion of pure intellect points this way. Professor Tyndall is not a materialist in the popular ordinary acceptation of the word, not because he allows room in his theory for the action of the divine will, but because his conception of matter differs from that which commonly prevails. Tracing the growth of a human being in the womb, from the ovum to the babe, appearing in due time a living miracle with all its organs and all their implications, he holds that all the human being is and can become, its mind and will, its thoughts and volitions, comes from an egg, which he holds to be matter, and only matter, as much as the seed of a fern or of an oak. And he recognizes no power outside the matter of the fern seed and the acorn and the egg and the antecedent to them, in virtue of which they become respectively the fern, the oak, and the self-conscious intelligent human being. Matter, he says, I define as that mysterious thing by which all this is accomplished. At the question, how did matter come to have this power, he abruptly stops with the declaration, on this I never ventured an opinion. But just here is one of the evasions of which modern physicists are constantly guilty. They have no right thus to stop short. When they deny or ignore the existence of God and his creative will, and undertake to explain the existence and action of matter, of the mind and the will, when they scout and scorn the statements of divine revelation, when they deny the very possibility of a divine revelation having been made, and scoff at the men who believe in it as drivellers, they cannot dismiss the question with the reply, "On that we never ventured an opinion." It meets them as a challenge which they cannot evade, except at the alternative of being classed with braggarts, who scoff at their antagonists at a distance, but fly from the field of battle when the issue is made up and the onset sounded. If God is not the creator of matter, however you define it, the author and bestower of all its potencies and powers, the first cause of all its motions and operations, of every form it assumes throughout the universe, how comes matter to exist at all, and how comes it to have any powers or potencies? Until physical scientists are prepared to answer these questions, they are bound to confine themselves simply to the facts to which their empirical processes are applicable, and to leave untouched, as outside their field of investigation, the questions of origin and creation, of human consciousness, and of human responsibility, which they boast they will wrest from theology. Their confessions that these questions are inscrutable by their processes and unthinkable according to their manner of thought only prove that they have forgotten the maxim, ne sutor ultra crepidam. As enforcing and still farther illustrating what we have said, we here quote from a letter of Park Godwin's in reply to an adverse criticism of his views by Mr. Yeomans, editor of the Popular Science Monthly. There are two capital distinctions which it is always important to keep in view when estimating the scientific validity of a doctrine. The first is that many questions determinable by science are not yet determined by it, and until they are so determined, are to be regarded only as conjectural opinions, more or less pertinent or impertinent. They are suppositions to which the mind resorts to help it in the reduction of certain appearances of nature to a general law, and as such they may be simple, ingenious, and even beautiful. But thus far they are no more than suppositions not proved, and therefore not entitled to the authority of scientific truth. You are probably too familiar with the history of scientific effort, which, like the history of many other kinds of intellectual effort, is a history of human error, not to know that while hypothesis is an indispensable part of good method, it is also the part most liable to error. The records of astronomical, of geological, of physical, of chemical, and of biological research are strewn with the debris of abandoned systems, all of which once had their vogue, but none of which now survive, and many of which are hardly remembered. Recall for a moment the Ptolemaic cycles and epicycles. Recall Kepler's 19 different hypotheses, invented and discarded before he found the true orbital motion of Mars. Recall in geology Werner and Hutton and the Plutonians and the Neptunians, superseded by the uniformitarians and the catastrophists, and now giving way to the evolutionists. Recall in physics the many imponderable fluids, including Lamarck's resonant fluid, that were held as real as the rocks only a few years ago. Recall in chemistry, not to mention the alchemists and phlogiston, a dozen different modes of accounting for molecular action. Recall in biology the animists and the vitalists, the devotees of plastic forces, of archae, of organizing ideas, and of central monads, all of them now deemed purely gratuitous assumptions that explained nothing, though put forth as science. Indeed, nothing is more easy than to make theories, but the difficulty is to get them adopted into nature as the satisfactory reason of her processes. But until they are so adopted, they are nothing more than the scaffolding of science, by no means the completed structure. Now, have the Darwinian and Spencerian hypotheses been so adopted? Can we say that any questions on which such cautious observers and lifelong students as Darwin, Owen, Huxley, Wallace, and Agassiz still debate are settled questions? With what propriety, then, can a merely provisional conclusion be erected into an assured standpoint, whence to assail traditionary beliefs as if they were old wives' fables? More than that, a theory may be far more advanced than any of those, may be able to account satisfactorily for all the phenomena within its reach, as the Ptolemaic theory of the sidereal appearances did, even to the prediction of eclipses, or as the emanation theory of Dr. Young, and yet turn out altogether baseless. Nature is a prodigious quantity and a prodigious force. With all her outward uniformities, she is often more cunning than the Sphinx. And, like Emerson's Brahma, she may declare to her students, "They know not well the subtle ways I keep, and pass, and turn again." We have looked into her face a little, measured some of her ellipses and angles, weighed her gases and dusts, and unveiled certain forces far and near, all of which are glorious things to have done, and some of them seemingly miraculous. But we are still only in her outer courts. Humboldt's Cosmos, written 30 years ago, is said to be already an antiquated book. And Comte, who died but lately, could hardly pass a college examination in the sciences he was supposed to have classified forever. Let us not be too confident, then, that our little systems of natural law will not, like other systems of thought spoken of by Tennyson, have their day. The other distinction I had in my mind was that while there are some problems accessible to scientific methods, there are others that are not, and that any proffered scientific solution of the latter, either negative or affirmative, is most likely an imposition. What I meant was that science, according to its own confessions, that is, according to the teachings of its most accredited organs, pretends to no other function than to the ascertainment of the actual phenomena of nature and of their constant relations. The sphere of the finite and the relative, i.e., of existence, not of essence, and of existence in its mutual and manifested dependencies in time and space, circumscribes and exhausts its jurisdiction. Does science assert for itself higher and broader pretensions? Does it propose to penetrate the supernatural or metaphysical realms? Does it intend to apply its instruments to the measurement of the infinite and its crucibles to the decomposition of the absolute? You, as a man of excellent sense, will promptly answer no. But then, I ask, is thought, whose expiations are so restless and irrepressible, to be forever shut up to the phenomenal and relative? Is it to be forever stifled under a bushel measure, or tied by the legs with a surveyor's chain? In other words, I contend, and here I hit upon the prime fallacy of many soi-disant scientists, that science has no right to erect what it does contain into a negation of everything which it does not contain. Still less has it a right to decide questions out of its confessed province, because it cannot reach them by its peculiar methods, or subject them to its peculiar tests. It is not necessary, therefore, for the Christian philosopher to follow skeptical physicists step by step in their investigation, and point out one by one the mistakes in their experiments. From the standpoint of physical science and by the inductive method, it is as wild for them to undertake to comprehend the supernatural and the infinite as it was for the Titans of heathen mythology to attempt to climb into heaven by piling Pelion upon Ossa. No chain which physicists can forge, nor sounding line which they can twist, will suffice to measure the heights or fathom the depths of infinitude. Moreover, when they pass beyond the field of investigation of the phenomena of nature and turn their thoughts to their first origin and cause, they must perforce leave behind them their scalpels and microscopes, their chemical reagents and weights and measures, and with them their inductive method, and they must build their ratiocinations upon premises which presuppose and necessitate assent to what most of them deny. They can no more escape from this than the mathematician can escape from the axioms of mathematics. For the relative and the finite require the absolute and the infinite as a necessity for their own existence. Thus, nature, vast and powerful as she is, declares her own limitation and dependence, and consequently the existence of a divine creator. Nor does nature's own harmony allow a doubt, but that when her utterances are more truthfully interpreted in detail, they will all be found entirely to accord with this general testimony. No fact of the material world, when its limitations and relations come to be fully understood, will fail to fit into its proper place in the cosmos of the universe, nor will its voice be at all discordant in the grand anthem of praise which goes up unceasingly from the heavens and the earth in honor of him who created them. Yet though this is so, it is the duty of Christian controversialists to enter the provinces over which skeptical scientists usurp dominion, to point out their mistakes, and thus reconquer for truth and for God the territories in which these scientists claim supremacy. In this work, Father Thebaud has engaged in the book, the title of which we have placed at the head of this article. It evinces extensive and laborious research and close thought, and is a valuable addition to modern Christian apologetic literature. It is fully up with the times. The latest results of archaeological, ethnological, philological, and historical study are carefully analyzed and digested and made to pour a flood of light upon the actual condition of man in the earliest times as regards civilization and religion. The treatment of the subject throughout is vigorous and scholarly. Adverse theories and objections are candidly and fairly stated and confuted. Authorities are numerously cited. The work is philosophical rather than polemical, and will be read with profit and pleasure alike by those who wish to acquaint themselves with the subject merely as a matter of archaeological interest, and by Catholics and Protestants who desire to study it in relation to Christianity. It was our purpose at the outset to give a very full synopsis of the book, but this is not possible in the space yet left us. The most that we shall attempt to do is to state some few points on the first part of the argument. The work is mainly devoted to the proof and elucidation of two propositions, either of which, when established, entirely upsets the Darwinian and Spencerian theories of the origin of man. The propositions are, first, that man was not evolved from a lower form of existence into that of humanity. Second, that man's original condition was not that of a brutal savage, from which, by a long process of self-evolution and without divine assistance, he has been developed into what he is now, but that his original condition was that of an intellectual, civilized being. The first of these propositions Father Thebaud touches upon only incidentally and only in the introductory chapter of his work, devoting himself in the body of it to the proof and elucidation of the second proposition. The establishment of this, however, compels the admission of the other. For if man's condition at the earliest period of which we have any evidence of his existence was not that of a savage, but one high up in the scale of knowledge and intellectual power, morality and religion, from which he subsequently descended rather than ascended, the fact shows a fatal gap in the chain of inferences on which the evolution theory depends. For one of the links of this chain, and one without which continuity is impossible, is that man started as man in the lowest condition of savage life, but only one remove from the brute. That assumption disproved, the whole theory falls to the ground. Father Thebaud discusses his subject not from a biological but from a historical standpoint. His reasons for this and also the general plan of his book are well set forth in the preface. He says, "The historical treatment of the subject ought not to be discarded. It ought, on the contrary, to be more insisted on than ever, for human history cannot contradict natural science, and what it obliges us to accept has to be accepted. It is true the gentlemen who give to man a really fabulous antiquity, altogether unacceptable to Christians, imagine they can place themselves in a position of safety with respect to the direct testimony of history, by the assertion that man could have no annals or monuments when he was yet unconscious. For in their opinion, the natural passage of man from the original protoplasm to the state of a well-developed ape must have required millions of years of complete unconsciousness, and how many ages more must have been necessary for a simian anthropoid to acquire the art of sharpening flint into an arrow and a stick of hard wood into a club, not to mention the farther, greater progress supposed by the invention of a covering of leaves for their nudity. During all this time, of course, the ancestors of men were unconscious. And finally, the commencement of records, rude at first and of the simplest kind, first proof of real consciousness, supposes another long series of years. This, of course, supposes that the whole system of evolution has been proved without fear of contradiction. This will scarcely be maintained by even the most fervent scientists. And, what is more, we will venture to assert that such a demonstration never will be forthcoming. But we will not insist on this. Our purport is very different. We assert that if things had taken place as the evolutionists assure us they have, the first records of mankind would be those of rude people just emerging from barbarism. In point of art and culture, in point of ideas and language, chiefly in point of religion, we should find in their social states the most rude elements of a childish and growing soul. We should be able to trace the steps by which, from the first notions of a coarse religious system, they would have arrived at the point of inventing God and all his attributes. This would have been, in the sense of evolutionists, a mere subjective theory, perfectly independent of any objective divine essence, and having nothing in common with the certain belief that the reason of man can know God and demonstrate to man his existence. They assert it has been so, and that historical man began everywhere by being a barbarian. Here we join issue with them, and one of the great purports of this volume will be to establish solidly the fact that man appeared first in a state of civilization, possessed of noble ideas as to his own origin, the Creator, one supreme God ruling the universe, etc. We intend to prove historically that he invented none of the great religious and moral truths by the process mentioned above, but that these came to him from heaven. We will endeavor to show the first men everywhere monotheists, generally pure in their morals, dignified in their bearing, and cultivated in their intellect. Should this be well and firmly established, the whole monstrous system of man's evolution falls to the ground. Still more will this be the case if it be proved, besides, that the supposed continuous progress, which is the mainstay of their theory, is a dream, a nonentity, that on the contrary man only progressed in the wrong direction, going from monotheism to pantheism, from this to idolatry, and from this to individualism in religion. That this seems to be the law which has governed mankind until the Redeemer came to bring back man to truth, and to found at last a true and strict religious society, not confined to one nation like Judaism, but universal. Progress is a fine and catching word, but its greatest admirers are themselves bound to confess that historically it has been distinguished by many an overthrow. The edifice and process of construction has often crumbled into ruins, and the savage Goth has spurned with his foot the graciously molded Grecian statue, the last and perfect expression of art. No sensible man can admit a continuous progress in history. Yet it is of the nature of evolution to be continuous, since history cannot contradict natural science. If evolution is once interrupted, it ceases entirely to be, and must start afresh. But we intend to go much farther than this, and to prove our previous assertion, that nations, after having reached a certain point, always progress backward, and lose gradually the steps in advance they had made. This, at least, seems to be the historical law for the times anterior to Christianity. End of section 16. Section 17 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Modern Physicists and the Origin of Man, Part 3, by George Deering Wolff. Father Thebaud's idea of the relation of revelation to physical science may be gathered from the following. We assert that the revealed Word of God was not certainly given to teach us science, but not a single phrase of it, rightly understood, can be opposed to true science, and that there is much in it which has anticipated science. Whatever may have been the individual thoughts of the true prophets of God, whatever else they may have personally attached to the words they uttered, the words themselves had a deep meaning, intended surely by the divine revealer to illumine the future discoverers of his laws, and to show them that whatever they might discover he had created. The discussion of the references in Genesis, in Job, and in the Psalms to the origin of the universe, the creation of light, the formation and condensation of vapor, etc., and to meteorological processes, evinces extensive knowledge and study of the natural phenomena, as well as of sacred scripture, on the part of Father Thebaud, and is expressed in language of great beauty and force. The conclusion arrived at is that the more science advances, the more the accuracy, even of expression, of these scientific hintings of Holy Scripture shows that often at least the words themselves could not have come but from the lips of God. We commend a careful reading of this part of Father Thebaud's book to those who, like Professor Proctor, think that the account of creation in Genesis is simply allegorical, written to suit the ideas of men who were in a puerile state of mind. The discussion of the configuration of the earth, designed for one race of men existing in numerous nationalities, but preserving a unity of sentiments, ideas, and of religion, we must pass by, and also the discussion of the process of the disintegration and dispersion of mankind. On this latter point, much light has been thrown through discoveries recently made by the excavation of ancient ruins in Persia and by the progress of ethnology and comparative philology. The results of these Father Thebaud has condensed with great skill and clearness of method. The conclusions which he reaches at the close of his introductory chapter, and which the body of his work is designed to prove, he states as follows. The end, therefore, God had in view in prescribing to the earth its configuration, and in giving to mankind one progenitor, first in Adam and then in Noah, was kept in abeyance, and instead of unity, division came to be the great feature of the globe itself and of the human family. The ocean, intended for a universal element of intercommunication, became an impassable abyss over which men cast their shuddering eyes when they looked out upon its shores. The rivers and the mountains from which they gushed forth, instead of being highways and public roads, were turned into barriers of division, behind which the timorous and hostile tribes looked askance at each other, and thought only of overreaching their neighbors changed into enemies. That articulate speech, so celebrated in Homer as the great characteristic of godlike man, and by which he is raised so high above the lower animals, the mind's medium of exchange, the instrument of sweet intercourse, the great bond of unity, whilst remaining in itself one, was split into thousands of idioms, every one unintelligible to those who spoke any one of the rest, and thus reduced every significant tribe to the sad condition of looking on all mankind out of their own small community, as if it was really deprived of speech and composed of deaf and dumb animals. Religion, finally, the worship of a common creator, deprived of authoritative teaching and of a central light, became the greatest source of division, and would of itself have made of earth a real hell, inflamed incessantly by the burning fire of fanatical hatred and war. These statements Father Thebaud confirms in the body of his work by a complete, thorough digest of the results of archaeological studies. The manners, customs, and political condition of the most ancient peoples of Greece, Egypt, India, and Central Asia, and their religious ideas and practices, are all brought under review and submitted to the most searching analysis, the result of which fully substantiates the statements made above. Before entering, however, upon this work, Father Thebaud clears the way for a successful treatment of his main subject by discussing succinctly a previous question, namely, the supposed primitive barbarism of the human race. For, as he pertinently says, when it is established that nothing has been really proved by the numerous geological and archaeological discoveries made lately in Western Europe, in opposition to the comparatively modern origin of our species, then it will be clearly understood that history and tradition have not lost any of their real value, and that we can listen to their voices without fear of being deceived by them. Father Thebaud discards the consideration of the zoological question with regard to the origin of man, and wisely. For with the diversities and contrarieties of opinion among modern physicists, both as to the facts from which they argue, and the inferences fairly deductible from those facts, and their repeated admissions that both the phenomena of physical nature and those of the human mind have their unsearchable roots in a cosmos of which only an infinitesimal span is offered to the investigation of man, and that this infinitesimal span is only knowable in part, their speculations may be summarily dismissed as having no substantial basis. Besides, geological investigation furnishes negative proof against them. For, says Father Thebaud, if man had really been evolved from the brute by an indefinitely long process of a succession of specific changes, the product of natural selection, geology would have proved it long ago. The forms of a great number of extinct species are forever preserved in a fossil state. The specific characteristics of all these formerly organized and living beings are so precise that naturalists introduce them in their classifications. But you search in vain among them for a single fossil which shows that it was in an incipient state with respect to any of its future organs. Not one of the innumerable organisms, which according to the Darwinian theory must have existed prior to their ultimately reaching the well-defined characters of species now known to us, has been found among the remains embalmed in the universal place of sepulchre for all former beings, the rocks and drift deposits of former ages. And this is true not only of the Darwinian ancestors of man, but of all classes of animals, of whatever kind they may be supposed to have been. The so-called Stone Period is one of the points most strenuously insisted upon by the supporters of the theory that man's first condition as man was that of a brutal savage. The following statement of the facts, most strongly relied upon in connection with this theory, is made by Father Thebaud. On both banks of nearly all the rivers of Western Europe, often at a distance from the shores, are seen ranges of hills running parallel with the streams. If these topographical elevations are looked into closely, deposits of coarse gravel below and sand above generally are found, varying in depth, but descending mostly to a depth of from 10 to 20 feet. These strata are always, sometimes as high as 100 feet, often less, above the actual bed of the river. Over the whole, a coating of argillaceous clay is spread. In many localities in England, France, and other European countries, two kinds of heterogeneous substances are found embedded in the gravel, the sand, or even the clay. First, pieces of flint, never anything else, worked, or rather clipped unartistically, in the rough shape of pointed cones, rounded clubs, or flattened spears, arrows, awls, etc., never to be inserted in handles of any kind, and secondly, often together with these, the undoubted remains of huge animals, some of them extinct species, others of actually existing kinds, but living in countries farther north or south, together with extinct species of plants. These deposits are generally met with on both sides of the rivers, mostly at distance from them. And it looks really as if the whole intermediate distance across, in the entire length of the stream, had been originally filled with the same deposits, which must have been swept away to the sea, or into caves often discovered in the neighborhood choke full of the same objects. When this occurs near the mouth of rivers, the great distance between both ranges of hills, the depth looked down into from the tops of surrounding heights, strikes the beholder with awe, when he knows that such an enormous quantity of material has been swept away by the current and buried at the bottom of the ocean. It is useless to add that the insignificant bed of the actual stream adds to the effect produced on the imagination by the conception of the past. These few words, we think, have placed the difficulty before us in all its strength. We are now in possession of the leading facts. Our limits will not admit of our going into any minuter detail. The most strenuous upholders of the primitive barbarism theory must admit the candor and fairness of this statement. Any explanation which shows that the facts it recites are not inconsistent with the denial of the universal barbarism of mankind when these stone implements were made and used will be an equally satisfactory explanation of the bone caves and lacustrine remains. The answer of Father Thebaud is clear and to our mind entirely conclusive. He analyzes, arranges, and discusses the facts with great ability and much candor, points out clearly their bearings and relations, cites the opinions of the most learned savants respecting them and their collateral facts, shows the absent links in the chain of inferences of the evolution theorists, directs attention to other facts which are entirely left out of view by these theorists, and supports his own conclusions by arguments from admitted geological, meteorological, and archaeological data. Those who desire to read a discussion of this subject of a Stone Period, at once lucid, candid, and in the interest of Christianity, will find it in Father Thebaud's book. We will attempt a synopsis of the argument, or rather a statement of its main points. We shall freely employ the language of Father Thebaud, but will not do him the injustice of placing quotation marks to the detached sentences and clauses, which for the sake of condensation we interweave with our own. 1. The advocates of the primitive barbarism theory assume, without proof, that these newly found deposits are universal, or at least coextensive with the deposits which mark well-determined geological eras. Formerly, they made in geological treatises a part of what was correctly called the drift, and this was in accordance with the facts. For no great portions of the globe are covered with this now celebrated coating of clay above and underlying of sand and gravel. It is found only along watercourses and is therefore a phenomenon of drift and nothing else. It comes evidently from floods, of the violence of which we now have scarcely any conception. Consequently, the assumption that it must have required incalculable periods of time to first form these deposits and then to excavate the intervening valleys is entirely gratuitous and without foundation. The term drift, therefore, did not suit the primitive barbarism theorists. They accordingly invented a new geological era and a new name, terming these deposits the Quaternary deposit. The design of this is obvious. The well-known primary, secondary, and tertiary strata are nearly coextensive with the Earth itself, and the impression produced by this new term is that, contrary to the truth, the deposits referred to are equally extensive. 2. The remains of immense mammalia, elephants, bears, and tigers, etc., the congeners of which in our days look like young cubs compared to those prototypes, astonished the beholder and gave a stronger idea of the weakness, inferiority, and rough life of the primitive barbarian man. But simple reason tells us that if the life of our first ancestors, all of them, had been such as is described, mankind would have disappeared long before the extinction of such fearful enemies. 3. The artistic difference between the rough Paleolithic flints and the polished stones of the Neolithic period exhibits a gap which tells but indifferently in favor of the believers in continuous progress. Either there has been a strange severance of continuity, or the men of the first period were better artists, and not such rough barbarians, as the remains we possess of them seem to attest. The supporters of primitive barbarism acknowledge the existence of this gap and express the hope that the intervening links necessary to fill it up may yet be discovered. But perhaps the expected discoveries may bring to light the fact that these men, besides their flint instruments, had others proving a higher intellectual status than has been accorded to them. The upholders, therefore, of the primitive barbarism theory are in the position of persons who have jumped at conclusions which the facts as yet known are not sufficient to sustain. These coarse tools found do not give the measure of the intellect of that portion of the human race which existed at that time and in that locality. Many things have been lost which might have given us a different idea of their intellect. They must have been far superior in intelligence to all those monsters, and they must have had other tools and weapons than any which have been unearthed to oppose successfully such huge and ferocious enemies. Otherwise they would have perished before these animals became extinct. But the Darwinians themselves maintain that they did not, for if this had happened, according to their theory, we could not have descended, as they contend we have, but of which they can furnish no proof, from these primitive savage men. Thus, this hypothesis contradicts itself. 4. In fact, recent discoveries prove that these primitive men of Europe not only worked on stone, but also on bone and ivory. We have in their remains not only rude hatchets and adzes, but implements adapted to domestic uses and personal ornaments, and spirited sketches in intaglio, in which the animals then existing are drawn with wonderful precision. And these sketches, some of them highly artistic and beautiful, must have been made in the Paleolithic age, not in the Neolithic, because in the latter age those animals had disappeared. The man of that period, then, in Europe would not, after all, have been as barbarous as he is commonly represented. 5. Quite recent discoveries in Egypt and adjoining countries prove that they are literally filled with the stone implements of the so-called Paleolithic and Neolithic ages, but all evidently belonging to the true historic period, to all centuries, in fact, from the first Egyptian dynasties to the Ptolemies. They are invariably mixed up, too, with copper, bronze, and even sometimes iron implements. 6. There are today men to whom the use of iron and bronze instruments is unknown, and but a few centuries ago there were extensive regions exclusively inhabited by men in the lowest condition of savage life, while other regions were occupied by the refined peoples of Europe. And it is indisputable that these different conditions of mankind have existed from the earliest periods of which we have any historical knowledge. The assumption, therefore, is too violent, too contradictory to well-ascertained facts to merit acceptance, that because man was once in a state of barbarism in Europe, that was then his condition everywhere, much less his primitive condition. 7. The type of the men whose remains have been found in the so-called quaternary deposit has been determined mainly by the labors of Dr. Pruner Bay, and his conclusions have received the assent of many of the most eminent autonomists, particularly of France. The study of the skeletons that have been found shows that the men of this stone period were far superior to their pretended prototype, though much inferior to other races existing at the same time in other parts of the world. They belong plainly to that branch of the human family called Mongoloid by Dr. Pruner Bay. Quatrophages and Max Müller, much more extensive than the former Mongolian race, called Alophalon by Dr. Pritchard, Turanian by many other writers, and Hamitic by de Maistre, Lord Arundel, and others. Dr. Pruner Bay and many eminent savants have adopted his opinion, thinks that in the skeletons in his possession he can recognize 4 principal races, which can be assimilated to 4 existing races at the present time, namely the Lapps, the Finns, the Estonians, and the Eskimo of the Bering Straits. This is only a bare statement of some of the points in the argument. There are others of minor weight of themselves, but important as giving increased significance to those we have stated, which we are compelled to omit. In enforcing and illustrating these points, Father Thebaud makes copious use of the most recent discoveries and studies in paleontology and archaeology, citing numerous authorities and with great discrimination sifting and collecting their statements and conclusions. We had intended giving an exhibit of Father Thebaud's discussion of the facts brought to light by late archaeological and philological investigation, which corroborate the Mosaic account of the dispersion of mankind at the erection of the Tower of Babel, but we must omit it. Suffice it to say that he shows by multitudinous proofs, beyond all possibility of contradiction, as it seems to us, that the statements of Scripture respecting the curse pronounced upon Ham and his descendants, and respecting the Tower of Babel and the dispersion of the human race, must be accepted as genuine history. He traces the migrations of the Hamitic or Turanian or Mongoloid races. He shows that whilst the descendants of Shem and Japheth remain for a time in Central Asia, leading a simple but refined life, as is proved by the evidences of their civilization and their religion which have come down to us, that the Hamitic races were the first to migrate, that they rapidly degenerated into a savage condition, and that their descendants have remained generally stationary, or nearly so, until this day. These are not simply unsupported assertions. The sciences of philology, archaeology, comparative anatomy, and ancient history are all laid under contribution, and the results of the study of these subjects by the most eminent savants are freely and discriminatingly employed. We have only touched upon the topics comprised in the first, third, or fourth of the book, in what may be called the preliminary discussion. This of itself would make an invaluable treatise. It is remarkably free from the mere technicalities of science, and is so well arranged as regards topics, and written in such clear and simple style, that any person of intelligence interested in the subject which it treats will read it with pleasure and profit. In the body of his work, Father Thebaud investigates the civilization, literature, and religions of Central Asia, India, China, Egypt, Greece, and Italy. He shows that men at first were not barbarians but highly civilized, that they first existed in a tribal condition, that monarchies were established afterwards, and that even under those monarchies the tribal condition still, in a great measure, continued. That there still remain evidences of the refinement, simplicity of life, and purity of morals and religion of primeval man. That the first religion was pure monotheism, from which men fell into pantheism, then into the worship of different powers and forms of the natural world, and then into grosser forms of idolatry. And that, with this religious decline, there was a corresponding decline in morality, and also ultimately in civilization. We may mention as chapters of special interest those in which the ancient literature of India and Persia are discussed, and that also in which the literature and religion of Pelagic Greece and heroic Greece, and the fundamental religious ideas of the Greek philosophy and of Grecian and Latin poets are subjected to a searching analysis. This part of Father Thebaud's work is worthy of a separate article. We trust that someone abler and more conversant with the topics treated on will discuss this portion of the book at some future time. Our main object in criticizing the addresses of Professors Tyndall and Huxley, and in cursorily reviewing the introductory chapters of Father Thebaud's Gentilism, has not been to refute the former nor to attempt to enforce the views of the latter, but rather to exhibit the striking difference between them in regard to the certainty and the character of the conclusions arrived at. If a reader of the addresses at Belfast asks himself, to what end do all this glittering rhetoric and specious argumentation tend? The only consistent answer he can give is to no certainty whatever. I know nothing and cannot know anything about the questions discussed. They are irresolvable, inscrutable, unthinkable, unknowable, according to the declarations of Professors Tyndall and Huxley. But if that reader will then turn to Father Thebaud and will give his book a thoughtful and unprejudiced perusal, he will rise from it with clear, definite knowledge and rational, well-grounded conclusions. Nature will be to him no fortuitous concourse of atoms whose origin is unknowable, no mute and dumb sphinx, but a real cosmos, vocal with intelligible and accordant utterances. Even where their meaning may not be fully understood, they will be felt and known by him who has the gift of faith to be in perfect consistency with what has been already definitely determined. Man will not then be degraded to the plane of inorganic matter, but will appear as he is, a being glorious in his endowments, destined to immortality, the head and crown under God of all creation. His high hopes and inextinguishable aspirations, not illusions, but grounded on reality and possible of fruition. And Christianity will be not an accidental form of an emotion which has neither purpose nor object nor end, lying entirely outside the sphere of human reason, but a revelation from God, opening up to man's intellectual vision, cleared and strengthened by faith, a glorious reality, such as the eye hath not seen, nor the ear heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man, but which God hath revealed by his Spirit. George D. Wolff. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The Catholic Church in American History, Part 1 by John Gilmary, Shea. 1. President Grant's speech at Des Moines, delivered at the reunion of the Army of the Tennessee, September 29, 1875. 2. The annual message of the President of the United States to Congress, 1875. Catholics have been building churches for the worship of God according to the dictates of their conscience, in which that worship is performed with all reverent solemnity. They've been building asylums for the orphan, the aged, the insane, those whom society has depraved or seeks to ruin. They've been building colleges, seminaries of learning, schools of every grade, making for the education and relief of their people exertions such as none of the sects have ever done. And they have meanwhile been doing their duty as citizens as promptly and as fully as any of their fellow citizens. Suddenly they are arraigned as evildoers, and a cry, sounded at first by a disappointed bookseller, has been re-echoed till the chief magistrate of the Republic departs from his constitutional line of duty to invoke for their annoyance and molestation the powers of Congress in a proposed modification of the Constitution of the United States. What evil have they done that the great charter of the land should be molded to war, especially on them? That bolts should be forged that will pass innocuous over the heads of every other religious body, and strike the Catholic alone? Surely Catholics are as ardent supporters of American liberty in 1875 as they were in 1775, when John Wesley and the Wesleyans denounced it, and the American Catholics with their priests, once all Jesuits, supported it to a man, and stood by the cause sturdily when men like Arnold made their Protestantism a pretext for deserting the cause. Has the Catholic Church in the United States anything in its present existence or its past history that can make the Catholic feel that in the presence of his fellow citizen he should hang his head in shame? Surely not. From the very first discovery to the present, her history is full of heroic self-devotedness, of earnest endeavor to minister to all men, to civilize, to instruct, to console, to enlighten. The earliest explorers of our coast were Catholics, and when they first landed, they planted the symbol of the cross, and so studded their maps with names from the church calendar that we can trace their course by them. The lapse of years, the vicissitudes of war, the incoming of settlers with new learned views have not effaced them. When America took her rank among the nations, she claimed as her bounds the river of the Holy Cross and the river of St. Mary beyond the estuary of St. Helen. It was the same in the interior, from St. Regis to the western river of St. Joseph and the rapids of Sault Ste. Marie. Catholicity had recorded her early presence as discoverer and explorer on the soil of the Republic of a century ago. Each accession of territory brought in new proofs of Catholic discovery, exploration, and settlement. St. Augustine on the south, St. Louis on the west, the city of the Holy Faith in California, with San Francisco as in a medieval painting amid a group of saints. When European settlements began on the coast, Catholic Spain endeavored to colonize and conquer Florida and the northern shore of the Gulf, succeeding at last in establishing a feeble settlement in Florida after a terrible deed of blood. Dominican missionaries at once began to instruct and civilize the natives. Cancer, a hero of the noblest type, laid down his life to witness that the Church took no part in any cruelty of his countrymen. Missionaries of other orders followed to labor and to die. Dominican, Jesuit, Franciscan planted the crops in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and even on the banks of the Rappahannock before Raleigh thought of American expeditions. New Mexico was colonized and churches built by Indian converts before the Pilgrims left England for the Low Countries. The labors of the missionaries remain, and the earliest records of the territory are found in the writings of the devoted heralds of the cross. Schools were established, and Indians learned to read and write, as documents from them in Spanish archives remain to prove. On the north, France settled Canada, and her missionaries rivaled those of Spain in their zeal and heroic fortitude. With no weapon but a crucifix, they threaded the interior of the continent, revealing its wonderful elements of greatness, its mineral wealth, its mighty rivers and teeming soil. Often in peril, often perishing by the hand of violence or the very exhaustion of nature, none were deterred by the fate of loved and revered companions, but they kept steadily on. Franciscan, Jesuit, and secular priests laboring and winning souls, cultured men abandoning for Christ's sake the very presence and sight of civilization in their high and noble purpose. More than one of these missionaries in his apostolic journeys passed from the mouth of the St. Lawrence to the Mississippi and Texas to return by sea, making the circuit of all that the United States was a century ago. They contributed to the well-being of settlers, not only by their Christian ministry, but by developing agriculture and the resources of the country. They introduced the orange, the sugar cane, and the vine at the South. They raised the first wheat crops of Illinois, discovered the salt springs of New York, the oil springs of Pennsylvania, and worked the first copper on Lake Superior. When English colonies came, Catholics settling Maryland, Terra Maria, made it a home for the persecuted and gave all Christians equal rights, but found too soon that toleration was deemed in many parts an evil egg, and disfranchised in a colony they had founded on the principle of justice to the red man and religious liberty to all. The Maryland Catholics passed a century of oppression, the severity of which the ancient statutes attest. The little settlement of Catholics in Maryland, with St. Mary's as a capital, is the nucleus of the present Catholic body in the United States, the French and Spanish feebler element on the borders merging into it, as in this century it acquired its wondrous development. The Catholics of England and her colonies owe no special gratitude to James I or his son, but in the Civil War they found a deadly fanaticism against them in the Puritan party, and this, while it may not have weighed in their hearty support of the Cavaliers or induced it, made them extremely obnoxious. The only battle of the English Civil War fought in America took place in Maryland, and the Maryland Cavaliers, chiefly Catholics, were crushed by the parliamentarians. The power of the new ascendancy was not weakened after the Restoration, while the fall of James II, bringing in a new anti-Catholic element, led on both sides of the Atlantic to legal enactments of the most oppressive nature. The Maryland Catholics were disfranchised in the colony they had founded, loaded with double taxes, deprived of arms, excluded from the witness box, and made as low as the Negro slave. Yet most of them were gentry, and as the younger members were frequently sent abroad to obtain polish and culture in European colleges, their numbers included some of the most accomplished men in the colonies. Every Jacobite movement and every suspected movement increased their burthens, till, weary of what seemed past endurance, they proposed to the French king to settle in Louisiana. Formalities and delays of bureaus deferred action so long that the Maryland Catholics abandoned the project. The wiser heads among them read the signs of the times. A struggle was at hand, and in the day of need Maryland might welcome the able heads and brave arms of her injured sons. Virginia at an early day caught the alarm from Maryland, and she, with few Catholics on her soil, held up in terror her long list of penal laws, and the proclamations of her governors show how active they were in seeking to prevent any priest from entering the colony. New England, with all the Puritan bitterness against Catholics, found the feeling quickened by the proximity of French colonies, with a population weak in point of numbers but strong in energy and dash. Penal laws of great severity were soon passed, threatening long imprisonment to any priest who ventured upon the soil. The bigotry was so deep that it drew many miseries on the New England colonies. The French in Canada, conscious of their real weakness and of the difficulty of defense, sought a friendly intercourse with New England. They proffered free trade, but so great was the fear of any Catholic influence that the offer was rejected. When the time came when the colonies were likely to be involved by European wars, the Canadians proposed that in the event of war, the colonies should on both sides refrain from hostility. This proposition was rejected as a last effort. The Canadians asked that Indians should be used on neither side. But even this was refused. To the excited and bigoted mind of New England, the French colonies were a stronghold of Catholicity, which it was their duty to destroy, and there was to be no truce or peace with them. The demolition of Catholic churches, the profanation of altars, pictures, and statues and structures dedicated to Catholic worship was ever a leading thought, and it was carried out on many occasions. In the expedition against Louisburg, the chaplain of the New England forces bore an axe on his shoulders to carry out the unchristian work. Bitter as the feeling was in England, the conduct of New England in desecrating churches was pointedly rebuked. New York, settled by Dutch Calvinists as earnest in their faith as their New England brethren, showed less virulence. Laws prohibited the exercise of the Catholic worship, but practically there was little restriction. Yet though nearly one half of the population of Holland, then as now, was Catholic, no trace of any Catholic emigration appears. The Dutch relations with Canada were friendly, and to the settlers of New Netherland, Catholics will ever feel grateful for the charity extended by them to missionaries like Jogues, Bressani, and Posse, while prisoners in the hands of the Indians. When the Dutch colony passed into the hands of England, the Catholic Duke of York became proprietor and granted to Penn and others what became New Jersey and Pennsylvania. These colonies thus seemed to afford an opening for Catholic settlers, but though New York was for a time under a Catholic governor, Colonel Thomas Dongan, in whose time the colony had its first assembly, which passed a Bill of Rights establishing religious freedom, no considerable number of Catholic emigrants came in, and the few English Jesuits who labored there for a time retired when James fell. Then under William came a strong anti-Catholic feeling. Penal laws of the most stringent type were passed, and in the coming wars New York was led away to follow the course of New England. But after the massacre of Lachine and its retaliation in Schenectady, New York took counsel of common sense rather than of bigotry, and by agreeing to neutrality saved her frontiers from the Indian border wars that New England welcomed. At the South, the Spaniards in Florida excited a fanaticism in South Carolina, and the invasions of the Catholic province were marked by bitter manifestations whenever victory attended the arms of Carolina. Missionaries were slaughtered amid their neophytes. Christian Indians were driven as prisoners to Charleston to be sold as slaves. only one man, the Quaker Archdale, attempting to check the practice. At St. Augustine, religious edifices were not spared, and an indignant Englishman reproaches his countrymen with destroying a fine library, and not even sparing from the flames the Holy Scriptures themselves. The whole spirit of their country was thus anti-Catholic to a greater degree even than in England. Hence, during the earlier part of the 18th century, there was very little Catholic emigration. The Catholic body in Maryland received no accessions. A few, chiefly Germans and Irish, settled in friendly Pennsylvania, where from the first they had been covertly protected. Elsewhere there were Irish and Scotch Catholics sent over and sold, or redemptioners, who sold themselves to pay their passage to America. And at a later date, the unfortunate Acadians were torn from their homes and scattered along the coast from Massachusetts to Georgia. The Catholics in Maryland had from the settlement of the colony enjoyed the ministrations of some Jesuit fathers, and as Maryland youths went abroad to receive a college education, some entered the order to return in time to labor in their own colony. This little body of priests in Maryland thus before long had some native members. Besides them, there were no other priests in the colonies except a few Franciscans, whose labors extended from the early days of the colony down to the commencement of the 18th century. These priests occasionally visited Catholic families in Virginia and more freely penetrated into Pennsylvania and even New Jersey, reaching New York, however, only just before the outbreak of the Revolution. Churches there were none. The modest chapel under the same roof as the house quietly avoided observation, nor were there schools for the disfranchised, overtaxed Catholics. Meanwhile, France, occupying the valley of the Mississippi, endeavored to hold the Ohio and close in by forts on the colony of New York. A terrible struggle was at hand for the mastery of North America, and a strong anti-Catholic feeling was aroused throughout the whole land. The French threw up a fort at the source of the Ohio before English colonists knew clearly whether the spot was in Pennsylvania or Virginia, and priests were saying Mass in the chapel of Our Lady just over the mountains. There were similar forts at Niagara and Crown Point. Poor Catholic indentured servants soon learned this and struck through the wilderness by the first Underground Railroad for these spots, where they could once more enjoy the blessing of taking part in the awful sacrifice. But their flight only deepened the feeling against those who remained. The struggle of Canada was desperate and heroic. Almost abandoned by France, she fought every inch of territory till hope vanished. Then England ruled from Hudson Bay to the Gulf of Mexico, but the spirit of bigotry which she had evoked and fostered was not soon laid. To govern the conquered realm of Canada was a question for English statesmen. They could not treat the whole Canadian population as they had done the Acadians, and make a desert of land reclaimed by a century and a quarter of toil. Sound policy counseled concession. The Canadian Catholics were to be encouraged to remain by the promise that their religious rights should not be infringed. Church and convent and hospital were to stand. The wayside cross was not to be demolished. The priest might say Mass openly beneath the English flag. The Jesuit and Franciscan alone fell under the ban, and even with them it was only decreed that no new members should be received. The fathers were left in quiet possession of their houses and in the discharge of their mission duty till the last survivor expired. This course of the British government came like a thunderbolt on the colonies, which had helped with blood and treasure to reduce the hated Catholic settlement. The fruit of their victory was gone. After all their sacrifices, they were to behold Catholicity actually protected and upheld by the strong arm of England. Of all the grievances which rankled in the colonial heart, none excited deeper feeling against England than what they could not but feel to be an act of deepest treachery towards them. The very bigotry and intolerance that England had fostered now turned against her, and nerved men to break off all the ties of kindred nationality and government. In the northern colonies that bordered on Canada, the feeling was especially intense, and when the struggle was imminent, the first colonial flag run up at New York in place of the English colors bore the words, "No Popery." Anti-Catholic bigotry kindled the flames of the American Revolution, but when the delegates of the colonies met, there were statesmen fit for the great mission. The spirit of the country was nobler, broader, and better than that of the isolated communities. The Catholics remained to Georgia, from the Atlantic to the Mississippi. The Jesuits, or rather ex-Jesuits, for the society was no more, with their flocks on from Virginia to New York, as well as the Canadian priest in far-off Illinois, with his flock of French and Indians. comprising all the Catholics in the country with their clergy, at once took sides earnestly and heartily in the national cause, and 2 Catholics, a priest and a layman, formed part of a delegation sent to Canada to win that colony to alliance or neutrality, but found their labors thwarted by the anti-Catholic bigotry of Jay. There were no Tories, no falterers and final deserters among them, none to shout for Congress while they carefully carried a British protection for emergencies. The Catholics were, to a man, with their clergy, staunch and true, which can be said of none of the sects, for the Methodists, following the course of their founder Wesley, were all on the Tory side, and nearly every other denomination was divided. Strange that in a 4th of July address in 1875, a Wesleyan minister should be boasting as though his fellow believers had been all Whigs in 1775, and denouncing Jesuits, when in 1775 every Jesuit and every man of their flocks was a Whig, and even the Canadian Jesuits, so friendly to the American cause as to incur censure, Catholics bore their part bravely, the Carrolls, Fitzsimmons, and others in Congress or state legislatures, Moylan and buried with many a humbler hero in the Army and Navy. But the struggle was an unequal one. America, in her need, looked for aid to Catholic France. A revulsion at once took place. For a time bigotry was silenced. The French officers who first came over won friends everywhere. The French army and fleet with their chaplains were welcomed, and even the selectmen of Boston took part in Catholic services, to the intense delight of the Tory paper in New York, which taunted them with their sudden conversion. The influence extended. Rhode Island dropped an anti-Catholic law. Pope's Day ceased to be kept in New England, and the celebration of that long-kept November holiday was, we may say, abolished by a fiat of George Washington. When America finally triumphed by the aid of her Catholic ally, the war which had begun with a long-nurtured hatred of Catholicity closed with a most friendly feeling towards a church to which the ancestors of all had belonged for centuries. Some of the states had constitutions adopted in the outset of the struggle, and these, as in the case of New York, were deeply tinged with the spirit of that day. The states that drew up later their fundamental charters were more liberal and made all the religions equal in the eye of the law. The establishment of the Republic found the Catholic body centered in Maryland, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, with a few owing their origin to the British Isles and their colonies, amounting in all to about 45,000, while the French in Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois numbered not over 10,000 more. They were under the care of a small body of priests, most of whom, if not all, had been members of the Society of Jesus before its suppression. They were, as secular priests, subject to the Vicar Apostolic of the London district in England, but had not, during the war, been able to communicate with him. The Catholics in the West of Canadian origin were in the Diocese of Quebec, and the priests in charge subject to the bishop of that see. Left isolated by the war, these Catholics desired an independent organization and addressed the Holy See on the subject. Rome acted with her usual caution. She wished to give no offense to the government of the new republic, to do nothing that could offend any susceptibility or excite prejudice. Through the nuncio at Paris and the American representative in France, the Pope in 1783 asked the consent of Congress to the creation of a vicar apostolic or apostolical prefect in some city. The scheme of government laid down by the Articles of Confederation gave Congress no power to act in regard to religious matters, and the reply left the Pope free to act according to his own prudence. The American Catholics were, in 1784, placed temporarily under the Reverend John Carroll as prefect apostolic, Franklin recommending him earnestly as a man of superior ability, a zealous priest, and a sincere patriot. The wishes of the Catholic priesthood and people had centered on the same man, and when the Pope subsequently established the See of Baltimore, November 6, 1789, Carroll became Bishop of Baltimore. He had everything to create. Immigration began to the new land of freedom. Little bodies of Catholics appeared at all the larger ports. Seminaries, colleges, schools were needed. It was the day of religious schools. Throughout the country there were Catholic schools. Doctrine was taught with the letters, and men held that the best citizens were those trained in the religious spirit. This idea was exactly that of the Catholic Church, and from the moment her children in the United States acquired freedom to this day, she has, in unison with this genuine American system, labored to give the state good citizens by making good Catholics. Georgetown College was founded, the pioneer of all the Catholic universities. Schools were established beside the rising churches, and preparations made to found a divinity school. And in this great work, help came from an unexpected source. Infidelity overturned the ancient monarchy of France and placed Christianity under a ban, and sent the clergy to the scaffolds or to exile. Many priests, eminent for learning, zeal, and piety, fully conversant with the laws of the Church, and familiar with all its ritual, came to America and were gladly welcomed by Bishop Carroll. Zealous priests came too from Ireland, men of devotion and learning, but had the formation of the new church been confined to them and the American clergy, it might long have borne the character of the church in the British Isles, as modified by 2 centuries of oppression. Providentially, an element came to raise it to the position it should occupy in a free state. The Catholics shook off the habits and language of inferiority so studiously imposed upon them. The long European wars swelled emigration, and the Catholic Church for nearly 50 years increased without a check, winning the goodwill of the citizens of all denominations. New bishoprics being established in 1808 at Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, and Bardstown, and the Diocese of Baltimore, which had embraced the whole United States, was divided. A colony of Carmelite nuns came from Europe. A visitation convent and a community of Sisters of Charity sprang up in the East, with similar organizations in the West, giving to America the example of convent life, women nobly devoting their lives to education and works of charity. The halcyon period lasted, we may say, during the first half-century of our national existence. There were occasional controversies, sporadic ebullitions of old prejudice, but the infidel doctrines of the French Revolution made Protestants in America disposed to regard Catholics favorably as fellow combatants against the great anti-Christian army. End of section 18. Section 19 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The Catholic Church in American History, Part 2, by John Gilmary, Shea. After the restoration of peace in Europe, immigration to America increased very rapidly, especially from Ireland, and then began on the British Isles a movement among the Catholics to obtain from the English government an emancipation from the slavery to which the penal laws reduced them. Their demand aroused the most bitter anti-Catholic element, and the press teemed with denunciations of popery, with violent philippics, heated controversy, and even forgeries. In America, while the Catholics sympathized with their fellow believers abroad and met to encourage their undertaking, on the other hand, Protestants, drinking deep from the English literature of the day, began to look with alarm at the increase of Catholicity in the land. The half-century of good conduct in the Catholic body went for naught. By the help of aids to vision from abroad, they began to discover a terrible state of things in their midst. A blind fanaticism succeeded the half-century of good feeling, and a systematic warfare against Catholicity was begun and has been carried on with a pertinacity, a skill in raising new issues and misstating the case, which has few parallels in history. When Catholic emancipation was won in England, the Catholic Church in the United States had spread throughout the land, and in almost every state there was a considerable body of believers. Louisiana had come in with a Catholic population and a bishop's see, Florida with a few Catholics and her old traditions. In 1833, the first provincial council ever held north of Mexico met at Baltimore. Archbishop Whitfield presided, surrounded by Bishop David, coadjutor of Bardstown, Kentucky, Bishop England of Charleston, Bishop Rosati of St. Louis, Bishop Dubois of New York, Bishop Portier of Mobile, Bishop Kenrick, coadjutor of Philadelphia, Bishop Shea of Detroit, and Bishop Purcell of Cincinnati, convened with all the forms required by the canons and usages of the Church in a provincial council to form laws better adapted for the great ends in view, the increase of piety and the due celebration of divine worship, the elevation of clergy and laity, and especially greater union and harmony among them. It was the first provincial council held in any English-speaking country since the Reformation, and the first held in any country during this century. America thus led the way to the revival of this ancient usage, and thus prepared for the holding of a general council. In view of the coming attack on the Church in the United States, this organization was all the more necessary to bind all parts together and enable it to cope with the unscrupulous enemies about to assail it. The Church had thus a life of its own, with theological seminaries at Baltimore, Emmitsburg, Barron's, Missouri, and elsewhere, colleges at Georgetown, Baltimore, Emmitsburg, Cincinnati, and some other points, with academies, asylums for orphans, for the deaf and dumb, hospitals and schools in all parts of the country, most of these being under the direction of religious orders, Jesuits, Dominicans, Lazarists, Sulpicians, Visitation, and Ursuline nuns, Sisters of Charity, Sisters of Loretto, and in the recent terrible visitation of the cholera, the devotion of the Catholic priesthood and sisterhoods had been so eminent that its influence exalted the individuals in the public eye and invested them with a halo that was galling to bigots. To their eyes something must be done to diminish the influence. Catholic sisters and clergy had acted the part of good Samaritans. They were to be stoned as an example. The moral tone of the country was higher then than now. The Protestant clergymen of more dignity and purity of life, the old Puritan spirit had not been altogether lost, and this state of affairs enabled the unscrupulous enemies of the Catholics to appeal to a strong feeling when they opened the campaign against the Catholics by charges of great immorality in the convents and religious institutions. The awful disclosures of Maria Monk, the most shameless imposture in the history of American literature, was thrown upon the public, accusing the nuns of the Hôtel Dieu, Montreal, and though the utter mendacity of the work was exposed by a Protestant editor of New York, William L. Stone, many of the Protestant clergy upheld the book, and Stone was attacked in prose and verse for what was deemed unnecessary honesty. This vile book was followed by others, one 6 months in a convent, being connected with the riot, in which a mob, roused to frenzy by intemperate preachers, attacked and destroyed the Ursuline convent at Charlestown, Massachusetts. This deed of violence caused a revulsion, and a new plan of action was adopted. Men seemed to forget truth and honesty. A so-called reprint of the Rhemish Testament of 1582 appeared, and a number of clergymen attested that it was reprinted exactly from the original of 1582, yet an examination will convince any bibliographer that these gentlemen had not the original edition before them, but printed from a well-known anti-Catholic work. Men who could so far forget truth and honor were not likely to hesitate. At this time, too, the Bible Society took decided ground as a sectarian anti-Catholic body. It had already mutilated the Bible by omitting the deuterocanonical books, but had continued to print Catholic versions in French, Spanish, and Portuguese for distribution among Catholics. Now these were suppressed, the plates broken up, the piles of unissued copies burned, and Protestant versions issued with all the errors and mistranslations of the King James carefully reproduced. A general system of proselytizing among Catholics was initiated, and has been persevered in to the present time. Societies for benevolent purposes, the relief of the poor, sailors and the aid societies, the almshouses and other eleemosynary institutions of the state, asylums for the reformation of juvenile delinquents, and school organizations as they then existed, were all made instruments for depriving Catholics of all opportunity of being imbued with the doctrines and principles of their own faith, and of instilling into them a shame for it, and for inculcating direct Protestant teaching. In many parts the state actually seemed to abdicate its high office, and to become merely part of the machinery of Protestant home missionary societies for the conversion of Catholics. By party tactics and special legislation, the voice of Catholics in any locality where their numbers had increased was cleverly neutralized, so that the work of state proselytism should proceed unchecked. This policy has been steadily pursued to the present day, and this mania for proselytizing Catholics is the source of all the troubles that have arisen. A general system of education that would have satisfied Catholics and Protestants and trained up Religiously, a generation of citizens was possible 40 years ago, but is now almost out of the question. Even in the state of New York, where the Catholic population must be nearly one-fourth the Board of Regents of the University, the head of the educational department of the state is and always has been exclusively Protestant. No Catholic has ever been appointed, and some of the members always are Protestant clergymen. In the city of New York, where the Catholic population is nearly, if not absolutely half, a Board of Education chosen by the people might contain some Catholics. Hence, by special law, the appointment of the board is vested in the mayor, and that official at once appointed more than 12 Presbyterians, but one single Catholic, and yet the Presbyterians are now complaining of some act giving privileges to a Catholic school. This is the day of small politicians, but America will yet produce statesmen as of old, and someone among them will before long examine this question of state proselytism. Should the state ever enter this field of proselytizing, or should it, like the Society for Propagating the Gospel in Boston, declare distinctly and clearly that it is no part of its business to lure young or old from one Christian denomination to another? He will, by examination of statistics, show his countrymen how this wholesale proselytizing has increased immeasurably the dangerous classes of the community by a result not difficult to see. It is a trite saying that it is easier to pull down than to build up. It has been easy to make weak and ignorant Catholics, ashamed of their faith, abandon its sacraments and aids to a better life, cast aside respect for its ministry, and neglect to contribute to its support. But it is not easy to implant in such minds, once imbued with religious doubt, a new faith that will bring any moral influence over them. In most cases they become utterly irreligious and plunge recklessly into vice, amid the temptations of great cities and the corruptions of our political system. This result is due also to the fact that with the increase of wealth and the broader line between rich and poor, Protestantism is rapidly ceasing to be the religion of the poor, or to exercise even its former limited influence among them. It can pervert, but it cannot produce from its perverts moral, God-fearing citizens. Proselytizing was now thoroughly systematized. The early schools of the country had been religious, but as the non-churchgoers increased, numbers of children were unprovided for. To instruct these, the Public School Society in New York and similar organizations elsewhere were formed, avowedly only to supplement the church schools, as acts of incorporation attest. These schools, though of no denomination in particular, were Protestant and intensely sectarian, the books often being most unjust and offensive to Catholics. Gradually, in New York, the public school societies' schools took the lead, and the Protestant church schools declined, especially after the discovery of a fraud practiced by the Bethel Baptist Church. And finally, all aid to church schools was dropped. To revive the old New York system, Catholics asked that their schools should be put on the same ground as the Protestant public school societies' schools, or that those schools, on receiving aid derived from taxes paid by Catholics and Protestants, should furnish education satisfactory to Catholics as well as to Protestants. This led to the famous public school debate before the New York Common Council in October 1844, in which Archbishop Hughes, pleading the Catholic cause with eloquence, zeal, and moderation, became known to the whole country as one of the ablest men of his day. The petition of Catholics was denied, and agitation began. The cry was then raised, and has since continued, that the Catholics wished to drive the Bible from the public schools. Both political parties in the coming election pledged themselves to resist the Catholic appeal for free, unsectarian education, or the restoration of the old New York system of religious schools. The Catholics voted an independent ticket, and their numbers and unity so influenced the result that both political parties seemed ready to make some concessions to justice. The present system of state schools was established, and though fair in intent, had been brought under the control of the Protestant proselytizing sects so as to be actually bitterly sectarian. The old cry of the Bible is raised from time to time, but in all the discussions it is somewhat curious, and by no means creditable to the logical acumen of courts and legislative bodies, that the term the Bible has never been defined. If it is defined, the Bible must be the books received by the majority of Christians throughout the world in the original text, or a text based on the best manuscripts, or a translation from such a text. The book forced into the schools by the proselytizing spirit has none of these characters, and it can be denied that the Bible has ever been in them. The volume now issued by the Bible Society does not contain all the books received by the majority of Christians. It does not contain all the books found in the Bible as issued by James I, and still issued by authority in England, nor in the old Geneva Bible, which the Pilgrim Fathers brought to America and clung to so fondly while they looked with scorn on the King James. The Bible Society's volume is based on the so-called received text, which is utterly unsustained by the older manuscripts and was, so far as the New Testament is concerned, hastily prepared by Erasmus from very incorrect and defective codices. The very Lord's Prayer in this so-called Bible is admitted by all scholars to be spurious, and if spurious, as all American translators have admitted, certainly blasphemous, yet in the sectarian spirit of proselytism it is forced into the schools. The school question coming into the legislative bodies has since 1840 made the Catholic question a political one, and Catholics have had to meet the proselytizing spirit by attempts to free the schools from Protestant sectarianism, and where the attempt is seen to be hopeless, by erecting schools of their own and submitting to the iniquity which taxes them to educate their neighbors. The charge of immorality brought against Catholic institutions had fallen. The charge that they neglected education had fallen. The Church was steadily increasing. New dioceses were formed, and each gathered its own institutions of charity and learning. The German emigration, which had begun to attain a vast extent, brought many Catholics, and the emigration from all lands brought much skilled labor that came into active competition with American mechanics. Out of these various influences arose a mongrel party called the Native American, which objected to Irish Catholics, as Irish Catholics to American Catholics in general, to all foreigners, especially Catholics who cheapened American labor. This agitation, then begun, culminated in 1844, just about 10 or 11 years after that Maria Monk campaign. The recurrence since, at periods of about 10 or 11 years, of an anti-Catholic agitation springs from several causes. The Protestant clergy in the United States, for a body educated and expected to appear as gentlemen, are, excepting the popular clergymen of the day in large cities, the most wretchedly paid set of professional men in the country. Their salaries do not average $500, far less than a successful and industrious mechanic earns. Their stipends, low as they are not secured. They depend on their congregations. Now Protestantism has properly no worship. It has no right essential to the worship of God. A man may be a good Protestant, read his Bible at home, and go to no church. There is no service which binds him to attend under pain of sin. It is simply a matter of choice, a very good thing to go, and the proper thing for a man with a family, but there is no feeling of moral responsibility compelling him to attend. As a natural consequence, men grow indifferent. They go for a time, but as the preaching is the main thing, they easily tire and drop off. In about 10 years, by inherent causes, a paying Protestant congregation will be brought to a period of difficulty. A general arousing is needed to bring the lukewarm and indifferent to the churches and to awaken them an interest in religious affairs. Protestantism has no distinctive positive tenets, as it has no worship. Its strong rallying point, and its only one, is protesting against Rome. Hence every 10 or 11 years a campaign against the Catholics is an actual necessity to save Protestant churches from extinction and the Protestant clergy from starvation. The charge of immorality, which had been played so boldly in 1834, was less available in 1844. The movement was more political and guided by unscrupulous politicians whose coarse, brutal tools were sufficiently fanaticized by anti-popery sermons and diatribes. A chance collision in Philadelphia led to fearful riots in which the churches, schools, and houses of Catholics were pillaged and burned, and a valuable library was committed to the flames. The city authorities were paralyzed, inefficient, or secretly hostile, and the strong arm of the state alone checked the course of arson and murder. The malcontents ere long renewed their violence as a distinct rebellion against authority, to be again crushed by the strong hand of the law. This spirit of violence found an echo elsewhere in deeds of violence. In New York, where the so-called Native Americans had just elected one of the publishers of Maria Monk to the mayoralty, was saved from similar scenes only by the firmness of the outgoing mayor and the attitude of the Catholics. When this storm passed away, the Catholic body in the United States numbered about 1.25 million, divided into 21 dioceses and one vicariate apostolic, that of Aragon. They had 675 churches, clustering chiefly in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and southern New York, in other parts scattered very sparingly. Arkansas having but 2, Tennessee 3, Mississippi, though a state originally settled by Catholics, only 5, but the new western states showing already large and increasing numbers. Of the clergy, 572 priests were engaged in mission duty, and 137 in seminaries, colleges, and religious houses. 220 young men were preparing for the ministry. There were 91 colleges and academies, 94 charitable institutions. The increase in Catholic churches since the former anti-Catholic campaign of 1835 had been from 272 to 675, of priests from 327 to 709. The church had an active press. The remarkably philosophic mind of Orestes A. Brownson, who had just entered the bosom of the church, made his review a vehicle for the soundest and ablest discussions of questions underlying all government and society, and for treating Catholic questions upon a basis and with a genius that could not be ignored, but that the statesman and the scholar felt himself compelled to read and to grapple. There were monthly magazines, weekly papers, religious orders, which sprung up spontaneously from the very vitality of Catholicity, had dotted the land with their houses, not indeed the grand abbeys of the Middle Ages, which even in ruins command respect, but modern homes where the rules of olden days were kept as rigorously amid the new scenes of a new land as in hoary Europe. Augustinians and Dominicans carried one back to the Middle Ages, Jesuits to the period of the Great Apostasy, Lazarists and Redemptorists to later centuries, while Carmelite, Dominican, Ursuline, and Visitation nuns labored beside the more recent Sisters of Charity, of the Sacred Heart, of the Good Shepherd, of Notre Dame, of Loretto, of Mercy, of Providence, and of Our Lady of Mercy. The incessant struggle had accumulated the inherent force and energy of the Church to meet its pressing wants. It made men earnest where they would have been careless, but the increase of churches, with their necessary schools, asylums, and other institutions, had overtasked the resources of the Catholic body, and the clerical labors had overtasked the priesthood. There was little room for the development of mere aesthetics. Hence the Catholic influence on the country at large, then and even now, is slight. The tactics of parties exclude Catholics almost entirely from all higher offices in the country. We have had one Catholic among the Chief Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States, a few, very few members of the United States Senate, scarcely a single cabinet officer. Here and there a Catholic reaches the position of governor of a state, but too rarely to be noted. The Army and the Navy show many Catholic officers whose record is of the noblest. In literature, science, and arts we have made little mark, and are behind even the modest position of the country at large. At the earliest period, Matthew Carey and Robert Walsh occupied a higher position in general literature than any Catholic does at the present day. Even the wonderful ability and depth of Dr. Brownson in his review, in his American Republic, that should be a classic, and in his minor works have failed to take their place among far inferior works, and are seldom noticed in writing or speech in such a way as to show their influence. Archbishop Hughes left no great work to take its place in the literature of the country, great as was his influence in life, and the same may be said of Bishop England. Archbishop Kenrick, in his varied learning, enriched our Catholic rather than the national literature by his theology, his essay on the primacy of the Apostolic See, and his version of the Bible. Archbishop Spalding took a more popular tone, and in lighter paths for Catholic readers there are names of merit, the few that will make an enduring reputation. In the field of history, O'Callaghan, McSherry, Malign, and others have indeed won a place by critical research and sound judgment and eloquent narration. In poetry, Shea and McKee will be remembered by some of their minor poems which found their way to collections, but we have no poet to rank with Longfellow, Bryant, and Whittier. Thebaud, in his Irish race, and still more in his Gentilism, lays claim to a higher position in the more serious school of general literature. Still, it must be confessed that on the whole we are behindhand. Our college course is perhaps too elementary, and Catholics, even more than their neighbors, perhaps underrate literary culture, and in their anxiety to throw their sons into the world of business and care, deprive some of that learned leisure that is needed for great and enduring work. Among the clergy, the science, learning, and ability that might add laurels to the body are often kept unused by the severe toils of missionary life, or by modest diffidence, and an occasional article in some magazine, unnoticed and hence unappreciated, alone reveals what might be. End of section 19. Section 20 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The Catholic Church in American History, Part 3, by John Gilmary, Shea. It must be admitted, too, that although industry, talent, and probity have brought to many Catholics in professional and mercantile life great earthly rewards in wealth and means, these successful men have produced few men of such public spirit as we behold in the various Protestant denominations. While every college under Protestant influence shows its scholarships, professorships, special schools, and libraries established and endowed by individuals, there is scarcely a case to be met with of similar Catholic liberality. It is still more rare to find a church or institution of any kind among us built or endowed by a wealthy Catholic. What has been accomplished hitherto has been mainly the work of the poor, but the wealthy Catholics seem sadly lacking in public spirit. Yet the noblest monument a man could erect would be a church or an institution. There are monuments in our cemeteries, mere ornamental structures, evidences of family pride, which have cost more than would have built a beautiful church to stand for a century, where Mass would be said constantly for the founder. Better an hospital for the sick or afflicted than a palace for the dead. Better something Christian than anything so essentially pagan. The Indian missions form the opening chapter of the history of the Church in the United States, and they continue to furnish matter for record. In spite of the changes of flag from France and Spain to England and the United States, Maine still has Catholic Indians descended from converts of the missionaries from Dehuet in the 17th to Rail in the 18th century. New York has Catholic Indians, fruits of the mission founded by Jogues, while the Dutch held Manhattan. Michigan and Wisconsin are in the same condition, but there were Newfields and the Indians removed to the west. The Jesuits began missions among the Potawatomis and Osages in 18 and in a few years planted the cross among the Flatheads and other tribes of the Rocky Mountains, De Smet devoting his life to extend the missions, chiefly by means and by missionaries whom his fervor drew from Europe. New Mexico and California came in with Indian converts of the older Catholic missions, those in the former dating back to the 16th century. The Archbishop of Oregon and his suffragans still direct the missions. They began as humble laborers in the vineyard. The Protestant denominations had not been idle among our western or transplanted tribes. Their success among the Cherokees, Creeks, and Choctaws had been marked in bringing those tribes on the path to civilization. In other places, they failed in the zeal of the people to support these missions, often barren of results, declined. The result may be seen in the report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs issued in 1861. Out of 77 missionaries engaged among the Indians, 19 were Catholics, and the number apparently did not include the New Mexican and Californian priests who attended Indians as part of their settled flocks. This seems to have excited anti-Catholic zeal, and schemes were set on foot to break up or neutralize the Catholic missionaries as far as possible. The Civil War paralyzed all for a time, but the project was renewed soon after the peace and managed insidiously but effectually. In 1870, the President, after appointing a board of commissioners and calling upon the Friends to aid in establishing honesty in the intercourse with the Indians, formed a plan of dividing the various tribes among the religious denominations of the country. This ostensibly was unobjectionable and did not seem to be a movement intended to strike at the Catholics, yet that was almost the sole object. The Catholics in 1861 supplied 1/4 the missionaries then engaged, and thus gave 1/4 the mission force. But in the division of agencies and superintendencies, not a single superintendency was assigned to the Catholics. 16 agencies were given to the Friends, 5 to the Baptists, 10 to the Presbyterians, 2 to the Christians, who never that we can find had any Indian missions, 14 to the Methodists, 8 to the Episcopalians, 8 to other Protestant denominations, making 63 in all, while to the Catholics only 7 were allotted. The Pueblos of New Mexico, who had been converted by Catholic missionaries before there was a Protestant settled within our territory, were allotted to the Christians and have since been passed to the Presbyterians. In the same way, the Catholic Kansas, Osagas, Chippewas, Yakimas, Pimas, and others were placed under the control of agents appointed by other denominations. And these agents had the power to appoint missionaries and to prevent the Catholic missionary from setting foot within his Indian reservation, and he could also punish the Indians for going off the reservation to attend a Catholic church if the missionary erected a chapel on free ground. Tribe after tribe has appealed to government, but their complaints and appeals have been alike disregarded. The Catholic Indians were to be dragooned out of the Catholic Church, and if possible, into some Protestant form. It is scarcely to be believed, yet it is a fact spread on the pages of government documents, that a Methodist agent thus placed over Catholic Indians complained to government and sought to have a priest punished for telling the Indians that the agent's appointment by government did not empower him to administer baptism and act as a clergyman for them. The man was so confident that all ecclesiastical powers were conferred upon him by his appointment as agent that he actually wished all gainsayers punished. He probably mistook General Grant for Henry VIII in taking him to be the head of the church, and wished the offending Catholic missionary beheaded like Moore and Fisher for denying the royal supremacy. The Catholic hierarchy selected a gentleman to act at Washington in behalf of these dragooned Catholic Indians, and societies for their relief have been projected, but government has sternly refused to do justice. The appeals are unheeded, as will be the recent request of Sioux chiefs for Catholic missionaries. It is a sad spectacle for America to offer to European contemplation in the centennial year. In this, as in the matter of education, the United States stands dishonored beside Canada. Though a province of England which has an established church, Canada fosters impartially the missions of all denominations with no unjust discrimination, and has never openly or by any subterfuge attempted to break up the Catholic missions. She has solved, too, the question of education and of the religious needs of inmates of eleemosynary and penal institutions, so as to give full satisfaction to all, and the state is a state, not a department of a proselytizing society. In the British provinces, New Brunswick alone, affected by a New England neighbor, doubtless has copied a page from the conduct of this country. The great Civil War in the United States was one produced by a state of feeling that Protestant clergy had fanned. Before it began, Archbishop Hughes wrote, speaking of the Catholic body, "They take but an abstemious part in the great questions which have threatened the disruption of the country. They have entire confidence that the general wisdom and patriotism of the American people will be quite sufficient to preserve the Constitution and Union of the United States." Thus far it stands in print, but in his original copy he added, "If unhappy, an event which is sometimes alluded to as a possible contingency, namely a division of the country, should ever take place, the Catholics will have had no voluntary part in bringing about such a calamity. We trust that it will never occur. Should it ever unfortunately happen, it will not be by their cooperation, and what he said of the division is true of the war. They had no hand in producing it. The Catholics in each section bore their part with their fellow citizens. North and South, Catholic chaplains faced the dangers of the battlefield, and Catholic sisters tended the couches of the sick and wounded as calmly and as nobly as they had faced the cholera, the typhus, or yellow fever. Archbishop Hughes, like the first American bishop, was an envoy of our government and did efficient service in Europe. The Pope, when addressed by the President of the seceding states, counseled peace, and like many a Pope of old, proffered his services to restore harmony. In the desolating path of contending armies, many Catholic churches and institutions were swept away. Sometimes the desecration and destruction were wanton, sometimes unavoidable. The close of the war found the Catholic Church in the southern states more disastrously situated than any other, and the misgovernment which has followed has involved them still more. but with zeal unchecked she has with the new freedom begun her labors among the Negro race, and as a church which makes no distinction of color, but reveres as saints the Negro Saint Benedict and the mulatto Blessed Martin de Porres, she sees her success limited only by her limited number of missionaries to devote to the work. In the North we are now feeling the result of the war and of the impoverishment of the South, in the prostration of commerce and the stagnation produced by excessive taxation and the results of inflation. Emigration has fallen off greatly, and the Catholic body gains now mainly by natural increase. But the persecution of the Church in Germany has driven to our shores many excellent priests, secular and regular, and members of religious orders of women, who increase greatly the power to minister to the Catholic body. All do not reach us. Some, like the Franciscan nuns on the Deutschland, meet their death on the ocean more nobly and bravely than Miss Bismarck or his imperial master will. The Civil War absorbed the public mind too much to allow the regular decennial campaign against the Catholics. Many of the Protestant clergy were drawn away by it to more lucrative positions, so that the necessity for it was not felt. But the 10 years since the close of the war find all ripe for it. Yet the present campaign against the Church has some peculiar features. It is not Protestant so much as Methodist. All our presidents have been Protestants, several Episcopalians, some Presbyterians, Congregationalists, Reformed Dutch Unitarian, yet no one ever felt that they were Presbyterian or Episcopalian or even Protestant. The religion of the president was unthought of. Few even could tell to what denomination Mr. Fillmore belonged, though as ex-president he was nominated as a distinctively Protestant candidate by the Native Americans. But with the advent of President Grant to the presidential chair, it has been different. That he is a Methodist is kept constantly before the public mind. He is actually priest-ridden. The bishops and ministers of his creed exercise an influence that the Presbyterians never dreamed of coveting while Jackson or Polk were in power, or Episcopalians under Washington, Madison, or Monroe. Methodist influence prevails throughout. The Methodists in the division of superintendencies and agencies did not find that the poorest or leanest fell to their lot, and new employments like that of inspecting consulates were devised for Methodist clergymen, with secretaryships for their wives. Perhaps to blind the other Protestant denominations to this, they raised the war cry against popery. Harper's Weekly began the campaign, and that old Methodist firm kept up its attacks long before the press of the Protestant denominations had begun to move, or before the Protestant clergy in pulpit or conventions showed any inclination to begin an anti-Catholic excitement. They have been ultimately let in, but the movement arose with the Methodists, who have at last crowned all by nominating General Grant for the third term, and doing this as part of the business of a religious convention. Other denominations will resent this, or will bide their time and follow the same course, and America will in future see a series of priest-ridden administrations according to the denomination to which the actual chief magistrate belongs. As part of the program, President Grant, in his message of December 1875, urges an amendment to the Constitution which shall compel all states to adopt a public school system, to forbid all religious, atheistic, or pagan instruction in them, and to prevent hereafter all division of the school moneys among denominations according to the old New York system. It uses the undefined word sectarian in the usual treacherous way, it being understood among the initiated that nothing Protestant is sectarian, and that everything Catholic is. To use a homely simile, they would maintain that if a Catholic were, in disputing about this question, to be drubbed soundly by a Methodist, it would be a sectarian drubbing. But if a Methodist, a Presbyterian, a Baptist, and representatives of half a dozen other sects all set upon him at once, it would be a non-sectarian drubbing. We must confess that we should consider it as intensely sectarian as there were sects engaged in it, and sectarian precisely to that degree. The President also recommends an amendment to compel states to tax church property. This step, too, was aimed at the Catholics. The burthens of the late war have made people seek all means to relieve themselves, and especially by abolishing all exemptions. In New Jersey, in 1875, an amendment to this end was proposed. Bishop Corrigan of Newark, in a circular, called the attention of Catholics to it, and urged them to vote against it as a measure as yet uncalled for and intended to be oppressive. A strong anti-Catholic feeling was excited. The amendment was passed by a very large majority, and now the various Protestant denominations are organizing to appeal to the legislature for relief. Like unskilled men, they hurl the boomerang only to wound themselves. It is by no means unlikely that in the decennial madness to which the nation is subject, amendments such as the President suggests may pass through Congress and obtain from a majority such a sanction as will make them part of the organic law of the land, or it may prove that some states will hesitate to put out of their hands all future power to administer local concerns according to the better judgment of the people. New York, for instance, may hesitate to place herself in such a position that she can never revive a system under which education prospered and religious animosity was unknown. She may, rather than keep up a deep-seated and indignant protest against an ill-administered system, wish herself free when she chooses to adopt the course which Canada finds so satisfactory. She may read the motto on her old coins, Liber natus libertatem defendo, and decline the invitation of the President to surrender irrevocably her power to adapt her educational system to the wants of the people. The amendment proposed by the President puts religion on a level with atheism and would scarcely meet the desires of the fanatical. The amendment introduced by Speaker Blaine has all the insidious cunning of the small politician. It is so worded that Protestant doctrines may be taught in the schools with impunity, but no Catholic doctrine ever can be. It will put the broad seal of the United States to proselytism and make us the great super country of the world. The recommendation to tax church property was based in the message on statistics which are absolutely false, even as the figures are officially given, and in regard to Catholics, these official figures are really fraudulent. Churches, schools, academies, asylums are all included in the Catholic figures, but many colleges in the country, distinctly and avowedly under the direction of separate Protestant denominations, are not so counted. Moreover, there is a class of institutions such as Bible Society, the ABCF Mission, the Tract Societies, the Society for Propagating the Gospel, and others of the kind whose property would reach millions, which are not, of course, charged to any Protestant denomination, but should be added to the sum of the different Protestant denominations. The centennial year thus announces to Catholics a twofold attack, one that will make the obtaining of justice in regard to the schools impossible, the other that will endeavor to crush their churches or confiscate them every generation. And in the population of 40 millions over which this chief magistrate presides, what is the Catholic body? A community numbering more than 6 millions, with a cardinal archbishop and 10 other archbishops, 56 bishops, 5,074 priests, 5,046 churches with nearly 2,000 schools, besides colleges, academies, and high schools, and more than 300 hospitals and refuges for the afflicted. It was shown on an examination not prompted by them that these eleemosynary institutions are conducted with the greatest order and effectiveness, yet at a percentage of expense for management that is marvelously small compared to that which obtains in most others, either state or denominational, in many of which officials obtain really more than the objects for whom the money is given. The same holds true of the schools. In an age of extravagance and in a reign of government extravagance, nothing can exceed the lavish extravagance in the outlay of money for public schools. It is no exaggeration to say that in many parts the Catholic schools educate the young so well as to compete without fear with the state schools, and yet at a cost to them not exceeding 1/3 what each scholar in the state schools costs the state. We have seen what the Church was in 1845 and what it is in 1876. The progress has not been merely in numbers. The general effect of a more numerous clergy has enabled new religious from abroad or formed among us to become auxiliaries to the secular clergy in their parochial work. The retreats and missions initiated, we may say, by Bishop Forbin Jansen have become general, and the lack of direct instruction in many cases is supplied by these exercises given by Redemptorists, Jesuits, Paulists, Passionists, Dominicans, reviving faith, arousing the torpid, strengthening the wavering. The increase and diffusion of Catholic works has been very great and is no longer confined to reprints and translations, but shows constantly accessions to books of piety and instruction, suited in language and thought to the time and country, for though truth is always the same, the objections to it differ, and many of the arguments and defenses in our older works are almost unintelligible, as they were framed to meet objections no longer raised. Suppose our opponents to believe truths they have long since discarded, and have no reference to the now prevailing indifference to all definite religious thought. With the increase of schools has come a vast improvement in school books, and those now prepared for Catholic schools are in many cases equal to any found in the country in their general beauty and workmanship, while in correct thought they are superior. These schools, too, have led to the suppression of much offensive matter in the ordinary school books of the day, where they had crept from bigotry or sheer ignorance. The calm, patient attitude of the Catholics has in these points effected reform. Their attitude in regard to the vital point has been the same, feeling, as they do deeply, that the present school system as actually administered is unjust, oppressive, and unconstitutional. They have held no meetings, begun no agitation. They have neither petitioned legislatures nor appealed to the courts. They have submitted to injustice and quietly made sacrifices to do for themselves what government takes money from them to do but does not. All the agitation, all the declamation, all the constitution tinkering is the work of the very men who have caused this deep injustice to be committed against the Catholics. To secure freedom of worship for Catholics in penal and eleemosynary institution has been a great object. Several states have already placed Catholics nearly in the same position that England has done for years. Other states still think it part of their duty to deprive Catholic inmates of all the worship and sacraments of their church, and to compel them to listen to Protestant ministers. As it has not been proposed to make this course peremptory by altering the Constitution of the United States to meet the case, we may hope that what George Washington, President of the United States, wrote may yet come true even in New Jersey. As mankind become more liberal, they will be more apt to allow that all those who conduct themselves as worthy members of the community are equally entitled to the protection of the civil government. I hope, he added, ever to see America among the foremost nations in examples of justice and liberality, and I presume that your fellow citizens will not forget the patriotic part which you took in the accomplishment of their revolution and the establishment of their government, or the important assistance which they received from a nation in which the Roman Catholic faith is professed. We have thus sketched the exterior rather than the interior life of the Church since its first appearance in America to this day, and especially the origin and influence of the campaigns against her during the last 40 years, and the various pretexts on which her enemies have relied. She has had in this century her bright examples of virtue and sanctity in such of her children as Bishop Jevernus, Prince Galitzin, Bishop Flaggett, Mrs. Seton, Miss Lalore, Reverend Mr. Nerinks, Bishop David, Archbishop Neal, and many whose names are less familiar, her ardent missionaries in Father de Smet, Bishop Baraga, Archbishop Blanchett, her martyrs in the hundreds of priests and religious who have laid down their lives ministering to the sick and wounded when pestilence stalked abroad and all fled from the stricken. She has her writers taught in the school of persecution to be honest and fearless, and to have so often passed through unjust accusation that they can be just to others amid a general excitement, as was the case when the son of an old enemy of the Catholics found in his hour of trial a solace in Catholic fairness when Protestants almost denied him a hearing. She has her regular councils, provincial or embracing the whole country, forming her body of canon law, full of wisdom and instinct with the spirit of the best ages of the Church. Here the Church has shown her inherent vitality, composed of heterogeneous material of devout men from every nation under heaven. She blends them all into one body of American Catholics, attached to the country, making its prosperity their own, and ready to share its trials. In all she keeps alive the higher religious life, the desire to seek first the kingdom of God and his justice, and evolving from this her countless forms of devotion, the highest, that of self-consecration to the entire service of God in some of those religious communities which are the rich flowers in her garden. There is nothing in this life or this vitality that can do aught but tend to the greater good of the whole country, and the country, when not blinded, as she is sometimes for a moment, attests this by the instinct which in every case has impelled her almost at once to discard with scorn the decennial fanatics. The Catholic Church, first to plant the cross on our soil, first to bedew it with the blood of martyrs, first to offer on it the Christian sacrifice and administer the Christian sacraments, has a great mission before her. Persecution she expects, injustice and oppression, these are not new to her. She sees in them the tokens of approval. The Lord gave, the Lord hath taken away. This will not deter her from her path. They will but strengthen and unite. As things are now tending around us in the decline of morals and religion, the substitution of secret societies for churches, and the war of natural science on faith, it is not rash to assert that 50 years hence the Catholic Church will be on this soil almost the only compact Christian body battling for the Scriptures and the revealed Word of God, or recognize Him as the Creator and moral governor of the universe, a rallying point for all who shall claim to be Christians. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Book Notices 1 to 5. The Internal Mission of the Holy Ghost by His Eminence Henry Edward Manning, Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, 3rd edition. New York, D. and J. Sadlier & Co., 31 Barclay Street. Montreal, 275 Notre Dame Street, 1875. We call attention to this work, not to criticize it, but to express, however feebly, our admiration of it, and to commend it to the careful and devout perusal of such of our readers as may not have yet read it. What must strike everyone at all familiar with the writings of the illustrious Archbishop of Westminster is their practical bearing on the life and thought of the present time. He had studied his age as few other men have studied it. He has carefully observed the workings of the mystery of iniquity under its manifold forms, in modern society, outside the Church, and within her fold. He is intimately acquainted with the doctrinal, moral, and social errors and evils of the day. He knows them in themselves, in their causes, and in their effects. He has traced their more recent and alarming develops, such as Caesarism, socialism, and materialism, to their first beginning, which was the rebellion of the intellect and the will against God, in the individual and in society, especially at the time of the great apostasy of the 16th century. He has described in eloquent words the evils already caused by that apostasy, and the still greater evils likely to follow from it in the not distant future. He has done this, not once, but time and again, and in a variety of ways. He has done it in sermons, in pastorals, in letters, in speeches, in essays, and in books, always in the graceful style so peculiarly his own, with the frank courtesy of an English gentleman, but with the boldness, too, of a Christian bishop. There is no bitterness in his polemics. Intolerant of error, he is full of charity for the erring, especially those whose ignorance may be presumed to be invincible, of whom he thinks there is a very large class in England. I do not, he says, charge all those who are out of the unity of the Catholic faith with heresy. The English people are indeed in heresy, but I do not call them heretics. God forbid. They were born into that state of privation. They found themselves disinherited. They have never known their rightful inheritance. They have grown up believing that what has been set before them by parents and by teachers, their state of privation has been caused by the sin of others, 300 years ago, and by no act of rejection of their own. The millions of our people, the children, the unlearned, the simple, the docile, the humble, the wives and mothers and daughters, the great multitude who live lives of prayer and of charity and of mutual kindness, who never had an opportunity of knowing the truth, to call them heretics would be to wound charity. They have never made a perverse election against the truth, and I heartily believe that millions of them, if the light of the Catholic Church were sufficiently before them, would, as multitudes have done in every age, forsake all things to take up their cross and follow their Master. But the Archbishop has not merely enumerated and described, in the manner already mentioned, the errors and the evils that afflict modern society. He has, with equal zeal and eloquence, pointed out the means by which they may be prevented or overcome. As regards those who are without, they must return to God. There is no other hope. There is nothing but God on which the soul can rest, on which society can stand. The most perfect legislation, the most refined human laws, the most acute human philosophy, political economy, benevolence, and beneficence in all its forms, all the social science of which we hear so much, all these are powerless without God. Neither adults nor children can be touched by the laws of states except externally. The state may control the external actions of man. It can imprison, it can fine, it can inflict capital punishment, but it cannot convert the sinner, nor change the will, nor illuminate the intellect, nor guide the conscience, nor shape a character. All this is internal, not external. It is not mechanism. It belongs to the living power of the soul, and God alone, by truth and grace, can accomplish this work in man. They must withdraw from the revolt which begins with the rejection of the divine authority of the Church of God, and then goes on to reject evidences, next to reject doctrines, and lastly to reject Christianity. As to Catholics, he has told them, in season and out of season, how they may guard themselves against the evil spirit that is abroad and around them in the world at the present time. In the volume before us, he seeks to impress upon them the duty of special wisdom to the Holy Ghost, which he thinks particularly necessary in these days. In a previous work published 10 years ago, and now republished by the Messrs. Sadleir and Co., he explained the temporal mission of the Holy Ghost, that is, his union with and his operation in the Church from the day of Pentecost. He therein showed how, by this union, the Church necessarily receives a communication of the perfections of this Holy Spirit, how it is made imperishable because he is God, indivisibly one because he is numerically one, holy because he is the fountain of holiness, infallible because he is the truth and receives all the other endowments that make it a safe and authoritative guide in all that relates to faith and morals. The present volume, the author tells us, deals with the universal office of the Holy Ghost in the souls of individual men, before as well as since the day of Pentecost. Every living soul has an illumination of God in the order of nature, by the light of conscience, and by the light of reason, and by the working of the Spirit of God in his head and in his heart, leading him to believe in God and to obey him. The presence of the Holy Ghost in the souls of the just is the source of their sanctification. He perpetually pervades their intellect with the light of faith, and their heart by the working of charity, and their will by the inspiration of his own. And from this spring the growth and ripeness of faith, hope, and charity, which we receive in our baptism. This ripeness is accelerated by the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, and perfected by the 8 Beatitudes, which last constitute the highest perfections of the saints, and give them a foretaste of the joys that are in store for them. This brief outline gives an idea, but only an idea, of the object or argument of the present work. To be rightly appreciated, the work itself must be carefully read and studied. It is eminently calculated to promote the object the distinguished author had in view in writing it. For how can we be made to understand, as it gives us clearly to understand, that to the Holy Ghost we are immediately indebted for all that is beautiful in holiness, for all that is admirable in virtue, for all that elevates and purifies and adorns our fallen nature, and not feel our devotion to him increase from day to day. The author is necessarily led to touch on some very difficult points of dogmatic theology, but he does so only in so far as is necessary to furnish convincing motives of action to the Catholic conscience. His treatment of them, however, is remarkable for a clearness and an accuracy, for a beauty of style, and a fitness and force of illustration, to be found in very few writers. Take as examples of the striking appositeness of his illustrations the 3 following extracts with which we close our 2 brief notice of this most interesting book. The first refers to the action of grace and free will, the second to the grace of final perseverance, and the last to the manifestation and development of the supernatural habits infused to the infant soul in baptism. But as I have already said, the grace of God cooperates with us, or works with us. I cannot make this clearer than by putting before you what I cannot doubt most of you have seen. You have seen a lock in a river, and you have watched how, when the lock is shut, the water rises against the gate. It presses with its full weight against the gate until a hand, it may be the hand of a child, with such facility it is accomplished, opens the gate of the lock. At once the flood pours in, The level of the water rises, the stream runs strong and carries forward those that float upon it, almost without effort of their own. The grace of God, that is, the power of the Holy Spirit, is always pressing against our will, always in contact with our heart, moving us onward towards God, impelling us to good. And this pressure of the Holy Ghost against our will waits only for our will to open. Behold, I stand at the gate and knock. If any man shall hear my voice and open the door, I will go in to him and sup with him, and he with me. The Holy Spirit of God is waiting at the door all the day long. In every action we do, he is pressing upon our will to make us do good, and when we are doing good, to make us do better. But he waits for our will to correspond. He never forces it. The will must be willing. If we only open the gate, the full tide of his grace will flow in, and uniting itself with all our powers, will elevate our personal will above itself, strengthen it with supernatural force, and carry it onward with facility and speed. Perseverance is a gift of God. It comes from his sovereign grace, and he gives it to those who cooperate with him. And on them he bestows it as a free grace of his love. You know that if we were to shoot 1,000 arrows at a mark, every arrow might hit that mark. It is physically possible. There is nothing to hinder such a feat. But we know with a perfect certainty that out of 1,000 arrows, many will never strike the mark. They will fall short, or go beyond, or swerve on either side. And why? Because that which is physically possible is defeated by some infirmity, either of the eye, or of the hand, or of our posture, or of our poise and balance, or something in the bow or in the string, or it is a current in the wind, or some undetected flaw in the circumstances of the action. Any one of these will divert the arrow's flight. So it is in all our moral life. That which we may do is often not done. It fails through our own defects. God indeed gives us sufficient grace to fulfill what is necessary for our salvation. And though it is possible for us never to fail, it is perfectly certain that in many things we shall fail. If, then, there were not a special grace of God watching over and taking up his work in us, it would fall from our hands. Through our weakness, it never would be made perfect. The act of belief contains in it a light of the Holy Spirit of God, illuminating the reason, moving the will, and kindling in the heart a love of the truth. This grace, which God gave in measure throughout the whole world before the Incarnation, he gives now in fullness to every regenerate child. It is given in baptism by the infusion of grace into the soul. Faith, hope, and charity are infused into the soul of every baptized infant. As by nature every human soul has reason and memory and will, which three faculties are implanted in the soul by its creation, so faith, hope, and charity are infused into the soul in regeneration by supernatural grace. They thenceforward reside in the soul, and as we call an infant a rational being because by nature it possesses reason, so we count a baptized infant one of the faithful because it possesses the infused virtue of faith. And this grace of faith, which is in us from our regeneration, is developed by exercise, just as the reason, which we have from our birth, is developed by culture. And as the whole power of numbers lies potentially in the reason of a child as fire lies in a flint, needing only to be elicited, so in the soul of a regenerate child there is the power of faith, which needs only instruction and exercise to unfold it. Essays on Various Subjects by His Eminence Cardinal Wiseman, in 6 volumes. New York, P. O. Shea, 37 Barclay Street. Though these essays of Cardinal Wiseman are, as their title states, on various subjects, still they are not without a certain general bond of unity. Thus, the first portion, volumes 1 and 2, is devoted exclusively to the Bible and to the Church in her doctrines or liturgy. In it, amongst other things, the important text of the 3 heavenly witnesses is discussed, in order to show that the rejection of the passage is not called for by sufficient reasons of biblical criticism. Another essay which calls attention to the defects of our present English Catholic version, which needs to be revised once more, so as to rid it of some of Bishop Challoner's corrections and improvements, which are such only in name, not in reality, and the principles are laid down which should guide whoever undertakes such revision. In 3 other copious essays, the author, with the magical key of genius and erudition, unlocks the hidden meaning of the parables, miracles, and actions of the New Testament, and proves that the attempts of heretical or merely critical interpreters may avail to illustrate the dead letter, but are powerless to search out the spirit of the gospel history. How could it be otherwise? If the Catholic Church be, as we know she is, the Church of the Gospel and of the Apostles, it is little short of madness to investigate their writings without bearing in mind and holding in due reverence her dogmas and traditions. Then follow the celebrated letters to Mr. Poinder on his Alliance between Paganism and Popery, a fine specimen of the Cardinal's pleasant, caustic style, and other papers, among which those on the fate of sacrilege, national holidays, and the minor rites and offices of the Church deserve special attention. The next portion, volumes 3 and 4, may lay special claim to unity and continuity of thought, for it is taken up with one main subject, treated under a variety of forms, namely the movement against the state religion of the English Church, which originated in Oxford some 50 years ago. One of the motives which induced Cardinal, then Dr. Wiseman, to connect himself with the Dublin Review and to undertake the control of its theological department was his desire to influence, as far as a Catholic could, the movement for the benefit of religion in England. It was his aim to watch the progress of the rising stream, to encourage or check by timely words of approval or warning its onward course, and finally, if possible, to guide its waters into the channel of Catholic truth. He may not have accomplished all that his enthusiasm led him to expect, but he was eminently successful. And his example teaches us how far more efficacious are peaceful, earnest words than the angry wielding of the controversial sword. All that could be reasonably expected came to happen in due time. Those who were quite willing to discern and approve the best, but would go no farther, when the decisive moment came, refused to look upon the grace that beckoned them onward, preferred the honor and friendship of this world to the profession of truth and the welfare of their souls, and sank at last, some into the mire of that narrow, vulgar, everyday Protestantism they had once talked of so scornfully, others into the abyss of skepticism. Our own country has furnished the like experience. Their leader, Pusey, from whom the school takes its name, is one of those who has most misused the light given him, and without a miracle of grace, his final persistence in error seems a foregone conclusion. Instead of drawing nearer to the Catholic Church, as some had hoped, he has steadily grown to hate her more and more, and, whenever it is expedient to blacken her character, he can stoop to falsehood and calumny as readily as the lowest disciples of John Knox or Calvin, on whom he affects to look down with such lofty disdain. He exercises a mean, petty tyranny, this we know for certain, over his followers, lay and clerical, such as no English Catholic would endure at the hands of the true pontiff, were he per impossibile to attempt its exercise. He reminds us, si parva licet componere magnis, of Melanchthon, who attempted to step into the shoes of the defunct Pope of Wittenberg, and thereby incurred the hatred and scorn of Flacius, Osiander, and other Protestants. History affords no example, we believe, to show that the founder and head of any school of heresy, and the Oxford school was such, in spite of its many sound principles and praiseworthy aspirations, who ever had the happiness to be reconciled to the Catholic Church. And John Henry Newman, a name honored and revered throughout all Christendom, may thank God from the bottom of his heart that though he was once the life and soul and brightest ornament of that new school, happily it never acknowledged him as its leader, nor inherited his name. Otherwise, it is very possible, to say the least, that he would never have had the good fortune to subdue the natural pride of intellect, and humble it with childlike obedience, as he has done, at the feet of Christ and his Church. But though the coryphus of the sect and many of his disciples have sunk to lower depths, yet many, very many of them were true to themselves and obedient to the call of grace. They abandoned kindred, friends, lifelong associations, worldly position, and everything else to hear and obey him who is the way, the truth, and the life. and incalculable good has come of these conversions to the Catholic Church in England. They have furnished scores of priests for the destitute missions, and their conversion has led to that of many others among their kinsmen, their friends, their former parishioners. And all this, thank God, has produced an influence that permeates and silently works upon the middle, the lower, and the highest classes of English society, especially upon the last two mentioned. The third part, volumes 5 and 6, are simply miscellaneous in their character, and amply show the varied range of the cardinal's knowledge. He seems to be perfect master of every subject, from the sewers of London and the science of drainage, to the mysteries of painting, ancient art, and the most recondite points of archaeology. Mr. O'Shea, the publisher, has done his part well in getting up these handsome volumes, which form only a portion of the entire works of the illustrious cardinal, which he intends to give to the public. Life of the Apostle St. John, by M. L. Bernard, translated from the first French edition. New York, The Catholic Publication Society, No. 9 Warren Street, 1875, 8 volumes, pages 417. The appearance of this book may excite a feeling of surprise that someone has not given us long ago a life of the beloved apostle, for whose personal history there existed such good material in the pages of Scripture and of early church history. Perhaps this attempt, and its success, may prompt some of our Catholic scholars, we think no Protestant would or should attempt it, to give us a life of St. Peter, written in the same spirit and somewhat after the same pattern. And there is no reason why the same might not be attempted in the case of St. James, the third who enjoyed our Saviour's closer intimacy, the apostle of hope, as the other two were of faith and charity, the apostle and patron of a land that is great and lordly, even in the present abasement and misery, even though critical sources may not prove as abundant as in the case of St. Peter and of St. John. Of the author of the book before us, beyond his name we know nothing, except that he is a French priest of the Diocese of Orléans, and that the first edition was published by Popeligre in Paris, in the latter half of 1869, under the title of L'Apôtre Saint Jean. And it would have been no harm to advise the general reader of this much in a few words prefixed to the volume. The translator does not disclose his name, but he has done his part well and faithfully, rendering the text of his author into good idiomatic English. A few peculiarities make us suspect he was born south of Mason and Dixon's line, which is no fault. And it is seldom indeed we are reminded of the fact that the original is so thoroughly French as to color even the translation. The author, Monsieur l'Abbé Bernard, as he tells us in his preface, conceived the idea of writing the book while he was quietly meditating and praying in the magnificent Cathedral of Rome, the Church of St. John of Lateran. The reflection that, while the cathedral, so to call it, of the Universal Pontiff derived its name from St. Peter, the true cathedral of the Bishop of Rome, from which title flows all his power as Bishop of Bishops, was dedicated to St. John, struck him as something wonderful and charming in Roman symbolism. The voice, so we interpret the author's meaning, with which Rome enchains the obedience of the world, is the voice of Peter, the apostle of faith. But the heart, which prompts these utterances, is the heart of John, the apostle of love. Within immediate sight of him who looks forth from the Lateran portico, distant not more than a stone's throw, stands the Scala Santa, up the steps of which John had watched the toilsome ascent of his beloved master. A little farther off rise the fair proportions of the Santa Croce, the noble Caesarian basilica, which recalls all the memories of the Passion and Crucifixion, at which John assisted. And between the city gate, which bears his name, in front of the Lateran, and the Porta Capena, a little to the east of the latter, one may descry the Latin gate, near which John lovingly, but in vain, strove to win the martyr's purple crown. No wonder that this scene inspired the good priest, and that these hallowed memories, rushing upon his soul, impelled him to consecrate his pen to the praises of the glorious apostle. And he has written of him with love and enthusiasm. He follows the saint from his birth, through his apostolic career, up to the day of his death in Ephesus. He indulges, it must be said to his credit, in precisely the amount of auxiliary erudition that will entertain and gratify the reader, enough to illustrate without overwhelming his subject. The character he seeks to give of the saintly apostle is real and historical, not that which is too often presented to the fancy by painting and legend. He does not place him before us, as these generally represent him, as the mere type of inert and languid tenderness. Against this error he protests from the very beginning of his work. We remember that John styles himself the beloved disciple. We too readily forget that Jesus named him the Son of Thunder. We willingly recognize him the evangelist of the Lamb. We forget that the Lamb was the heroic victim, and that to love him is to follow him even to immolation. We remember that John demanded a place of honor at the right hand of his king. We forget that even then he engaged to drink of his chalice of bitterness, and that he kept his word. We see him at the Last Supper leaning on the bosom of Christ. We do not sufficiently contemplate him standing upright upon Calvary and at the foot of the cross. Let us not misunderstand it. The love which John represents are the supernatural energies of the passion, of which he himself says, "Fear is not in charity, but perfect charity casteth out fear." Preface, pages 13 through 14. Here is another passage which will give our readers some further idea of the author's style. The spiritual gospel, in order to be understood, demanded elevated souls, and therefore he addresses it to Christian souls. It requires to be born of God, as he himself explains it, to enter into the divine mystery of the gospel. The expression which St. John employed to signify that initiation, that divine regeneration, was unction, chrisma. As for you, let the unction which you have received from him abide in you. You have received the unction from the Holy One and know all things. 1 John chapter 2, verses 20 through 27. An exterior unction, in fact, consecrated the Christian in baptism. But that was but the emblem of a spiritual unction far otherwise profound, which was to become the sign of the new nation. The fragrant perfumes which the Asiatics showered upon themselves, the oil which athletes rubbed upon their limbs, that which lent men its brightness during the night, the anointing of prophets, of priests, and of kings, beauty, strength, consecration, and light were all contained in that rich image. But especially, it recalled in its very root the sacred name of Christ. It was Christianity itself, in the historic and etymologic sense, which received that deposit of the Gospel of St. John, with the double precept of keeping it in her heart and of disseminating it throughout the world. Pages 331 to 332. We might perhaps object to a word which occurs in a note on page 36, where St. John Chrysostom is alleged as calling the apostle an utter ignoramus. The translator's expression does not seem happily chosen, and we think that the author too has misconceived or exaggerated at least St. Chrysostom's meaning. Whatever the saint has said is based upon the passage of St. Luke, Acts chapter 4, verse 13, and he must not be supposed to go beyond his authority. Moreover, he was well acquainted with the meaning of the two Greek words agrimati and oete used by St. Luke, and would not push them beyond their legitimate sense in the inspired writing. Now, these words do not mean unlettered and ignorant, as they appear in Challoner's modern recension of the Douay and in King James Bible, but unlettered men and of the vulgar sort, as the old Douay and Bishop Kendrick translate. Even the two French versions most in use, the Catholic, we may call it so for the present, of Le Maistre de Sacy and the Calvinistic of Oosterwald, render the passage correctly. Des hommes sans lettres et du commun du peuple. And we are astonished that Father Amelot and the paraphrasatic version of F. Carrier have ventured to render it otherwise. Again, on page 41, Venerable Bede is introduced as constructing a fable out of some words of St. Augustine. Jonamen Dominus de fluctivaga nuptiarum tempestaste vocavi, when he failed to understand. Now, passing over the fact that these words are not St. Augustine's, the censure of the great English saint and doctor, we think, ought to have been more mildly expressed, for more reasons than one. In the first place, there is nothing in Venerable Bede's words that really detracts from the glory of St. John, nor does his phrase given by our author, Ibid, castus permansit, in any real sense contradict A. Lapide's gloss on the words of Pseudo-Augustine, whoever he may have been, or that beautiful passage of the liturgy, Virgo electus ab ipso, Virgo in avem permansit. We think not. Besides, the opinion of Bede was also held by the angel of the schools, St. Thomas of Aquin, and by others. Vi Sandini hist familiae sacrae, cap X 65, and his Historia Apostol de Saint Joan 2:3. See also Benedict XIV, De Beatif et Canonicit Sanctorum, lib 3, cap 37. But nothing could be farther from our intention in making these passing remarks than to detract in the least from this admirable book, so full of instruction and edification. Confession by Monsieur de Ségur, translated from the French by the Sisters of Charity, New Haven, Connecticut. New York, P. O'Shea, 37 Barclay Street, and 42 Park Place, 1875. This is a charming, popular tract on auricular confession. At the outset, the Monseigneur buttonholes his reader and talks to him, all through it, with the easy grace of a witty but a wise Frenchman. It is addressed to the average free-thinking Catholic among his countrymen, whose head is wrong because his heart is more or less corrupt. It is clear yet profound, and though necessarily short, it leaves very little to be said on the subject of which it treats. It is about the very best answer we have seen to popular objections against confession, and it will be found most useful in preparing the young to meet those objections, and in enlightening non-Catholic acquaintance in regard to the origin and the effects of the sacrament of penance. As a specimen of the author's style, we give the following answer to the objection, "I don't want the priest to interfere with my affairs." Unfortunately, God wills such interference, and we must submit to it. Your affairs, my friend, are the priest's affairs, inasmuch as they concern the service of God and the affairs of your conscience. Our Lord Jesus Christ expressly charged his priests to concern themselves in such affairs. And therefore, does not the priest interfere only with your affairs of conscience, leaving you to yourself in all things not pertaining to religion? The priest has not only a right, but a duty, a rigorous duty. First, to teach you in general and in particular what you ought to do, and what to avoid, what is good and what evil, what is permitted and what forbidden. And after having taught you, he must, secondly, by every means, even at the risk of tiring and annoying you, excite you to serve God faithfully, and avoid, in your household affairs, in your business transactions, etc., all that is forbidden by the sovereign master, who alone is God. I can conceive that it would be often more agreeable not to have the eye and the voice of the priest to fear, and sometimes we would willingly dispense with this interference. But it is just at such time precisely we most need him. Thus the young scamp who runs the street or the field, steals fruit, and plays all sorts of tricks when he ought to be in school, the collegian who reads bad books, who stirs up cabals, who does all he ought not to do, and nothing of what he ought to accomplish, the honest grocer who purloins from all he sells and practices sleight of hand on his scales, the amiable young man seeking to seduce the poor working girl, the servant man or woman who makes profit on his or her master's marketing, the sturdy wine merchant, friend of logwood, who carries his devotion so far as to baptize and rebaptize the contents of his barrels, the great lawyer who cheats half his clients, and the small one who cheats them all, the stout solicitor, father of quibbles and inventor of cases, the selfish housekeeper who forgets the poor and her duty of almsgiving, the woman of the world who permits unlawful admiration and reconciles such conduct with her conscience, etc., etc. All these, you may be sure, repeat in concert, "I do not want the priest to interfere in my affairs." The upright, on the contrary, and good Christians find only their advantage in confession. They are happy to have in the priest a firm support, a faithful counselor, a disinterested friend who guides them into the good path and enables them to penetrate the folds of their conscience. When a son says to his father, "I do not want people to meddle with my affairs," it is a bad sign, not for the father, but for the son. And experience shows that in such cases there is always a snake in the grass. Officium parvum beatae Mariae Virginis. Little Office of the Blessed Virgin Mary, according to the Roman Ritual, Latin and English. Baltimore, Kelly, Piatt & Co., 1875. The Little Office of Our Lady has ever been a favorite devotion in the Catholic Church. It was the comfort of our fathers in the days of persecution, and relieved the horrors of many a gloomy cell when allegiance to the Catholic Church was punished as a crime against the state. It is yet, in most Catholic countries, in constant use with the devout laity and those clerics who are not yet bound to recite the divine office. It is well to propagate such devotion amongst our own laity, that they may not forget God and their souls in this worldly, money-making generation. St. Paul, Ephesians chapter 5, verse 19, and St. James chapter 5, verse 13, recommend psalmody to laymen no less than to priests. The Latin text in the book before us is taken, as it should be, from the Vulgate, but the English translation of the Psalms and Canticles, where did it come from? Not from the Douay, nor from King James Bible. The translator seems to be one of the eclectic school, and have made use of one or the other just as it suited him, though giving the preference rather to the Anglican version. We might object to this on purely critical grounds, and ask the translator, for example, why he has preferred brook to torrent in the last verse of Psalm 109. No one who has any knowledge of the physical geography of the Holy Land can be ignorant that the Hebrew Nahal is not a brook, as King James translators improperly call it, but a torrent, as the Vulgate and our old Douay render it. But now and again our interpreter rejects both the Catholic and Protestant rendering of certain passages and gives an interpretation of his own. From this it might probably be conjectured that this translation was prepared for some edition of the office printed for the use of Catholics in England or Ireland over 100 years ago, at a time when the old Douay was going out of date, and Bishop Challoner's revised edition, 1750, had not yet made its way into public favor and general use. Hence the translator conceived himself at liberty to use any of the existing versions, or to make one of his own. Whenever he has taken the latter course, we do not think that he has always improved upon his predecessors, nor is he to be blamed for it. For the task of a translator of Scripture, and especially of the Psalms, is no easy one. But it is not to the fidelity or merits of the translation that we are now objecting. We look to higher considerations. No one doubts that it is lawful, servatis servandis, for any Catholic theologian or scholar, lay or cleric, to write a book on this subject, to examine the existing English versions, Catholic and Protestant, to weigh them in the critical balance, and whenever he finds them wanting, to propose what he thinks a better, more accurate rendering, whether it be for a verse or a chapter, or even whole books of the sacred volume. And when this is done in a proper spirit, with due reverence to church authority, and not overstepping the bounds of honest criticism, the Church, far from being displeased, will lend her encouragement, as she does with all reasonable endeavors to illustrate the meaning of God's Word. But this is within the domain of science. The book is intended for scholars and men of learning. The Church does not wish such investigation pushed out of its legitimate sphere. She does not wish these changes circulated among the ignorant and unstable crowd, lest it should have the effect of unsettling their minds and diminishing in them the reverence they have hitherto cherished for God's holy word. Hence, she will never allow that by the side of her authorized version, these changes and improvements, real or imaginary, should be introduced into the liturgy or into the prayer books or manuals of devotion. For all these, the Church has always insisted on one uniform text, stamped with the seal of ecclesiastical authority. And this is precisely what we object to in the little volume before us. Changes that may be innocent or praiseworthy in a book of science are wholly out of place in books intended for private, or still worse, for public devotion. and this little office, we know, is recited not only in the closet by individuals, but publicly in churches and oratories by sodalities and confraternities. The American Church has spoken her mind plainly enough by declaring that the due must absolutely be adhered to. Omnino retenetur. Conc. Balt. Plen. Tit. 1. Cap. 3. Section 16. It is therefore against the spirit of our church law, to say the least, to use in books for private or public prayer any other English version than the Douay. End of section 21. Section 22 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Book Notices 6 to 20. Lives of the Saints compiled from authentic sources with a practical instruction on the life of each saint for every day in the year. By Reverend F. X. Weniger, D.D., S.J. Permissio Superiorum. New York, P. O. Shea, Publisher. 1875, Parts 1 through 4. There is no better exponent of the doctrine of the Catholic Church than the lives of her saints. Here is seen how she acts out in practice whatever she believes and teaches. Many a pagan sage delivered wholesome moral precepts to his disciples, but they were only pompous words, never reduced to practice by master or scholar. But with the Church of God it is otherwise. The Holy Spirit, whose perpetual presence was promised her, not only puts words of truth upon her lips, but maintains ever burning in her heart the flame of divine charity. Hence, as she teaches, so she lives. If we would convert those who are outside of her communion, it is more necessary, and far more difficult, to bend their will than to convince their understanding. Many a one who will readily yield to the reasonings of a Bellarmine, a Milner, a Wiseman, or an England, confesses himself unable to answer their arguments, is not thereby always conquered, but will remain, tormented by remorse, in the false communion to which he belongs, until at last, perhaps, the daily life and actions of some Catholic, of which he happens to be witness, appeal silently but irresistibly to his heart, and bring about the happy result which controversy never could accomplish. Many a proud patrician of pagan Rome, as we are told by St. Chrysostom, owed his conversion to the holy life. He was forced to admire and venerate in the slaves of his household. And that which is effected by the force of single examples gathered from the experience of daily life must also be the natural consequence of holiness attested by history, not the holy life of one individual, but the collected biographies of all those great saints who in every age have filled the Church with the sweet perfume of their holiness. These are the books that Catholics should prefer to put into the hands of well-disposed or inquiring friends. But it is not only, nor principally, for the benefit of those outside the fold that such books are written and published. They are meant not only to glorify God, who is wonderful in his saints, but also to furnish us Catholics with examples of virtue, borrowed from those who are of the same earthly mold, that will encourage us, and if need be, shame us into serving God and saving our souls. The very saints themselves were often led to renounce the world and begin their sanctity by reading and reflecting on the holy deeds of the saints who went before them. This was the beginning of conversion and perfect life for an Ignatius, a John Colombini, and others. Even the great St. Augustine was released from his inward struggles and spiritual bondage and called to walk in newness of life by the short, pithy argument which he puts into the mouth of that venerable matron, Chastity, in whose train walked countless hosts of young men and maidens. Tu non poteris, quod isti quod iste. Father Weniger has done the Catholic public a real service by the compilation of these lives, which he had, as we learn from the preface, previously published in German. The reflections appended to each day are highly appropriate. They draw out for practical use whatever is most striking in the virtues of the saint or the incidents of his life. Their moderate length, besides, is such as to make each life just matter enough for one day's private or family reading. The lives are well printed and handsomely illustrated, and we sincerely hope they may obtain the circulation that they deserve. Ceremonial for the Use of the Catholic Churches in the United States of America. Originally published by order of the First Council of Baltimore, 4th edition. Baltimore, Kelly, Piatt & Co., 1875. The ceremonies of the Church are not mere forms. They are forms, but forms full of real significance. In other words, they are the expression and external representation of spiritual realities. This is true even of their minutest details. Each act and movement and posture, however unimportant in itself it may seem to be, expresses or symbolizes some spiritual truth. Apart, too, from the special meaning of each detail of the ceremonies, they are, all of them, important, as fulfilling the injunctions of sacred Scripture. Adore the Lord in holy becomingness. Let all things be done decently and according to order. On these accounts, it is necessary that priests especially, and those who assist them in the services of the Church, should be perfectly familiar with the ceremonies, so as to perform them with the exactness with which they ought to be performed, both as reverential acts to God, and for the sake of inspiring respect and devotion in the faithful. For, as is well remarked in the preface to the work we are noticing, if ecclesiastics are not well versed in the ceremonies of any sacred rite, the impression produced is far from being religious or edifying, and the intention of the Church is, in this respect, frustrated. As a rule, too little attention is paid to certain ceremonies which are esteemed by some as of such slight importance as not to merit care in their preparation. Let the young Levites, then, be well grounded in ceremonies during their seminary career. Let them convince themselves that by zeal and fidelity to the prescriptions of the rubrics they are contributing to the decency and order of divine service, and let them remember that a trifling carelessness in trifling matters, once acquired, easily and surely leads to a disregard of important rubrics. In the present edition of the ceremonial, the arrangement of subjects is the same as in former editions. Some corrections of the former editions have been made, mainly referring to the ceremonies connected with benediction of the Blessed Sacrament, the 40 hours devotion, and some few regarding High Mass. An appendix has been added on the defects which occur in the celebration of Mass. The revision and correction of this edition has been carefully performed by the Right Reverend Dr. Becker, Bishop of Wilmington, and it is published with the approval of the Most Reverend J. Roosevelt Bailey, Archbishop of Baltimore. The Life and Letters of Paul Seneret, Seminarist of St. Sulpice, shot at Belleville, Paris, May 26, 1871. Translated from the French of the second edition by N.R., New York, P. O. Shea, 37 Barclay Street, 1875. Nothing better exemplifies the strides which Catholic literature is making than the number of books which any one topic now elicits from the press. Here we have an additional work, in part suggested by the sad days of the Commune. This book, one of Mr. O'Shea's latest, is, as the preface partially hints, a heart study. As such, it admirably suits our day and its wants, where sentiment is dying out, and mere availability made the test of worth. The author of this book is correct in saying that Senneret's Life and Letters will prove of great service to young men preparing themselves for the sacred ministry. Here they will learn what was so admirably taught by the recluse of Sorez, that the priesthood is a state where men will do good and be appreciated in proportion to the spirit of sacrifice they manifest. This is also a work well suited to the wants of young people, who have not yet learned that the Church in 1875 produces as rare fruit as in the earliest ages of her existence. In it will also be found another very important lesson, that parents have in their own hands, to a great extent, the future of their children. We cannot enter into the details which this book calls for. It would be unjust to attempt even an analysis of its minor parts. Throughout, it is so full of deep thought and heartfelt convictions that we must ask every one of our readers to enjoy the satisfaction and to feel the edification we have experienced by procuring this book. Herein they will learn of the heart and the soul of that noble youth who stepped forward and modestly took his place in the ranks of the doomed, when called by the Brigadier Roman. It is said to think how men, frenzied with hatred of the God who made them, could thus torture his servants. But let us console ourselves with the thought that the ball which pierced his heart and gave him his death blow was the means chosen by an all-wise providence to add another to the noble band in heaven who are allowed to bear the palm in their hands. Before concluding, we cannot help remarking that the Reverend Fathers of St. Sulpice in America and Europe could do no better work than to put in volumes, such as that we are reviewing, edifying accounts of their most noted seminarians. Such works would be a blessing and might be appropriately called Gems of St. Sulpice. Ritual Romanum Pauli V, Pontificis Jusu Editum et a Benedictu XIV, Actum et Castigatum, qui novissima accedit benedictionum et instructionum appendix, Baltimore, excudabat Johannes Murphy, summi pontificis, atqui archiepiscopi Baltimorensis typographus, 1874, 8 vo, pp. 56, red and black. This is a handsomely printed edition of the Roman Ritual, issued with the imprimatur of Archbishop Bailey, which should be of itself sufficient recommendation. It is indeed a treasure house for the clergy, containing as it does not only all that a priest needs for the solemn administration of the sacraments, for funerals, etc., but also an immense number of formulas of blessings for every occasion, all approved by authority. To mention only one point out of many, it amply supplies a want which was often seriously felt in using the ritual hitherto current among us. We allude to many prayers, versicles, psalms, and gospels that have been restored to their proper place in the chapter De Visitatione et Cura Infirmorum. How often had a priest to regret their absence in former rituals, especially when having to pay frequent visits to the same sick person. The print and execution of the book are beautiful, and every way worthy of the honored veteran amongst our Catholic publishers, who has done so much to promote the cause of Catholic literature in this country. A good deal of fault has been found, we are told, with a typographical error of omission in the first impressions. This was as unreasonable as it was unnecessary. Mr. Murphy was no more to blame in the matter than this review, which was not then in existence. He modeled his edition after a copy, which it would have been presumption in him or anyone else to suppose incorrect. But whatever may have been the extent of the error, it was instantly remedied, and the edition as it now stands need fear no criticism. Others have objected to the bulk of the book. But if it were to hold its contents, so rich and varied, so desirable for the clergy, we do not well see how this could have been avoided. Perhaps a remedy may be found in an abridged edition. The present magnificent volume may be used for the vestry room and for solemn occasions, while the abridged copy, omitting whatever concerns processions, blessings that are a rare occurrence or require special faculties, but retaining, we would add, the many beautiful prayers for the sick, would be a lighter burden for the priest who has to trudge miles perhaps on foot, day and night, in fair and foul weather, to assist in life and death the scattered members of his flock. Miscellanea, comprising reviews, lectures, and essays on historical, theological, and miscellaneous subjects, by M. J. Spalding, D.D., Archbishop of Baltimore. 6th edition, revised and greatly enlarged. Baltimore, published by John Murphy and Co. 1875, 2 volumes in 1. 8 vo, pp. 865. The History of the Protestant Reformation in Germany and Switzerland, and in England, Ireland, Scotland, the Netherlands, France, and Northern Europe. In a series of essays reviewing Doppke, Menzel, Hallam, etc., by M. J. Spalding, D.D., Archbishop of Baltimore. 7th edition, revised and enlarged. Baltimore, John Murphy and Co., 1876, 8 vo, 2 volumes in 1. The Evidences of Catholicity, a series of lectures delivered in the Cathedral of Louisville, Kentucky, by M. J. Spalding, Archbishop of Baltimore. 6th edition, revised and enlarged, with an appendix. Baltimore, John Murphy and Co., 1876. These are 3 well-known books from the indefatigable pen of the late Archbishop Spalding. What gives the new editions a special value is that they have received their last touch from his own hand. He was about to prepare an edition of his collected works when surprised by his fatal illness. But the corrections and additions from his pen are given in these volumes. The Evidences of Catholicity treats of a theme ever ancient and ever new, and the Archbishop handles it in his own sturdy, vigorous style. The History of the Protestant Reformation brings to light, with unsparing hand, those disgraceful outbreaks of human passion and wickedness in which the Reformation had its beginning, found its development, and without which, as candid Protestants like Hallam are not ashamed to acknowledge, it never could have obtained its success. The witnesses alleged by the Archbishop are generally, nay, almost exclusively, the Reformers themselves, and their disciples and adherents. Yet there are men who laugh to scorn the miracles of the Church in ancient or modern ages, and can swallow without a murmur the prodigious notion that this subversion of the old religion, this revolution, engendered in sin and propagated through blood and crime, was the work of Him whose special attribute of holiness is day and night, the unceasing song of the angelic host in heaven. The Miscellany is mainly composed of essays, which owed their origin to the anti-Catholic movement of 20 years ago. Their republication at this time cannot be considered inopportune, since fanatics and knaves of high and low degree are seeking once more to enkindle the fires of civil discord, and to make of sectarian prejudice a stepping stone to place and political power. The Adventures of a Protestant in Search of a Religion, by Iota, New York, D. and J. Sadlier & Co., 31 Barclay Street, Montreal, number 275 Notre Dame Street, 1874. Iota, in common with many converts, feels it a duty not only to rejoice in the gift of faith which he has received, but likewise to publish a work in which the strength of argument and attractiveness of style will induce other wanderers to enter that one fold. That Iota has talent, none can deny who will, as we have done, patiently read his book from cover to cover. Yet we feel constrained to say that our author's chief strength would be better shown in short, sketchy articles published in magazine form than in a book of several hundred pages such as he has written. Footnote. As proof of what we assert, we wish space permitted us to republish here Iota's description of the dapper little budding pastor in a neat white tie, spruce cassock waistcoat, and a solemn and decidedly professional black bag, and his experience when he had the misfortune to select his text from one of the Gospels instead of from one of the more Deuteronomian parts of the Holy Scriptures. This would indeed afford amusement to our readers. A critic, however, must forego these pleasures. Readers who desire the amusement we have enjoyed must get Iota's adventures. End of footnote. Iota's attempts at analysis of character generally fail. When he limits himself to the mere sketch of what he has seen various ministers doing in the way of pastoral work, his success is complete. The title, Adventures in Search of a Religion, is open to serious criticism. His dedication is likewise broken in its idea, yet those who will read the first chapter and the second will agree with us that Iota need but submit his future efforts to some impartial critic before publication, and they will prove even more attractive than the adventures. In a future edition, the curtailing of the diary of Master Blank would be an improvement. The sentiments attributed to the youth are forced and exaggerated. With the exceptions above taken, we can cheerfully recommend Iota's Adventures as a valuable addition to the Catholic literature of this class. Graduale de tempore et de sanctis, juxta ritum sacrosancta, Romane ecclesiae cum cantu, Pauli V, Pont Max, Jesu reformato, cui addita sunt officia postea approbata, sub auspicis santissimi Domini nostri, P. 9. Curanti sacro rituum congregation cum privilegio, ratispone neo eboraci e Cincinnati, sumptibus chartis et typis Friederici Putstet, es sedis apast et sacra rituum congregationis Typography, 1871. Vesperale Romanum juxta ordinem breviari Romani cum cantu emendato editum sub auspicis Sanctissimi Domini Nostri pp. 9. Curante Sacra Retuum Congregatione cum privilegio, 1875. Radis bone neo eborace et Cincinnati sumptibus, etc. Frederici pustet, etc. These volumes were prepared under the supervision of a committee appointed by the Sacred Congregation of Rites. They are published with the approbation of the same congregation and are strongly recommended to all ordinaries by our Holy Father Pius IX. These are the highest recommendations that can be given works of the kind. The notation in these volumes has been arranged in strict accordance with the Roman system. At this, the Holy Father expresses great gratification, as he is most anxious to see the liturgy everywhere in this, as in all other respects, conform to Roman usage. Great efforts are now being made in Europe to revive genuine Gregorian music in the churches, and, if we are to believe the newspapers, these efforts have already been attended with signal success. As to what has been done in this direction in the United States, we can speak only for our own diocese. We don't think there is even in Rome a choir where the Gregorian chant is rendered with more precision and effect than in that of our diocesan seminary. For this we are indebted to the present accomplished professor of music in that institution, whose careful learning and long residence in the Eternal City enabled him to introduce here not only the correct Roman chant, but the Roman style of execution also, which is and can be only traditional. Madame de Lavelle's Bequest, Counsels to Young Ladies Who Have Completed Their Education. Translated from the 4th French edition by a sister of St. Joseph. Philadelphia, Peter F. Cunningham and Son, 29 South 10th Street, 1875. She who translated from the French these admirable counsels, Mother St. John, late superior of the Sisters of St. Joseph, in life most highly esteemed and in death deeply lamented, is now, we trust, receiving in heaven a rich reward for her many arduous labors of charity, done in despite of great and long-continued bodily weakness and pain, accepted with cheerfulness and endured with exemplary patience. Notwithstanding her sufferings, often amounting to agony, she discharged efficiently and faithfully the duties of her office as superior, and also found time to translate from the French into English many excellent religious books. Of these, Madame de Lavelle's Bequest is one. The Right Reverend Bishop of Valence, in his approval of the 2nd French edition, says, "We rejoice at the success obtained by this book, inspired by true piety and tender affection for youth, in which the lessons of experience are exposed with talent, and in a simple and attractive style. We again recommend it as a book most interesting and well calculated to form young ladies to virtue." The work is divided into 4 parts, viz. 1. Duties to God, 2. Duties of young ladies to their families, 3. Duties of young ladies outside of their families, 4. Counsels on different subjects. Under these general heads, a multitude of topics are discussed in a practical way, and young ladies are shown how to conduct themselves so as to guard against mistakes and temptations, and to discharge their duties. Almost every relation and circumstance in which young ladies can be placed is touched upon, and the counsels given in regard to them are sound and judicious. Gentilism, Religion Previous to Christianity, by Reverend August J. Thebaud, S.J., New York, D. and J. Sadlier and Co., 1876, 8 vo, pp. 525. As this volume has been made the subject of an article in the present number, nothing more need be said of it here. We will only venture to make one assertion, of the truth of which we feel quite sure. Had a book on this same subject, though with a contrary purpose, been written by any of the worshippers of modern science, falsely so called, and had it been written with 1/2, 1/10 of the logic and learning that pervade Father Thebaud's volume, their partisan press would everywhere be filled with enthusiastic, even extravagant praise of its contents. Father Thebaud will have to content himself with the applause of only a few, perhaps, but they are impartial men, lovers of truth as well as of science, and their judgments far outweigh the plaudits of men who, like the encyclopedists of their crew of infidel adherents, have conspired to puff any and everything, provided it be irreligious. They will see and admire how completely the distinguished author has proved his point against the evolutionists, viz., that man, historically considered, since his appearance on earth, has not been progressing, but going backward, falling off gradually from what he was in the glory of his beginning, and that this process of deterioration went on steadily until 4,000 years ago, and was only arrested by the coming into the world of Christ our Lord and the regenerating spirit of his religion. New practical meditations for every day in the year on the life of our Lord Jesus Christ, chiefly intended for the use of religious communities, by the Reverend Father Bruno Veracruz, S.J., enriched by several novenas and octaves. Exercises preparatory to the renewal of vows and for a retreat of 8 days, etc. New York and Cincinnati, Benzinger Brothers. We don't profess to have a very extended knowledge of meditation books, but this we consider one of the best we have seen. The great objection to books of this kind is that meditations are too long. They are meditations made, not to be made. They either contain too much matter to be digested in half an hour, or even in an hour, or too little, diluted, however, in any amount of verbiage. They may do very well as spiritual reading, but they do not necessitate or invite the mental exercise involved in meditation, properly so called. Father Veracruz's meditations are short, pithy, and suggestive. His considerations are always interesting and instructive. His applications appropriate, and his affections spring naturally from the subject matter. To write a series of really good meditations, a man needs something more than a mere general knowledge of ascetic theology. He must be well posted in dogmatic theology also, and in biblical hermeneutics. The book before us gives undoubted evidence of such a training on the part of its author. The learning that underlies its simple style, the good sense and the good taste displayed on its every page, and the writer's intimate acquaintance with the duties and the wants of religious, will make it an invaluable acquisition to religious communities of men and of women, for whose use it was specially written. Sin and Its Consequences, by His Eminence Henry Edward Manning, Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster. 3rd edition. New York, D&J Sadlier and Company, 31 Barclay Street. Montreal, 275 Notre Dame Street. This volume contains 8 Lenten sermons by the Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster. When or where delivered, we have no means of knowing. The mere statement that they are his sermons is higher praise of them than any other words of ours could convey. They may be thought to be on a trite subject, but no subject can remain trite when his research and brilliant imagination and graceful pen are brought to its elucidation. In these sermons, or we should perhaps rather say lectures, what was old and familiar, and, as some might think, commonplace, becomes fresh and new and of absorbing interest. So much so that few, we think, who will take them up will be able to lay them down without finishing them, and returning again and again to dwell on some of the exquisite passages they contain. They are at once profound and brilliant, learned and popular. They carry with them the weight of theological lore and the charm of true oratory. They will be read with deep interest by persons of all classes, and they will serve as models of style to such of our young preachers as desire to rise, in their compositions, to the level of the most cultivated taste of the present day. Lingard's History of England Abridged, with a continuation from 1688 to 1854, by James Burke, Esquire, A.B., and an appendix to 1873 by the editor of the first-class book of history, the whole preceded by a memoir of Dr. Lingard and marginal notes by M. D. Kearney, A.M. 3rd Revised and Enlarged Edition, Baltimore, published by John Murphy & Co., 1875, 8 vo. pp. 688. Of Lingard it is unnecessary to say a word. His impartial history has stood the test of time and the most searching criticism. Mr. Burke's abridgment has met, and deservedly, with great favor, both in Great Britain and in this country. We owe our thanks to the writer of the appendix for his interesting summary of events between 1854 and 1873, and especially for the good taste and impartiality with which he narrates certain facts of domestic history, which so few seem able to handle without showing their partisan feelings. In his brief but solid pages, one finds none, we need not say, of the venomous rancor, and none even of the hollow, canting phrases with which it is displayed by some or disguised by other writers of textbooks that circulate over a great part of the country. New Manual of the Sacred Heart, compiled and translated from approved sources. Baltimore, Kelly, Piatt & Co., with the imprimatur of the Most Reverend Archbishop. The Little Companion of the Sisters of Mercy, Baltimore, Kelly, Piatt & Co., 1875. These are two handsome little books of devotion. They are prayer books, in fact, but in the former, devotion to the Sacred Heart colors all the pious exercises, ordinary or extraordinary, such as hearing Mass, morning and night prayers, approaching the sacraments of penance and the Eucharist, etc. The latter has special reference to the daily life of a Sister of Mercy. It contains many indulgenced prayers, some of which we see have been versified. This may not be always safe, though, as Father St. John remarks in the preface to his English Raccolta, Rome seems in these matters to tolerate a good deal of liberty on the part of translators. The Devotion to the Heart of Jesus, with an introduction on the history of Jansenism, by John Bernard Dalgairns, priest of the Oratory of St. Philip Neri. New Revised Edition, Baltimore, Kelly, Piatt & Co., 1875. The devotion to the Sacred Heart seems to be growing all over the world from day to day. This little treatise of Father Dalgairns is admirably adapted for its end. He wrote it principally for converts, but it will answer well, likewise, the needs of many born Catholics who do not understand the devotion and would be puzzled to explain or defend it, if questioned by their Protestant friends. It is written with eloquence, and at the same time is full of fervor and unction. The sketch of Jansenism at the beginning is graphic and most interesting, and would itself be worth twice the price of this beautiful little volume. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Actual Situation of the Church, Part 1, by Reverend Augustus J. Thebaud. Actual Situation of the Church. The Church and the Empires, by Henry William Wilberforce, London, Henry S. King and Company, 1874. Devotion to the Church, by Frederick William Faber, D.D., priest of the Oratory of St. Philip Neri, London, 1861. A very common German print, to be seen in many houses of Catholics in this country, symbolizes one of the most poetical ideas and brilliant thoughts that ever ennobled the human mind. The literal subject is the forcible entrance of the Roman army under Titus into Jerusalem, and the moment chosen by the artist is that in which the conquering troops charge on the last remnants of the defeated Hebrews in the precincts of the temple itself. The despair of the Jews dispersed in every part of the holy edifice, unable to stand against their foes, and choosing rather to perish by their own hands than to fall into those of the enemy, the rush of the invading legions, as fearful as the blast of the tempest, and yet as orderly as the majestic march of the stars in the heavens, fixed at once the attention of the beholder, and would alone render the subject one of the highest interest and most thrilling emotion. But in the right corner of the picture is just a little spot, a very small part of the interior of the huge building, where no scene of Jewish rage or of Roman imperious sternness can strike awe or fear and disturb the mind by the spectacle of any maddening passion. The atmosphere there is serene, and the new and never-before-seen personages who come softly to take part in the moving drama do not appear aware of the fury of the elements raging in their immediate neighborhood. They walk gently but majestically, dressed in long flowing robes, and wearing over them dalmatics and copes of the most simple but graceful fashion. Many sing from open books which they hold in their hands, and the harmony issuing from their lips, to judge of it by their benign countenances, evidently fills their hearts with love and hope. The great object for which they walk thus in solemn procession is an august matron whom they surround with a visible respect due only to a heavenly queen. She is seated on an humble animal like the one described in the Gospel when Christ entered Jerusalem in triumph. On her knee she embraces several newborn infants, eager to receive their nourishment from her breasts, and destined to people the earth after the despair of Jews and the harshness of Romans shall have devastated it. The reader has already pronounced the name of this daughter of the King. It is the Church of Christ who came to give birth to a new people after Judaism and Gentilism should have disappeared. In this noble production of a great unknown artist, the symbol is so lucid and transparent that no Christian can look at it without recognizing at once the sublime truths embodied in it. Yet it required genius to express it in so striking a manner, and few writers or painters, we believe, have given of the mission of the Church such a true, simple, and natural portraiture as this. It describes perfectly the way the kingdom of God on earth was first spread and established, and what the designer of this engraving has represented as taking place in Judea at the destruction of Jerusalem by the gentle and almost unperceived coming in of the bride of Christ. In the midst of the universal tumult happened likewise, it may be said, on the whole earth wherever the new religion penetrated. For it is a very false view of the early spread of Christianity which confines it almost to the provinces of the Roman Empire. In Africa it not only conquered Egypt, but it rapidly carried the cross to the southern limits of Nubia, where the Roman arms never penetrated. Christian inscriptions and pictures are yet preserved as far as modern Khartoum, that is at a point not very remote from the lately discovered lakes of Victoria and Albert Nyanza. It also speedily conquered a great part of Persia, which then extended to the very confines of Hindustan and of China. This is now clearly proved by the recent researches of many Orientalists. A great part of Arabia and the whole of Ethiopia received likewise the good tidings of the gospel, although not quite so early as the countries above mentioned. Details could be given going to prove that the whole of Asia and of Africa would soon have embraced Christianity had it not been for the furious onslaught of the Moslem. And everywhere was seen the spectacle of an august matron riding gently and humbly in the midst of meek messengers and harmonious singers, calling on all nations to listen to the simple tones of a holy doctrine and a heavenly harmony. This was to continue as long as it would take to bring the nations under the sweet yoke of her life-giving laws, but it was natural that those races who should become altogether imbued with her spirit and profess themselves submissive to her control should feel and manifest for her the same respect, veneration, and love that is depicted in the engraving on the part of those who surrounded her. It was, after all, the kingdom of Christ she came to establish, and if the Son of David was humble and meek of heart, he was nevertheless a true ruler, and required from his subjects the acknowledgment of his authority and the total surrendering of themselves to his sweet yoke. At the true formation of Christendom, when all the nations of Europe professed at last the same faith and submitted to the same gospel, it was just and proper that the same Christian life should animate not only every individual heart and private mind, but as a natural consequence every Christian state and Catholic commonwealth. This process has been, we know, pleasantly represented by many modern historians as the success of a plan matured cunningly by arch plotters, called popes, bishops, and kings for the enslavement of nations. The philosophy of history is a great thing, but when it arranges in its cabinet the annals of mankind exactly in such a manner as they might have been evolved, Had those philosophical writers been the managers of it, and destined to profit by the plan, the whole result may be a fine utopia and a wonderful romance. But every fair-minded reader who has not himself formed the project of writing a philosophy of history knows surely that the diversified events which go to form the life of nations have never in any corner of the world eventuated in this fashion. A word on the subject will not detain us long, and will not be useless for the following considerations. The race of diplomatists, project mongers, and utopists has undoubtedly never been extinct in this world, but we would like that, with respect to their ultimate success, some straight answer should be given to many questions of facts, some of which might be like the following. Not to go back to absolutely primitive times, but starting only from the universally known Roman Commonwealth, what was the final success of the artful policy of those wise heads of the Senate, who were surely the most profound politicians that ever lived? Their fine theories of liberty and power, after the Punic struggle, soon ended in the frightful anarchy of the social and civil wars, which replaced liberty by the inconceivable despotism of the empire. The new policy of Augustus brought in, directly after him, the revolting spectacle of the most debased nation, patricians and plebeians together, at the feet of the most abominable tyrants that ever disgraced a throne. This lasted, with the short interval of some of the Antonines, until the God of heaven, angered finally at the result of so much wisdom, sent the barbarians to put a stop to it. In medieval times, no policy in Europe was apparently wiser than that which directed the destinies of the German Empire. Apart from the strength it received from its Catholic element, there was in it an army of legists, whispering in the ears of many of its emperors cunning maxims of despotism, artfully contrived to override the power of the popes, which was then acknowledged by all nations, and which alone stood in the way of the plan for bringing back in the north the splendid autocracy of the Roman Caesars in the south. The old men among us have seen those plans finally overthrown, with the empire itself at the simple dictation of a Corsican upstart. This last hero is perhaps the most striking example that ever was of the folly of human wisdom. How many vast projects were splendidly devised in his powerful brain! What an astonishing success during 10 years of his short life! And what was the final result of it all? Every one sees it in prostrate and bleeding France at the end of the reign of his nephew. There is a meteor going now through the heavens, and apparently as brilliant as the star of the great Napoleon. For those who know intimately the history of Prussia, if they are not Christians, it is the most absolute consecration of human wisdom and might. From a dim atom of matter 3 centuries ago, it has grown into a dazzling sun, threatening to engulf the whole of Europe into its burning vortex. And surely the whole of it is the result of a deep scheme, not fully developed at first, but constantly enlarging and expanding itself. A scheme, too, altogether of this earth, in which higher principles of morality and right have always been carefully discarded as being of no account whatever. Our readers, we hope, will not consider this as giving the lie to our actual assertions. In fact, not Christians alone, but almost all solid thinkers have very little faith in the long continuance of the new empire. Many other facts, ancient, modern, and actual, could be brought forward to prove that the history of man is not left to his own devising, and that his most profound wisdom turns out sooner or later to be folly. But there are, in the history of the Church, convincing proofs that the immense influence she acquired in the Middle Ages was not the fruit of any such deep scheming and worldly projects. At the very time that her pontiffs were most powerful, their line of action was precisely the best adapted, humanly speaking, to react against their human interests, and historians are now obliged to confess that they were always prompted by the sense of right and justice, which everybody knows is not the surest means of succeeding in this world. No, the universal veneration which surrounded during so long a time the Father of the Faithful was not and could not be the result of a worldly-minded policy, but was the due reward of immense benefits conferred on mankind. The deep attention always bestowed by Christendom when the popes spoke and acted as the moral rulers of Europe was not caused by a slavish spirit fostered by a superstitious fear of their dreaded thunder, but men then knew that Christ had given them their spiritual power, and that nothing was so necessary for its exercise and for the well-being of the Christian commonwealth as their moral authority even in the temporal order. And what was this last crown of their tiara, so much derided in later times as a superfetation brought on by cunning schemes? It was for them personally only a heavy burden, so that it is truly a cause of surprise that men could be found willing to bear it. But it was for the Christian world the keystone of the whole edifice, which now threatens to fall into ruin merely because it has been ruthlessly taken away. Let any fair-minded man study in all their details the lives of the most powerful popes, and then declare if their position was a pleasant one, if the Rome they created was a luxurious Babylon, and the order of their day in the Vatican, or often in exile or flight, a reproduction of the orgies of the Caesars on the Palatine. For what temporal object would they have been scheming the enslavement of nations, when we see that the greater was their power, the more agitated and, humanly speaking, miserable was the course of their days and the dream-haunted current of their nights? Nothing but the stern voice of duty could have constrained them to undertake so ungrateful a task. The lust of power, they say, will produce such a disposition of mind. The lust of power, we reply, will not continue long to precipitate a successive number of men into inextricable and most intolerable difficulties, unless they are allured by the brighter prospect of repose and enjoyment at least visible in the distance, when it is not within immediate reach. Who can find in the lives of the popes the least token indicating even dimly any disposition of this kind? The world did not certainly see it at the time, and the emperors of Germany, the kings of England or France, who felt aggrieved by the remonstrances or open censures of the vicars of Christ, did not often complain that a tyrannical power had been set over their heads by a well-concocted policy, worldly cunning, or mere projects of self-aggrandizement. They knew then too well that their subjects would not have been deceived by these outcries. They preferred most of the time to tender humbly their own justification, based often on false pretenses, subterfuges, or open untruths. In these few words we have given a short narrative of the long struggle between popes and kings. We think it is a very truthful one. But it is nevertheless true also that in the midst of this constant agitation, troubled days and worst nights, the rulers of the Church succeeded in inoculating into the veins of European society the pure blood of religion. In spite of what can be said to the contrary, in spite of some great outrages which are the only events perceived by the common reader of those annals, it is an undoubted fact that all classes of Europe were then deeply imbued with an unhesitating faith and a profound veneration for holy things. This veneration showed itself not alone in the massive and wonderful buildings then erected all over Europe to the honor of Almighty God, surprising monuments of the grandest, noblest, and most divine belief that ever ennobled the spirit of man, not alone in the entrancing festivals of those days going on in a glorious round through the year, either under the prodigious roofs of those mighty cathedrals, or often in the open air, through the streets and squares, along roads and highways, over fields and moors, not alone in the private devotions of all, high and low, rich and poor, learned or ignorant, all classes vying with each other in their sincere efforts to prove their faith by the great and sure test of their daily actions. It was not only by such unerring testimonies as these that European society showed itself truly Christian, but there was yet a higher proof of it, on which men do not sufficiently reflect. It was the grand idea all then had of the Church, which made of all Europe a true commonwealth, a real republic, animated everywhere with the same loyalty, the same interior spirit, the same exterior profession of the same truths. The Church of Christ, who now feels that it is a grand personality transcending all ideas of nationalities, of particular races, and individual preferences. Alas, alas, how Europe, how the world is divided in our days! Who will ever give us back that sublime unity of former ages? It was mainly of the Church that Dante sang in his exile, in spite of his deep attachment to his absent Florence. How he describes her in his flight through purgatory and heaven, and the schoolmen, his great teachers, what had they not said of the Bride of Christ? In what pages of their voluminous writings is she altogether absent? And the fathers of the early ages, even going up to the oldest, to the stern Cyprian, to the ardent Ignatius of Antioch, to the sweet and simple-minded Hermas, who will fail to find in their pages noble and tender descriptions of her greatness, her simplicity, her purity and loveliness, her invincible patience in the most arduous trials, the depth of her infallible teachings for the highest intellects, and the sweetness of her milk for the mouths of babes? Was not then the world full of her name, and was not that name blessed by every tongue, and we may say adored by every heart? Then mankind spoke of her with but one voice, the Church of Christ. This was the supreme felicity to belong to her. This was the direst misfortune to be cut off from her. On the very borders of the Arctic seas, on the frozen shores of the North Cape, the Laplander knew that he was the son of the Church, to whom the Italian or the Frenchman likewise belonged. They all had the same altars, heard the same doctrine, hoped in the same reward, dreaded the same offended God, and this unanimity of feeling, of belief, of hope, or fear flowed from the great fact that they were the children of the same mother. Read the history of the Crusades, by which alone the Turks were prevented from enslaving Europeans. Read the primitive annals of Christian Portugal and Spain, by whom the banner of the cross was finally unfurled over the wide ocean to be carried in triumph all around the globe. Read the details of those first Christian colonies planted in the Canary Islands, along the forbidding coast of Guinea and Congo, and later on in the wilds of North and South America, and say if those heroes of God and of mankind were not animated by the same ardent and then universal feeling, the desire of spreading the Church of Christ to the very utmost bounds of the earth. We do not speak here of some of the conquistadors, but of the great majority of those two nations. Such was the power, the simple idea of the Church exerted on those ardent and vigorous natures, and to obtain a true perception of it, we must persuade ourselves that this was the mainspring of the life of most of our ancestors for at least 600 years. Through the Church, therefore, Christian life had penetrated to the very heart of European society, and was the great spring of action, influencing millions of men of all nationalities, of all races, of all tongues. The consequence was that the Church was everywhere established, neither by decree of any parliament, nor by the ordinances of any king, but by the common voice of mankind, merely re-echoing that of God and of Christ. To judge of the actual situation of Catholicity, which is the main object of these pages, we must just now consider somewhat in detail what was then the glorious position it obtained in the world. 1. The Church was then for all the great teacher, not alone for the poor and ignorant, who needed such a sure guide to enlighten their way through life, and received at least from her the clear and distinct knowledge of their origin and destiny, of their duties and rights, of their native dignity as men and brothers of Christ, of their obligation to submit to just laws and to the consecrated order of society. The Church was eminently for all the humble classes of every commonwealth, the teacher and instructor. They heard her voice from the mouth of their pastors, from the examples of those who had preceded them, chiefly from the life of the God-man, whose humble birth and protected obscure life at Nazareth, whose sublime as well as simple teaching, and finally whose passion and death were then known to all, and we may say never absent from the thoughts of the poor. Did they not see all those details pictured, sculptured, symbolized everywhere around them, in their churches, in their public monuments, in the thoroughfares and squares of their cities, even in the byways and lanes of their fields and waste places? The children were lulled to sleep by the simple harmony of Christmas or May carols. The ploughman whistled the same or similar ditties in opening his furrows or sowing his grain, the hope of a future harvest. The artisan, the seaman, the soldier were then more used to such songs than to those of obscene ribaldry. But it was not the humble classes of society only that received the teaching of the Church and were molded by her form from the cradle and the nursery. The great and powerful themselves did not acknowledge any other teacher, and for this they have been called superstitious and priest-ridden. Read in the chronicles of those times what were the enjoyments of princes and lords at all the great festivals of the year, how they spent their Christmas, their Easter, and their days of Pentecost, what was for them the season of Lent and the time of Advent. Their general tenor of life was ruled by the calendar, and this was altogether Christian. What mockery of it has come down to the rich in these days of enlightenment? Christmas and Lent are the days of the opera, Easter and Pentecost those of the stock exchange and the broker's gold room. Then, with a purse well filled per fas et nefas, the monstrous caravanseries of fashion can be visited during summer in all the splendor of mammon, or the old world can be set gaping at the prodigality of American spendthrifts. Who of them remembers in these days the Christian calendar and its round of festivals and holy songs? But then it was the fashion not only to remember it, but also to act up to it. And this word alone, fashion, fully expresses how deeply the Christian spirit had entered into the body of society. No doubt the great were then often guilty of enormities, and historians take good care to bring them to the remembrance of readers. Hence the name of Dark Ages, which yet sticks to those times after so many glorious vindications of them. But in spite of the numerous misdeeds of which mankind has kept the memory, this at least must be said, that the guilty knew they had violated the laws of God, and often the proudest among them were brought to the stool of repentance and atoned for their crimes before God and man by their subsequent life of strict righteousness or even austerity. In this they acknowledged the Church as their teacher, and to her they applied for their reconciliation with outraged humanity. Is it thus that great criminals in our days seek for the peace of their consciences and their acquittal on the part of society? Crime, unfortunately, has at last invaded all classes of men. The daily registers of public and private events teem with them, often to the horror of all. We look in vain for many records of self-humiliation on the part of evildoers, who all of them appear indeed hardened. This is the word. Yet this would not suffice to show how far the Church was the true teacher. The best proof of it is to be found in the well-ascertained state of the high intellects of those days, for the mind of man was then powerful. Only ignorant people will now deny it. Have the deep mysteries of religion ever been developed with more richness and pomp? Have the intricacies of human nature been ever analyzed with more precision and accuracy? Have the great social questions, which have become so obscure for us, been at any time so universally and satisfactorily adjusted and resolved as they were then? The vastness and clear-sightedness of those noble medieval minds strikes with wonder every one who can read and well understand their works. Men speak often in our days of the rights of the human intellect and of the necessity to allow it to expand freely its wings. Who could claim such rights with more justice and firmness than those who gave every day evidence of the strength and comprehensiveness of their individual minds? Yet they professed openly that it was their duty not to rely upon it, but to lean mainly on the authority of the great teacher, the Church, and they consented to become anathema if their doctrine deviated in the least from the normal standard of all truths, the dogmas of the representative of Christ. Thus the surest foundation of peace among men, namely the unanimity of feeling and belief on all important religious and social questions, remained unshaken in the midst of the native mutability of human opinions, and those who believe that this concord of minds must produce atrophy of the intellect and degeneracy of its faculties have to explain the fact, so glaringly opposed to this supposition, of a mighty generation of men of the highest intellect order, accepting an extraneous guide for their thoughts, and yet keeping constantly in the rich storehouse of their inmost soul an overflowing treasure of the noblest conceptions and the most sublime verities. For a Christian, the reason is plain. The revealed doctrine, the highest expression of the divine in man, had penetrated not only into the sensible fibers of his heart, but likewise into the highest chambers of his brain. The emotional faculties were ennobled and purified by the holiest streams of sanctity, at the same time that the intellectual powers were strengthened and developed by the most brilliant and dazzling light, which is that of God himself. Where will you find in our days the same compenetration of truth and holiness in man? Alas, the bond of union between mind and mind on earth has been broken asunder, and freedom of belief has brought on anarchy of thought. Who dares call out for a still greater license of opinion? The man who does evidently wishes for the total disseverance of truth and the universal spread of the darkness of night. Discard entirely what remains yet of solidity in belief among us, owing to the existence of the Catholic Church, and we defy you to find out two men on earth agreeing perfectly in intellectual conceptions. The next move will be to declare that absolute individualism of ideas is the ne plus ultra of strength of mind. Have they well considered the inevitable consequence? We shall then have a complete intellectual mutism, since men will be henceforth unable to understand each other. Then the last picture of the desolation of Jerusalem by the grief-stricken prophet will be the universal portraiture of mankind with respect to the noblest of human faculties, sedibit solitarius et tacebit. But we have been carried away by our feelings, and this is not the place for pondering on the actual situation of Europe. There will be by and by enough to say on the subject. We return to our previous considerations on the former influence of the Church on society, owing to the blessings conferred by her on mankind. And although much more could be written on her as a teacher, we must pass on to say a word on her as a judge. 2. During the whole time that Christendom existed in its strict sense, the Church was the judge of men and institutions, and this prerogative gave her as much preeminence in human society as did the previous one just considered. It is not pretended, the reader is aware of it, that all or any of the civil tribunals in the Christian lands were ever occupied by ecclesiastical judges. St. Paul tells us that it is the prince who beareth not the sword in vain. The sword is the great sanction of human judgments, and the hand of the priest cannot bear it. Ecclesia abhorret a sanguina is an axiom of canon law, never departed from in the most strict feudal times. Still, the Church ought to be the great judge in all Christian commonwealths, and she fulfills that function by bearing the code of true morality in one hand and the scepter of command in the other. By so doing, she obtains a new way of access into the most important sphere of society, that in which all the great civil, social, and even political interests of man are practically cared for. This at least she did universally when European society was thoroughly Christian. To decide in judgment between nation and nation, rulers and rulers, princes and subjects, individual men of every degree, was then one of the most striking prerogatives of the Church. It is well known how this paramount right of decision in all the great concerns of mankind has been misconceived, misrepresented, and attacked, but the impartial inquiries of many learned men of our day are vindicating more and more this much reviled power. And as the history of the popes begins at least to be written with candor, it is only those who remain behind, buried in the ignorance of the last century, that will not shrink from attacking such personages as Gregory VII, Innocent III, or Boniface VIII. The justice of the authority they exercised depends, after all, on the very simple question, and a question very easily answered. Did the emperors and kings at the time profess to be Christian? And as such, were they subject in moral cases to the doctrinal and authoritative decisions of the Father of the Faithful? It would require indeed a great obliquity of judgment to accept the only answer possible to the first of these questions, and reject the evident consequence of it contained in the answer to the second. Mark it well in the opinion of all at the time, and if Christianity is not an imposture, that opinion was based on absolute truth. Christ had given to the rulers of his church all the authority he had himself over men and institutions. During his life he did not exercise it, as it was necessary he should appear humble and suffer death. But after his resurrection, hear what he says: all power is given to me in heaven and in earth, and every one must admit that those at least who acknowledge fully the claim of Christ should willingly submit to his universal power. That power was transmitted by him in its entirety to his apostles. As the Father hath sent me, I also send you. The connection of both these texts is clear, and since directly after the words of the first, the Saviour adds, Go ye therefore and teach all nations. Thus the authority he had himself for teaching and judging all and everything on earth, he transferred to his apostles, and confirmed that power by declaring that they would receive the Holy Ghost, the source of all light and holiness, and that the Holy Spirit would abide with them until the consummation of the world. The non-Christians of our days, for whom all this is a myth, are nevertheless bound to recognize that in the eyes of all who lived in medieval times it was a solemn truth on which was based not only their individual hope of salvation, but also the safety and constitution of the state, because Christ, having received all power on earth, could not be deprived of that power even over the state, which was thus bound to submit to his laws under pain of being cut off from Christendom. But the authority of the Son of God had been placed in the hands of the apostles, chiefly of Peter, the vicar of Christ, whom all men of all ranks, even of the highest, were obliged to reverence and obey whenever from his infallible lips came any authoritative decision, not only on dogmas, but also much more frequently on Christian morality, for the belief in his infallibility does not date only from the late Council of the Vatican. All this the men of those days firmly believed, and it was universally admitted, not only in Italy or Spain, but also in Germany, France, and England. Nothing is better calculated than such considerations as these to show how far the Church then ruled society. In the highest regions of politics, social ethics, and international law, the voice of the Roman pontiff was thus paramount, and it was proper it should be so, since to throw the slightest doubt over it was the practical denial of Christianity as the foundation of the Commonwealth. There existed then consequently a high tribunal where judgment was solemnly rendered on all those great questions which are now left to the tender arbitrament of the sword and the sweet persuasion of rifled cannon and wide-mouthed columbiads. Which of the two systems is more humane and a truer index of a period of civilization? But men, it would seem, in the infantile ignorance of our days, cannot conceive the possibility of a central judgment seat where divine justice should thus have her throne and render her decisions. They cannot understand how sincerity could exist in such a state of affairs. They imagined the world must then have consisted of a master juggler at the center and millions of simpletons at the circumference. And moreover, in their opinion, how could the court of Rome face at the same time all the points of the compass and enter into the discussion of mighty state affairs, as well as of the intricate complication of innumerable individual cases? Yet what they consider as an impossibility, in point of fact, has always existed, more or less, exists at this very moment, and will surely exist to the end of time. It is only yesterday that we have seen the Sultan of Constantinople applying to the Pope to intervene in his troublesome affairs with his subjects of Herzegovina. And in 1846, that is, a few days ago, did not Italy propose outright to place the Pope at the head of a confederation of all the states of the peninsula? But without alluding to the occasional need the nations feel of the papal power, even in our days, for the settlement of international or constitutional questions, there is yet in Rome, and there shall be forever somewhere, a judge willingly acknowledged by hundreds of millions of Christians as authorized to decide in numberless cases of conscience, as they are called, which are in fact one of the main objects for which Christ established his church as judge. You will look in vain for anything of the kind anywhere else on earth, and anyone who has not at least turned over the pages where many of those decisions are preserved cannot have any idea of the power of judging which yet remains in the sure possession of the Church. As to the sincerity existing on both sides, no one has a right to question it when the human conscience is concerned, and the Roman Church has always given proofs of her earnestness in defending her prerogatives. But it is unfortunately undeniable that this power of judging with righteousness existing yet in our days is absolutely nothing compared to what it was formerly. Then the Church ruled the world by her decisions. Often did the barons of proud England, the imperial electors of stubborn Germany, the princes of the blood and peers of the realm in France, alternately the most submissive of daughters and the most troublesome of shrews, apply to the supreme pontiff for his interposition against the tyrannical behavior of some emperor or king. Often also did empresses and queens call on the common father to bring back their execrable husbands to at least an outward observance of the rules of morality or common decency. Would to God that Gallicanism had not denied that power to the popes at the time of Louis XIV and his grandson. Often, too, did rich and powerful cities beg of councils or pontiffs to see that their charters were not infringed by feudal barons or despotic counts. As to the number of individual applications for redress, who could count them? From this simple and too short enumeration, it is easy to judge whether the lives of popes or bishops could then be idle and unprofitable, but history shows that they could and did fulfill their duty. All this was perfectly unknown 100 years ago, or what was not then completely ignored by men of learning was invariably represented as a series of usurpations and unwarranted encroachments by the ecclesiastical power. But the admirable collection of chronicles, edited in England chiefly by Ellis, the republication of her memoirs and annals, undertaken in France under the auspices of Guizot, the numerous and often excellent biographies written and published in Germany, besides many learned works printed in Belgium and Italy on medieval transactions, have raised the veil which for so long a time wrapped up in darkness those great ages of faith. Many points of detail are yet obscure, no doubt, and require still the labors of critics to elucidate them and present them in their true light. Yet the general outlines are now well ascertained and compel the most skeptical to acknowledge the beneficial result of the power of the Church in her capacity of judge and arbitrator. At any rate, if another Voltaire appeared again, he would never dare to write anything like the Annales de la Peur or L'Essai sur le mur et l'esprit des nations. Such unblushing effrontery, such caricature of truth, would instantly be reprobated and hooted down as a contemptible mass of calumnies. Men are found, however, half convinced by the more exact portraiture of those times, and open evidently to a more thorough conviction, who still hesitate to take altogether the Catholic view on account of the perpetual wars of that troublous epoch, and the apparent uselessness of pontifical arbitration. The theory is fine, they say, and it ought to have produced peace, yet it did not, and there was scarcely any other period in the annals of mankind more violent and universally agitated. This remark is perfectly true, and it would be fatal to the side we advocate if there were not great reason it should be so, a reason not only independent of the will of Roman pontiffs, but altogether opposed to their benevolent designs, which were constantly counteracted by a gigantic force which required centuries to be subdued. This was the bane of feudalism. This system, universal at the time in Europe, was accurately copied from the organization of an army. This remark is taken from the Introduction to Clean's Annals by very Reverend Dean Butler, quoted more in extenso in the Irish race. It was thus of the essence of feudal nations to be constantly at war with each other. Society was a camp, every manor a fortress, every knight a soldier, every villein a camp follower. Many more details could be given illustrative of this strange fact, but from the few words just written the reader will understand how impossible it was to abolish war in feudal nations. The only successful way would have been to abolish feudalism first, but to do this the popes were almost powerless. They had nothing to do with its establishment. It had been imposed on Europe in spite of them by innumerable circumstances, the most important of these being the martial habits of Scandinavian tribes. The only thing the popes could do was, in admitting perforce the system, to tame it down by the influence of religion and draw out the teeth and claws of the wild beast by obliging it to receive a kind of solemn consecration. Thus the pontiffs placed on the heads of emperors and kings a brilliant crown, and in their hands a golden scepter. But in doing this they told them boldly, "This has been given you by me for the good of the people, not for their oppression. The people have rights, which I consecrate as well as yours. Swear that you will govern according to these principles of which I am the judge. Should you be unfaithful, I shall take away this crown and this scepter from you, and allow the people to choose another sovereign, who shall receive instead of you these insignia of royalty." Read the ceremonial of the consecration of emperors and kings in medieval times, and say if this was not its meaning. But every one must admit the consequence, namely, that the constant state of war then existing cannot be laid to the charge of the popes. They often, on the contrary, openly interfered between nations to prevent their going to war, or to assuage the evils resulting from it, and did certainly all they could as far as their title of judge or arbitrator allowed them. End of section 23. Section 24 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Actual Situation of the Church, Part 2, by Reverend Auguste J. Thebaud. This brings us naturally to consider the third and last prerogative of the Church, by which she gained an immense influence over European society and justly deserved the gratitude of mankind. This was that she should be publicly known as the avenger of wrong and the consoler of the afflicted of all ranks and degrees. A few paragraphs will suffice for this consideration. 3. Of all her prerogatives, of all her sources of influence on society, there was none undoubtedly which she prized more, none which she attended to with greater care than her title of advocate and protectress of the poor. Christ himself had impressed this upon her with peculiar earnestness. He was born poor, remained poor all his life, and died in the most wretched poverty. He had blessed the poor, delighted in their company, and avoided that of the wealthy. In leaving his apostles on earth, he inspired them by his grace with the most tender affection for the poor and afflicted. They showed it directly after the first establishment of the Church in Jerusalem by instituting purposely for that object the order of deaconship. The Church would have had to forget entirely the doctrine and example of her founder if she had for a moment been mindless of the lower classes of society. This she could not do, since she was to be forever the faithful bride of Christ. This she showed particularly during the whole of medieval times. The chief effect of the invasions of barbarians all over Europe had been to establish everywhere a rough and rude aristocracy, which, in taking forcible possession of the land, had declared at the same time that to its possessors belonged exclusively all political and civil authority. Feudalism was born of this frightful maxim, and feudalism had thus divided at once society into only two classes of people, those who possessed everything, wealth and power, and those who remained entirely deprived of both. And this last class was far more numerous than the first. The Church at once declared herself the protectress of this most unfortunate part of mankind, and as a natural consequence the poor flocked eagerly to her tutelary embrace. No more striking proof of this can be given than to refer in general to the universal birth of what is called the commonalty in the 10th and following centuries. The conquered people, deprived not only of property in land, and consequently of any share in public affairs, but likewise of the right of any appeal to the law, since the law was not made for them, tried first to organize themselves in all the larger cities into guilds or corporations acknowledged only by their body, and having in fact no legal existence, thus leaving them as before entirely at the mercy of the lords. They could do of themselves nothing more, and very little profit would they have derived from their plans if the bishops had not at once stepped forward to their help. The bishops gave a legal and acknowledged shape to these informal organizations by obtaining for them charters of rights, which in time became the sure foundation of the Third Estate. Thus originated the great feature of modern times, by introducing with the clergy and gentry the great class of the commons into the organic life of European nations. To the bishops everywhere this was mainly due. The French kings of the last dynasty claimed for their ancestor the honor of having entertained this idea, and granted thus to the lower class a true charter of freedom. To a certain extent this is true, and more was done for this end by the kings in France than by those of England or by the emperors of Germany. Still, even there in France, it is certain that the bishops were the great managers and directors of this mighty but peaceable revolution, which may be said to have entirely changed the face of Europe. This at first appeared to have benefited only the burghers in cities, who henceforth became an important class, and were forever redeemed from that degrading pauperism and slavish condition in which they would certainly have continued to exist had it not been for those most liberal charters. But the benefit could not thus inure to the burghers in cities without being felt to a certain extent by the still more wretched class of the peasants in the rural districts. Something of the advantages gained by the former was gradually communicated to the latter, living in small towns and villages in the neighborhood. This was chiefly due to the influence of the monasteries, then flourishing everywhere in the country, enjoying with justice a high degree of public estimation, and often visited by kings and princes, who vied with each other in enriching them with the most valuable privileges. How could the peasants in the vicinity remain without any advantage from this state of things, especially in the neighborhood of chartered cities, when each and every one of them could at any time ask and obtain admittance into those vast monastic establishments? Once received among the monks, the newcomer was sure, if he had real talent, to rise in honor and to take rank among the first within those walls. It is known that this, once obtained, opened even the gates of worldly renown and influence, and history has recorded among the great and powerful during those times the names of humble religious who were called by kings to be their ministers of state. It is not pretended that if such aspirations had been generally entertained by the inmates of monasteries, great abuses would not have followed. This peculiarity is not hinted at here for the purpose of glorifying the secular ambition, which was in fact totally opposed to the true monastic spirit. It is certain that the holy men who were then at the head of those establishments dreaded such consequences as these, and tried their best to ward them off by strict regulations and a proper observance of the most humble rules of their houses. It is certain, likewise, that for many it became the sad occasion of degeneracy and finally of ruin. But of the general effect of such peculiar circumstances at the time, with respect to the lower classes of society, there can be no possible doubt. And thus, as the burghers were helped to rise in cities by the noble efforts of their bishops, so the peasants in the country were preserved from pauperism and degradation by the constant action in their midst of most influential establishments, which have been the butt of ridicule in modern days, but were then at their acme of popularity, and enjoyed with justice the renown of holiness, usefulness, and true respectability. Thus we see the Church going on in all ages in her mission of benevolence and charity for the poor, and gaining universally their affection by the most inestimable benefits. But so far the picture we have drawn has been only a general one. Scarcely any detail could be given, and the reader has had to supply for himself the deficiency of the description. What would be the result if a portrait could be delineated, embracing all the features of the case, and presenting the moving details of a tender affection directed to all the miseries of mankind, and neglecting none of those misfortunes which may be the lot of any one of the children of Adam? The description has often been attempted, never to our complete satisfaction. It seems as impossible to crowd together everything the Church has done in that respect as it is useless to attempt the complete delineation of the benevolent designs of Providence in creation. Try to go through both schemes, and you will soon find your imagination too cold, the sphere of your eyesight too limited, the words at your command too inexpressive, your pen and ink, in fine, but indifferent means of a mere mechanical description. Can you, in only a few pages, go through all the various phases of human society in those lower regions of it from which even the dream of happiness seems to be banished? Run through all the ills which our humanity is heir to, and unless you expatiate at length, and pile up detail upon detail to produce a saddening impression, the result is but inadequate to the theme, and in the end unsatisfactory. More, go on if you can, through all the facts and particularities of this kind mentioned by the good Kenelm Digby in the 3 large volumes of his Ages of Faith, and you will find the whole in the end a dim, colourless, and melancholy picture, scarcely giving an idea of the grand theme expressed in these few words. The Church was the protectress of the afflicted, the advocate of the poor, the avenger of all who suffered wrong. See those innumerable establishments in cities for all kinds of diseases, classes of men and women entirely devoted each to the relief of some particular kind of human misery, distant lands traversed at great cost and peril to bring back home the captive and the slave, infants in their cradles, old men and women tottering on the brink of their graves, the object of tender sympathy and loving care. Enter into the houses of the poor, and examine if they are left without pity to their fate, as is invariably the case in pagan or rather unchristian countries. Every effort that the Church, now more free and expanding, attempts in our days for the good of humanity, was then undertaken on an immense and universal scale, embracing indeed the world, and not excluding waifs and others whom the world abandons. Many in this country outside the Church who had never before seen anything of the kind, and could not imagine that such had ever existed, express openly their admiration for our devoted sisters of the poor, mothers of mercy, and nurses of the foundling. What would be their surprise if the establishments existing at the time of the pretended Reformation, and destroyed by it, suddenly appeared again as they were then flourishing all over Europe? Their indignation would know no bounds at the thought that the infernal besom of such vandalism as that of the Reformation had swept the earth in the name of religion and of pure doctrine. They would perhaps discover with a kind of horror that Luther had openly thrust out of the canon of Scripture the Epistle of St. James, because it recommends the practice of charity, because it contains such texts as the following: Religion pure and unspotted with God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their tribulation, and to keep one's self undefiled from this world. Hearken, my dearest brethren, hath not God chosen the poor of this world rich in faith and heirs of the kingdom? But you have dishonoured the poor. Do not the rich oppress you by might? Judgment without mercy to him that hath not done mercy, but mercy exalteth itself above judgment. As the body without the spirit is dead, so also faith without works is dead. The thought is really capable of overwhelming with astonishment every bona fide disciple of the Reformation, if he but reflect that Luther, as is well known, rejected this epistle only because it inculcates the necessity of good works, and because the kind of good works it inculcates is so forcibly expressed by the writer. It really looks as if there existed on the part of the father of Protestantism a deliberate intent to abolish the practice of charity, and to harden again, as in pagan times, the rich against the poor. The true bride of Christ, on the contrary, has always cherished in her heart the most affectionate pity for every kind of human misery, and has always declared with St. James that judgment shall be awarded without mercy to him that hath not done mercy, but mercy exalteth itself above judgment. And in this St. James only re-echoed the words of Christ, describing the last judgment as contained in St. Matthew chapter 25. It is surprising indeed that Luther did not expunge this also from Holy Writ. It is so like that of St. James. The thought must have struck him at the time, but he reflected perhaps that had he done this his most ardent disciples would not have dared to follow him. The previous considerations explain fully the cohuman causes of the absolute and perfect control which the Church in former ages obtained over European society. But alas, how different is the spectacle we now witness, and how complete in the exterior aspect at least is for her the loss of her former influence. To this consideration the reader must be necessarily led, and the description just gone through can only render more impressive a sight to which men have become unfortunately habituated, and which they contemplate with a sort of stupid indifference. To speak in plain language and state the case as it exists, too evidently not to shrink from admitting the whole truth, since it would be alike useless and foolish to do so, it is lamentably plain that the Church has entirely lost her former control over the rulers of nations, has been deprived of most of it over the intellectual part of mankind, has begun even to see the lower classes turning cold and indifferent to her leadership. In the discussion of these three universal propositions, there certainly are circumstances which admit of qualifications. We shall recognize them easily, but in general, taken as a whole, they are true, and constitute for the Church a state of existence which the world has never seen, except in her first days, to which she seems to be returning. Our ungrateful task will consist here in going into some details on each of those points. We will examine afterwards how this unfortunate state of things was brought about, and on whose responsibility rests the long series of evils it surely portends. And thus the reader may be brought to admit that what we see was the natural consequence of anterior events ardently opposed by the Church from the very start, but reduced to fact by the free will and power of evil men, by the association of those whom St. John called already in his time Antichrists, so that our present history could have been expected ages ago, and ought neither to surprise nor to discourage us, but on the contrary is calculated to inflame us with a new zeal, and incite us to buckle on our armor and prepare to fight pro aris et focus. The annals of the last 300 years are pregnant with instruction in regard to the first point just laid down for our immediate consideration. At the beginning of this epoch, the Church and the world were yet in the main what they had been during the previous period. The princes of the world admitted her claims. There was certainly a decline during the 14th century. Kings were not all friendly, but no principle had yet been practically touched. Though heresy in England through Wycliffe, and in Germany through Huss, had already proclaimed an open revolt, and attempted to shake off the yoke of the Church and deny boldly her hierarchical power over society, these attempts were immediately repressed, and the time-honored principles solemnly reaffirmed. But from the appearance of Luther a change is distinctly perceptible, and in our days the principles of Wycliffe and of Huss have finally prevailed, and the rulers of nations have accepted the role proposed to them just 500 years ago by those two disturbers of mankind. To what results it must lead is a question to be examined later on. From the outset, Wycliffe went as far as erroneous doctrine could go, if the world had been ready to admit it. As it did at the time of Luther, the Church, as early as the 14th century, would have been forced into the position in which we now see her. The power of possessing temporal property, of exercising jurisdiction of any kind over laymen, of striking with ecclesiastical censures any Christian incurring them by his misdeeds, was openly denied by an Oxford divine of the 14th century. And if the English nation had then followed its rulers, the scheme might have been carried through, since these appeared at that time as eager as the Prussian chancellor of our day to sanction such enormities. Wycliffe, first having found some encouragement, gave a still more outrageous turn to his propositions, and taught boldly that the Roman pontiff is not above other bishops, that bishops are not above priests, that secular clergymen or monks are inept to possess temporalities of any sort, that princes and lords are bound in duty to take away such temporalities from them, and not to suffer them to exercise any jurisdiction over Christians. This is indeed a very fair picture of our own time. The heresiarch went later on much farther still, and dared to pretend that even secular princes lose their authority by sin, a doctrine far less acceptable to princes. But as he did not first make any mention of this, and of many other paradoxes against human free will, and blasphemies against the liberty and power of God, as he first confined himself to battering down at one blow all the superiority and influence the Church then enjoyed, he could not but be listened to by princes with satisfaction. Thus a council having been convened in London in 1377 by the order of Pope Gregory XI, Wycliffe appeared before it, accompanied by his open protector, the Duke of Lancaster, regent of England during the minority of Richard II. He did not retract anything he had said, but explained away what he had written and preached by subtlety and sophisms. The number of his friends and supporters in the aristocracy of England struck with awe the English bishops, who did not dare to pronounce against him any censure, and let him go with an admonition. As we have previously remarked, had the English people then been prepared to renounce all the ideas of the Church they had received from their ancestors, her position would from that hour have been what it has finally become in our time. Since nations seem now bent in introducing practically the ideas of Wycliffe into their religious code. Look at it in detail, and you will perceive how perfect is the identity. The great Oxford doctor of the 14th century declared pointedly that the Pope ought not to be above other bishops, nor the bishops above priests, and at this moment the majority of European nations, through their rulers, are earnestly engaged in the very praiseworthy occupation of reducing this doctrine to practice. Their subjects gave them indeed no little trouble, and had they themselves the good sense to look forward more carefully to what is being prepared for them, they might devote more of their time to the discovery and the crushing out of plots and conspiracies against their own thrones. They all live in the midst of other nations and rulers evidently intent on mischief, since they all have such mighty armaments, of which a word may be said by and by. They see all around them former princes and potentates who recently have been deprived of their authority and possessions, and who are for all the others an interesting subject of reflection and self-examination. But they probably find those subjects of meditation of too forbidding a nature to be attractive. Hence they are disposed to seize upon materials more promising for pleasure and profit, and eagerly attack both pontiff and bishops. Has not this been the main occupation of Victor Emmanuel, or his government, since he succeeded to Carlo Alberto? Has not this been the noble preoccupation of His Majesty the Emperor Napoleon III, to the length of neglecting even to prepare himself for war during the last years of his life? Is not this the great bugbear which troubles the dreams of nearly all the presidents of the South American republics, from your Francis, Rosas, and Mascaras to those of our own day whose names we have not the courage to recall to memory? Not to make the enumeration too long and tedious in the end, and to put the climax to all reflections of this kind, is not this sweeping dictum of the great Wycliffe the main object of the world-embracing policy of M. de Bismarck and his Emperor of Germany? Yes, indeed, to treat the Pope as a common bishop, and each bishop as an ordinary priest, and each priest as a poor layman. This axiom of the first reformer among Englishmen has now been adopted by all the politicians of the world. Look at the most venerable head of Christendom, and see how the potentates of this earth have treated and are every day treating him. If the school of respect, as Guizot called it, has not altogether perished from this world, its poor remnants ought to be surely found in the hearts of kings. For their very existence depends merely on respect, and without this their occupation is gone. Yet with a crown on their head they show in their conduct towards the common father the spirit of the mob. Did not Napoleon III applaud inwardly his friend Monsieur Edmond About, jesting about the Vatican and a garden, at the very time that the Pope was yet master of his states, and the flag of France waving at Ancona ought to have protected their whole extent under its folds? Let us say it without fear or human respect. All the princes who in our days have felt the least veneration for the Vicar of Christ were instantly denied open communion in the councils of the rulers of Europe, were in fact rejected from the companionship of their peers, preparatory to being driven away from their thrones with the full assent, if not at the instigation, of their brethren in rank. Thus deprived of all human assistance, the Pope was left at the mercy of those who had sworn in their secret meetings to rob him entirely of his power, and place him, if possible, in the position designated for him by Wycliffe 500 years ago. As to bishops and priests, there is no denying that the same policy is being carried out to the letter. We see it at this moment in Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. We saw it but yesterday in nearly all the republics of South and Central America, besides the great empire of Brazil. We can guess it, without being wizards, from the plans of a large and influential party in England, France, and Spain. Everywhere it is the same glaring project, to drag in the mud the episcopal and priestly robes, to deprive all the ecclesiastical office of its dignity, and all men of respect for it. Will they succeed? Can they succeed? No. The mob can insult but not degrade those it tries to outrage. There is in those whom the rites of Holy Church have consecrated too evident a participation in the majesty of God for them to be in danger of falling into real degradation. The recoil of all those insults will necessarily fall back on the men who are guilty of them. But meanwhile these revilers of all that is holy will continue for some time yet their mad attempts, and even go on boasting, as they do openly in Italy, that their projects are favoured by heaven. Let them do so, and wait. Yet what has been just seen was only the first article of the Wycliffian theses. There were other propositions bolder still than this one. We must look at them for a moment. Secular clergymen and monks, according to the Oxford doctor, are inept to possess temporalities of any sort. Princes and lords are bound in duty to take away such temporalities from them. This great man was certainly a prophet. How could he, without the gift of vision, determine so succinctly yet completely the duty of princes and lords in that regard, and in 2 phrases only indite a program destined to be so faithfully executed 5 centuries after his time? The necessity of an ager-sacer or glebe land for the subsistence of the ministers of religion and the proper celebration of public worship was felt from the beginning of mankind by all nations without any exception whatever. We see it in Hindostan, in Central Asia, in Palestine, in Egypt, even in Greece, where, however, the true idea of the priesthood began to degenerate by depriving it of authoritative teaching. We see it in pagan Rome, whose colleges of priests were so richly endowed, and where it was so easy for Constantine to give to the Christian Church all the means of comfortable support by transferring to popes and bishops the property primitively allotted to the pagan priesthood. Never in the history of ancient nations do we see the smallest attempt made to rob the sanctuary of at least its immovable property. In a few instances the fact is recorded of a plunderer seizing forcibly upon the precious treasures kept in the temples, and invariably historians relate how soon after he was punished for his sacrilege. But of any state taking back possession of the land consecrated to the service of religion and its ministers, no mention is ever made in any ancient author that we know. If Cambyses deprived the priesthood of Egypt of any landed property, it was out of hatred to their idolatrous worship, but he left for the surface of the religion which he tried to introduce the wealth enjoyed until that time by the priests of Amun and of Osiris. There is no need of mentioning the sacred character attached in all Christian countries to the land, buildings, and holy vessels or furniture devoted by the liberality of princes and of wealthy individuals to the service of Almighty God. Wycliffe was the first to pretend that the gold and silver chalices, consecrated by the hand of pontiffs and used only on the altar for the holiest rites, were but common gold and silver, and could without guilt be turned into coin. He was the first to assert that land appropriated to a most holy object, and the sacred enclosures so celebrated formerly all over Europe and Asia were only fields producing wheat and barley, whose proper owner was the state, which could more easily than churchmen produce 2 blades of cereals for each former one. Our only wonder is that so acute a man as this Oxford doctor certainly was did not see that his doctrine would fill with horror the great majority of the people then living. Perhaps he felt sure that he would easily obtain his object by thus enlisting on his side princes and lords who could hope to profit by the grand operation. It is certain that Duke John of Lancaster, Percy, Grand Marshal of England, a woman even, the Princess of Wales of that epoch, declared themselves openly for the brilliant views of Wycliffe, but the odds against them were too great. The people were not yet ready for rejecting the idea of holiness as belonging to holy things, and thus the principles of the heresiarch were to remain dormant for more than another century. Every one is aware that they became active enough in England under Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Elizabeth. Everybody knows that Germany at the same time witnessed the like spectacle of sacrilegious plunder. Later on, the greediness of so-called Catholic princes and politicians were excited at the sight of the success obtained by their Protestant friends and allies. Let us consider a moment the literal fulfilment of the prophecies and principles of Wycliffe in this respect, since nothing is better calculated to represent this side, at least, of the actual situation of the Church. Secular clergymen or monks are inept to possess temporalities of any sort. This is the first part of the proposition of this leader of modern thought. We do not know precisely how Wycliffe developed his theses, what arguments he used for their propugnatio, as the word then was, but the term inept, that is, incapable, unequal to, impotent, in fact, with regard to all the useful ends for which property is held, must have meant evidently that under their care 2 blades of grass could not grow where 1 grew before. This great axiom of modern times was thus at first revealed to the mind of Wycliffe to become also the most powerful argument of all recent robbers of ecclesiastical property. It is indeed difficult to find any other reason for all the summary proceedings instituted during the last 100 years against the secular clergy and the monks in their capacity of property owners. It is certain, however, that the Archbishop of Canterbury, who was commissioned by the Pope to have the heresiarch arrested, interrogated, and tried, could have produced stronger arguments in favor of the rights of which the Church had always been in possession. There was first that possession itself, which is considered for all cases of the kind a more than sufficient title. There was secondly the most important consideration of the danger human society would incur if so well established a right of property as that held by the Church was placed in the least jeopardy for any reason whatever. There was finally the sacredness and necessity of the object for which such a system had been established among all nations. Many other arguments might be urged. Those just pointed out are more than sufficient. It is probable, however, that the Canterbury Archbishop did not condescend to refer to any of them. He must have said merely, "The Church condemns all those who oppose or invade her temporal rights, and hence your propositions are deserving of condemnation." And this certainly was all sufficient, and was considered so at the time, since the utilitarian theory of Wycliffe was not agreed to, and it required a whole century more to dispose the minds of men in England to its acceptance. But see, in our days, how it is triumphantly upheld. Those lazy monks kept half at least of their lands fallow, and allowed the neighbours indiscriminately to graze their cattle upon it. What a fearful heresy against modern principles of political economy, and how wise it was to deprive them of all property in order to make a better use of it. As to the secular clergy, their holy functions prevent them altogether from attending to material interests. The state can provide for them as long as people wish for it, for if people do not, there is evidently no need of secular clergy. Is not this in Europe the prevalent theory in our days? Has not the violent seizure of ecclesiastical property become un fait accompli, as Frenchmen say all over the world? Do not the secular and regular clergy at this time present everywhere the spectacle of men deprived of everything, struggling by shifts and wretched expedients to fulfill spiritual functions which absolutely require the use of material help? No doubt some consider this as a great improvement, because the virtue of the ministers of God is thus better tried. But the wisdom of ages has never thought so, since, as we have previously seen, all nations from the beginning have believed that the servants of God in the details of his worship require permanent means, not left to the inconstant will of men, but assured against all possible events, thus placing them on the footing of real independence of a world for whose sanctification all their life is spent. The best things, no doubt, are subject to abuse, and what the wisdom of ages has always upheld may be turned against the very object intended by it. If the ministers of religion ought to be placed in a position independent of the world, on a footing of respectability and consideration, above want, and consequently above the necessities of shifts and loss of time, and providing for merely material wants, if all this is undeniable, and condemns openly those who have reduced the Church of God to her present earthly condition, it is certain, however, that the means placed by former nations, kings, and wealthy people in the hands of the secular or regular clergy was not intended to be squandered in show and personal pomp, and above all not in unworthy prodigalities. All this the Church has always condemned, and she at all times has enforced upon churchmen their responsibility in this matter, and the strict account they must render for the same before the tribunal of God. When speaking of show and pomp, etc., we have not, of course, in view either what may be spent for the splendor of the buildings devoted to the service of God, or for the more costly ceremonies of his worship, but for churchmen, and especially for religious, to lead a life of luxury, to indulge in what we have called personal pomp, to look down from on high on the poor below, and repel them from their sacred persons as unworthy of their look or care. This we hold to be one of the greatest crimes a churchman can commit, especially when it is remembered that the money thus spent is called by all the fathers and the best writers of canon law the money of the poor, the funds of those who have none. Supposing, however, the abuse greater than it has ever been, it was not a reason for the state to appropriate to itself what did not belong to it. The remedy lay naturally in a very different course of action. There was the authority of popes and of councils and of holy men who most of the time could hold a pen in their hand and write burning words of condemnation and reprobation. But this did not suit the rapacity of those who cared less for the reformation of abuses than for the filling of their purses under that holy pretext. The thought is really overpowering to a Christian when one reflects that there is now scarcely a single spot in the world where so sacred a thing as church property has been respected. The words of Wycliffe have become prophetic. Princes and lords must consider themselves bound in duty to take away all temporalities from ecclesiastics. This was the second part of his first thesis. It is proper here to inquire what kind of duty it was on which they thus acted. The word itself, duty, implies that this kind of property could not be sacred. In fact, in the eyes of Wycliffe, there was nothing in the world which could be thus designated. He went at once to the utmost limit of sacrilege, which is to deny that there can be sacrilege. The modern system, which derides the very idea of the supernatural, is the dread explanation of the sententious words of the satanic prophet of the 14th century. The world is only what we see and feel and touch. There is no mystery about it. As there can be no connection between it and heaven, there cannot be anything sacred in it. Thus every kind of religion is a sham, or at best a superstition, and man, although surrounded by mysteries which he cannot fathom, must persuade himself that there is nothing in this world mysterious, holy, sacred, because the heart of the wicked wishes that it should be so. Is not this a perfectly truthful statement of the case? End of section 24. Section 25 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Thus, the temples of God, the consecrated vessels which serve in the Christian mysteries, the land which has been set apart for the various uses of worship, all things in fact devoted to religion, are no more sacred than religion itself, and it pertains to the duty of rulers to dispose of them as circumstances may direct. Nay, more, according to the thesis, these rulers are not free to leave things in statu quo and to grant a further lease of ecclesiastical property to ecclesiastics. They must take it away from them. This Wycliffe asserted in his time, when the very thought of it was shocking to public opinion. In our days the rulers have seen, in Europe, the importance of this duty, and public opinion has not prevented them from fulfilling it. There were a good many reasons for doing so. The first and most important one was that it filled their coffers. All did not dare to avow it. Some did, however. There was, for instance, Wenceslaus VI, King of Bohemia, who applauded Huss when a few years later he transferred this doctrine of Wycliffe from England to Germany, and the king did not blush to state openly that this new dogma was for him the hen with golden eggs, la poule aux œufs d'or. Those who did not feel disposed to speak so candidly found other motives much more avowable. There was the one we hinted at. The lazy monks did not know how to render their property valuable. They would never be industrious enough to make 2 blades of grass grow where one did before. We have sufficiently spoken of this excellent reason, which could be made to apply to many other cases besides that of the monks, and open a way to confiscate at one swoop more than half the property of all the landlorders in the world. Another consideration which explains admirably this strange duty, a consideration probably intended by Wycliffe, but certainly entertained by modern rulers, is this. The possession of large estates gives naturally importance to the ecclesiastical owners. Thus the people come to look on them with respect, and even to look to them for protection. This detracts evidently from the greatness of temporal rulers, who ought to concentrate in their own persons every kind of homage, respect, consideration, importance, etc., for the good of society. In the presence of these priests, the share the rulers enjoy of all those advantages is rather a paltry one. As Napoleon I complained in his struggle with Pius VII, the temporal rulers have only the body of their subjects, whilst the spiritual gods claim and obtain the soul. This is not proper. Let the priests be stripped of all they possess. When they are thus left naked, the people will laugh at them, and it will be a great gain for temporal rulers. Thus, the more we consider it, the more we are ready to admit that it is an imperious duty, indeed, for the state to take away temporalities from priests. But the best reason, after all, is contained in some of the previous reflections. As every kind of religion, and chiefly the Christian religion is nothing but a sham. It is absolutely ridiculous to devote to it so many valuable things. Strauss, on his deathbed, put to himself 3 mighty questions, on the elucidation of which he concentrated all the great thoughts of his life. The first must suffice for us. It was this: are we Christians? The answer was short but pithy. It contained but a monosyllable of 2 letters, namely an emphatic no. The same was certainly already the case with Wycliffe, as it is with his successors in the present age. This being so, it is, in their opinion, the most imperious, necessary, sacred duty of temporal rulers to take away entirely the temporalities of the clergy, since the religion they were intended to support is dead and gone. Nothing could be clearer. After this solemn duty had been religiously performed for nearly the whole of Europe, there remained yet a little spot in central Italy consecrated to religion and to God, in the person of the Supreme Pontiff. Some ceremony was evidently required to end the whole affair, and this was done in 2 scenes, the first protracted to the length of 13 months or thereabout, in 1861-62, the other lasting only 1 memorable day, in September 1870. That Europe was not overwhelmed with shame on both occasions is certainly a sign that she is altogether proof against it. Some details are required here, as people seem to have already absolutely forgotten at least the first of those occurrences. This one was, in fact, a solemn comedy, in which the Pope being the victim, His Majesty the Emperor Napoleon III, and the then Piedmontese King Victor Emmanuel were the chief actors. There is no need of saying that England and other European witnesses of the disgraceful drama applauded to their heart's content. To render more imposing the stage effect, as diplomatic difficulties had been created for France by the Italian question, says Monsieur Vapereau in his Dictionnaire des Contemporains, Monsieur Touvenel was called back from Constantinople, where he was ambassador, to take the place of Walewski as Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. It must have been in a freak of drollery that His Majesty Napoleon III took him from the Sultan to charge him with the duty of unraveling the diplomatic difficulties of the Italian question, that is to say, the still disputed point of the temporal power of the Pope. Charles Jean-Marie Félix Lavalette, a French diplomatist, senator, etc., was appointed somewhat later minister plenipotentiary near the Holy See, in lieu of the Duke of Gramont, too honest a man to be an actor in this comedy. Monsieur Touvenel could say that he had a fidèle achat in Monsieur Lavalette. This last nomination was made at the end of August 1861. Everything was now prepared by the robbers to compel their victim to consent to be robbed, for this, in fact, was the object of the operation, in which the success, however, did not equal the hope. We speak in plain terms. They are the only ones fitting the occasion. What a fine comedy could be written merely by copying the diplomatic notes sent from Paris by Monsieur Touvenel, and presented with due solemnity to Cardinal Antonelli by Monsieur Lavalette, with the answers of the cardinal. The whole gist of the play would be contained in the few remarks made by a writer of the Correspondant of the same date, February 1862. Would you dare in private life to declare a man that you come on the part of the scoundrel who has robbed him of half his goods, to ask of him the surrender of the rest? Would you dare in a military contest to propose to a soldier who defends his last and strongest fortress to give it up without a blow, because forsooth others have been taken away from him by treachery? This was precisely what Monsieur Lavalette went to Rome for, sent there by Napoleon III in behalf of Victor Emmanuel. And what was still more ludicrous, all anti-papal writers of the time exclaimed with a kind of holy horror, what stubbornness, what obstinacy, what a dogged immobility on the part of this Pope! Down with that old man who refuses to yield! This was the concordant note rung by all the liberal papers of France, England, Italy, and Germany, etc. Noble chorus indeed of the drama. M. de la Garonnière who was then the great amanuensis of His Majesty Napoleon III, wrote, it seems, a pamphlet on the subject, as serious in the expression as it was in fact ludicrous in the thoughts, whose whole object was to insist on the criminal absurdity of such stubbornness on the part of the Pope. The Bishop of Orleans, to answer it, had only to remark that if the Pope was unyielding, Piedmont was yet more so; but that from the beginning of the contest, if the Pontiff had always remained firm, France, then his great ally, had always given way and obliged the Pope finally to come down. Thus the obstinacy of Piedmont had gained for it successively the Romagna, Tuscany, the Marches, and Umbria, and finally Naples. Meanwhile the obstinacy of the Pope had reduced him in the end to the insignificant patrimony of St. Peter, owing to the facile condescension of France for Italy. The pen of Manager Dupin-Lou was, as usual, trenchant and convincing, but it was a pity that in his position he could not use open irony and exhibit above board the whole scheme of the comedy. We have said a word of the role enacted by France, or rather by Napoleon, who appeared to be the only support of the Pontiff and was in fact his greatest enemy, who had placed Touvenel at the head of his foreign affairs and La Villette near the sovereign whom he intended to rob of the remainder of his states. The Bishop of Orleans has told us how successfully he had previously neutralized the firmness of the Pontiff and given to Piedmont the whole of Italy except Rome. We see him on this occasion using his Minister of Foreign Affairs and his Roman ambassador for the same noble object of swindling the Pope out of the rest, thus reducing to naught his obstinacy. The whole would appear not ludicrous indeed, but odious, if all their diplomatic correspondence could be published in these pages. We read it at the time, but cannot now lay our hands upon it. We are positive, however, that in several of those notes of Touvenel, lessons were openly given to the Pope, not only in past history, but, would you believe it, in theology. The Pontiff from the first moment had uttered his famous non possumus, and Monsieur Touvenel could, of course, prove to him that he was in error. Past history and the doctrine of sound theology allowed the Pope to surrender the temporalities of the Church, and his non possumus was in fact a lie. To this had French diplomacy come down. What interest had Napoleon in taking on himself such a disgraceful task? He was not then working for France, but for Italy. He was thus fashioning a new nationality of 30 millions of souls, whose gratitude to the Bonaparte dynasty was indeed short-lived, as every one of us knows. He was in truth fulfilling once more in his precious person the celebrated adage, quos vult Deus pedere dementat. This comedy, therefore, whose first scene we have thus begun to develop, turned out to be a tragedy for France. But what was it for Italy itself, or for Victor Emmanuel, who must be there its representative man? This part of the play deserves some elucidation at our hands. It was something more than a comedy. It can be called a spectacular drama of the bouffe order. Here we speak seriously. His Majesty the King of Piedmont was, of course, convinced that the plan would be successfully carried out. When the curtain should fall, he would cry out, "Plaudite quibus," as the Pontiff would be stripped of everything. But his great friend of Paris wanted that some ceremony should be observed in the proceedings. There was to be not only a kind of courtesy in the act of stripping, but moreover it was necessary for what remained of Catholic opinion in Europe, that in the operation there should be a promise of garantie. This is the Italian word. Let us see a little more in detail how the various actors fulfill their role around Rome. And here we protest that we are writing history. Nothing is exaggerated or presented in a false light. Our limits, on the contrary, prevent us from saying enough, and much more could be added. If occasionally it looks like a satire, it is the fault of the actors themselves, not of the writer. When men strut on the great stage of the world, bearing on their persons the mark of the most detestable hypocrisy, when the disguise is so poor that their real features can be seen through the decayed silk that covers their face, the satire on their personality consists in their own acting, and the more faithful is the rendering of the scene by a strict historian, the more damning for them becomes his impartial pen. If it were not so, Cardinal Wiseman himself would be called a satirical author, who, writing at that time on the situation of the Pope, did not hesitate to say, "His tranquillity and happiness have become the sport of those whose duty it was to secure them at any sacrifice. It is a matter of daily and fluctuating rumor whether or not he is to be handed over from one calling himself his son, Napoleon, to another boasting of the same title, Victor Emmanuel, who were only haggling about the terms of the transfer. He is now left hanging in what is intended to be an ignominious suspense, whilst the dice are cast by political gamesters for his seamless robe of state, which two conjointly may never wear, for that capital of the Christian world, the seat of his eternal pontificate, to see whose it shall be. At the time the cardinal wrote, the promise of Napoleon to Victor Emmanuel was not yet known, and people hesitated as to the way the plum would fall, but with this difference, that our remarks must be more pointed as the veil has been entirely lifted up. They need not be more pungent than these words of the dignified wise man. Ricasoli, the successor of Cavour, who on his deathbed promised the Italians the possession of Rome within 6 months, was the first to give, in the session of 1861 in the Italian Parliament, a hint about the agreement finally come to between Napoleon and Victor Emmanuel. Our wish, he said, is to restore Rome to Italy without depriving the Church of any of its grandeur or the Pope of his independence. As everyone knows perfectly how deep was the anxiety of Monsieur Ricasoli for the grandeur of the Church and the independence of the Pope, these words of his address to the Italian deputies were perfectly useless, or rather they must have been intended to raise a smile on the face of the honorable men to whom he spoke. He insisted on it, however, and a little lower down he explained better his meaning. We wish to go to Rome, he said, in accord with France, not destroying, but building up, and at the same time opening to the Church a way of reform, by giving her that liberty and independence which will invite her to regeneration, a task to be accomplished by the purity of religious sentiment and simplicity of manners, by severity of discipline, and by the frank and loyal abandonment of that power which is opposed to the great idea of her institution. We need not say that the italics are ours. It is the only comment needed on the words of this artistic comedian. The great French thief Mandrin could not have been more irresistibly ludicrous had he addressed the rich people whom he relieved of the burden of their property, and exhorted them henceforth to reformation, regeneration, simplicity of manners, and severity of discipline. All these loving and praiseworthy intentions, however, of M. Ricasoli were, at the very time, practically explained, had they needed explanation, by the suppression of convents and confiscation of their property in the Marches and Umbria, lately added to the kingdom of Italy, and by a decree just issued which put up for sale a large amount of ecclesiastical landed property. An honest man will always prefer the honest theses of Wycliffe in their naked simplicity of expression. But so far we are still witnessing a mere comic play, and we promised that it would turn out to be also a spectacular drama. But what strange incident did it become so? By a very simple one. Garibaldi, a perfect stage actor of the spectacular kind, had conquered Sicily and Naples a year or so before. Victor Emmanuel, who did not disdain to become his imitator in the same noble art, was on a visit to his newly acquired possessions in the south at the moment that M. Ricasoli was addressing the Italian Parliament in the north, or shortly after. At Turin, for Turin was yet the capital, the great minister of state was mimicking honesty in the manner just recorded. In Sicily and the kingdom of Naples, the noble Italian monarch was acting again to perfection the mock heroism of the conqueror with the red shirt, not only in his surroundings, attitude, bearing, etc., but likewise in his words, exclamations, affirmations, except perhaps the expletives. It was for the gaping multitude precisely what they had seen and heard from Garibaldi a year or two before. We shall go to Rome. Rome must be our capital, he exclaimed on all occasions. A cool witness might have said that the king was mad. He ought to have remembered that the French troops were yet in Rome, apparently at least protecting the Pope. But that sensible witness would have committed a great error. The king was not mad. He was merely acting his role, not that of an ordinary comedian like Ricasoli, but that of a stage hero like Garibaldi. Was it not his great mission to urge on the Italian people to speak openly their mind? Their thundering voice would be heard all over the world, and perhaps the Pope would hear it even in the Vatican. We are not, therefore, surprised to read in the papers of the day that at Salerno, the Sindaco having offered, if you please, the city, the province, the clergy, and as a climax the National Guard, to aid in the triumph of Italian unity, the king accepted the offer with the warmest gratitude, and said that he would perhaps soon need the fulfillment of that promise. The answer appearing still too cold to the excited Sindaco, "Sire," he exclaimed with tears in his eyes, "will we go to Rome?" "Yes, we shall," replied the king with the most solemn attitude and voice. "We shall, and soon indeed. For you it is an ardent but yet a mere desire. I am myself under oath obliged to it." Were not these great days for the Italian play actors of high or low degree? But it has been previously stated that on this occasion success did not crown the hope. How did it happen? Most of the events just recorded took place at the end of 1861 and in April and May 1862. At the same epoch, we read in a French review of that year that it was at the very moment of the Italian Parliament was discussing the tenor of the dispatches of Monsieur La Villette, the Pope thought of inviting to Rome all the bishops of the Catholic world for a great celebration he had already had in view, namely the canonization of some Japanese martyrs. He expected that at most a few bishops would come, the notice being so short. 300 had already arrived for the feast of Pentecost in June. Here it is proper to say we are witnessing neither a comic play nor a spectacular drama, but a solemn commingling of earth with heaven by what is called in ordinary language the communion of saints. Not a word is uttered there of Italian questions, temporal power, popular aspirations, etc., etc., but 26 names of Christian heroes who died on the cross like their Savior as long ago as the 5th of February, 1597, were to be added to the catalogue of saints, and the Supreme Pontiff wished to give as great a solemnity as possible to a simple religious ceremony that had of itself no political or worldly significance. To be sure, the Church prayed, but that is what she does all the time. Only there was a more visible union between earth and heaven, and greater favors were expected from above, as is usually the case when the road is more lighted up, by which angels are wont to travel, and in fact the desired succor arrived in a way which no one would have thought likely or possible. We are writing history, but it is Christian history, into which the supernatural must necessarily enter. The state papers of the time, which must contain the notes exchanged between France and Italy, have not been open to our inspection. In Italy they have been, we are sure, kept wisely closed by Victor Emmanuel ever since that epoch, and those of France open, we suppose, since the day of Sedan, have not yet been examined, so far as we know, for our present object in the multitude of the preoccupations of France since 1870. We are therefore reduced to consult the sequel of events as they are recorded in ordinary papers and reviews, and here is what at once must strike the eyes of every one who does not wish to close them to the evidence of facts. In June, the great solemnity of Pentecost just mentioned took place in Rome, and in July everything is changed. Monsieur Ricasoli is no more at the head of Italian affairs. Ratazzi has replaced him, and the following phrases are called from the correspondent of July 1862. Monsieur Ratazzi has just taken before Europe 2 solemn engagements: to respect the Pope in his present frontiers, and not to suffer Lombardy insurrectionary bands to be organized against Venice. This is strange indeed. Worse still, a little further on we read that a well-informed Russian traveling then in Italy, Monsieur Tchetchev, a great enemy to the spiritual power of the Pope, respectful, however, towards his intemporal authority for political reasons, asserted in a pamphlet on the kingdom of Italy that the French emperor had stated to Monsieur Ratazzi that les Italiens doivent s'arranger comme ils seront d'exister pas, that is, must not think of making it their capital. Consequently, we are not surprised to see further on that Garibaldi was furious. He went down in a rage to Sicily. The 2 sons of Victor Emmanuel ran after him to try to bring him back to reason, but in vain, etc., etc. 2 months later, the popular hero was in open revolt against Victor Emmanuel. Attacked by Italian troops at Aspromonte, he was wounded, made prisoner, taken to a Piedmontese fortress by the Bersaglieri of Chiardini, tried and convicted of rebellion by a court of assizes, and all this because he wanted that Italy should go to Rome, as Victor Emmanuel had solemnly promised, but His Majesty the King had backed down. As the change of policy in Italy had been certainly imposed by France, there must have been a change in France also. Indeed there was. In September, Monsieur Trouvenel was no more Minister of Foreign Affairs, nor was Monsieur La Villette ambassador at Rome, and their diplomatic notes and dispatches were désavoués, says the French Review. Monsieur de la Guéronnière, always faithful in following the inspirations of His Majesty and Emperor, had just founded a journal where he advocated the temporal power of the Pope. And finally it was agreed on all sides that the French troops were to remain in Rome with the Pope, and the Italians would continue out of it. This was the end of the drama, but who was so far to say plaudite civis? Not Victor Emmanuel, certainly. The object of the Wyclifian theses had therefore failed even in the 19th century. It was fated, however, that it should be carried out, and this happened in the second scene we have promised to describe. The first, of necessity, has detained us longer perhaps than our readers wished. The second will occupy but a moment. The French troops were permanently withdrawn from Rome only at the outbreak of the war between France and Prussia in August 1870. Yet His Majesty of Piedmont did not move, and Rome remained perfectly quiet under the protection of 10 or 11,000 brave Christians who had hastened thither at the voice of Pius IX. But as soon as the catastrophe of Sedan took place, as soon as the revolutionary government of the 4th of September broke out in a flash of tumult threatening anarchy, Victor Emmanuel ordered all the forces then at his command, 65,000 men, to march on Rome, and wrote a letter to the Pope dated Florence, September 8, 1870. The first phrase only deserves to be quoted as being one of the most perfect models of hypocrisy and deceit that can be read anywhere. Since the sequel has given to the world its exact and full meaning, it ought indeed to stand on record and be preserved to posterity. Here it is. Most Holy Father, with the affection of a son, with the faith of a Catholic, with the honor of a king, and with the soul of an Italian, I now, as on a previous occasion, address myself to your Holiness. The mask, indeed, was thick and perfect, not seedy and threadbare. What he wished, however, was manifest enough from what followed. He proposed that his troops should be allowed to enter the Eternal City for the security of your Holiness and the maintenance of order. These were his words. Of course, the head of Catholicity would be surrounded by the devotion of the Italian populations, and preserve on the banks of the Tiber a glorious sea, independent of all human sovereignty. The Pope answered this letter in a few words, full of dignity, refusing to accede to the demands of the king, and adding only this short phrase, sufficient, in our opinion, to stop the invader in his mad career, had he not already stifled altogether the voice of his conscience. I adore my God, who has suffered your Majesty to add to the bitterness of the latter days of my life. Then he sent his orders to Kanzler, his minister of war, requesting him to defend the city, only sufficiently to show protest and prove that violence was used and no more. For once the correspondent of the London Times found this a letter written in a fine Christian spirit, most dignified and simple and admirable in its wording. The reader knows the rest. On the 20th of September, the papal troops, after a short resistance outside of Rome, re-entered the city. The cannon of Cadorna and Bixio made a breach in the walls. The Pope immediately ordered a white flag to be displayed, and negotiations commenced for a capitulation. The rulers of Europe had so completely separated themselves from the head of Christendom, and so far forgotten the propriety even of offering their good offices to the fallen sovereign, that von Arnim alone, the Prussian minister, thought proper to tender his unofficial intercession with the Italian commander, and thus gained an armistice of 24 hours to break the fury of the onset. Had not this much been done, the troops of Victor Emmanuel would have at once entered Rome in the heat of the previous contest, followed by 4,000, some say 10,000 Italian revolutionists, who accompanied the army of Cadorna, and who committed excesses enough the following day, when precautions, however, had been taken by the police which would have been impossible on the day of the battle. None of the representatives of European sovereigns at Rome seem to have foreseen such an eventuality as this, except the minister of bigoted Prussia. They all forgot what might have been the fate of the people, owing to their perfect indifference, if not hatred, to the pontiff. That horrors might have been perpetrated far worse than those which actually took place could surely have been anticipated from the expressions used by Bixio, one of the chief commanders of the Italian armies, who, on starting for his campaign, boasted in open parliament that he was going to throw the Pope and the cardinals into the Tiber. But if all the European governments were then guilty of at least the most unpardonable indifference, that of Italy, by its senseless ambition, showed itself worse than all the others. The pretext was, of course, the unity of Italy, as if there can be unity in that country when the Pope is not only set aside but oppressed. Will he not always have on his side a great part of the population, in fact, all those in whom the religious sentiment is prevalent? How can Italy be united when her children are radically divided on so important a question? The flimsy pretext that the Pope may be deprived of his temporal power and still govern the world and show himself independent of all human sovereignty, as Victor Emmanuel wrote to Pius IX, cannot satisfy any rational mind, for it is an absolute impossibility. All the fine words which can be found on the subject in the liberal vocabulary have really no meaning, or rather are only expressions of a deep hypocrisy. All sensible Italians, all those especially who knew the history of their country, felt it at the time, and among them particularly Cesare Balbo, who wrote in his Pensieri these remarkable words: "Those who seek the fall of the sovereignty of the Pope are, without any understanding of the previous sufferings and experiences of Italy, deaf to its history, blind to its mission." Meanwhile, the prophecy of Wycliffe has been entirely fulfilled. The Church has been everywhere stripped of all she possessed, and for the first time in the history of the world, nations have insisted on laying her bare. How did God suffer it, and not miraculously interpose in favor of his kingdom on earth? There cannot be any doubt that if these pages are ever perused by men deprived of Christian sense and imbued with the Wycliffean ideas so often referred to, they may find in some of our previous reflections a subject of ridicule and scoff at the notion that the Almighty thought proper to interpose in 1862, induced to it by the prayers of the Church on the great day of Pentecost of that year, and yet remained perfectly indifferent to the fate of his Church in 1870. We have merely related facts which every one can interpret in his own fashion as to the real designs of Providence. They are veiled from our eyes, and it would be presumptuous dogmatically to declare or foretell their accomplishment. Still, we might insist that in the second act of the drama we have briefly described, if the pontiff at the end of it became almost a prisoner in the Vatican, Napoleon III was likewise at that very time a captive in Wilhelmshöhe. What will become of Victor Emmanuel, the sequel will show. One thing is certain: Italy cannot be happy without a free pope, and great disasters are surely in store for her unless she retrace some of the steps taken so violently by her. If Europe, as we shall show in a subsequent article, will never be able to settle down into a peaceful condition until she restored to religion something of her former consideration in the eyes of the people, much more ought this to be said of Italy, which will never be able to find repose until she become again the center and bulwark of Catholicity. End of section 25. Section 26 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Shall We Have a University? Part 1, by Right Reverend T. A. Becker. Office and Work of Universities, by John Henry Newman, London, Pickering, 1856. For many years past, the question has been occasionally proposing itself to those who look in thought beyond the immediate horizon, whether the facilities afforded by our existent system of higher education be sufficient for the wants of the present age, or as a foundation for the probable needs of the future. It is doubted by discerning men whether that can be called a system which has so little uniformity and such radical divergencies. And it is plainly asked whether we have shown educationally the same breadth and depth of view for the advanced instruction of our posterity that we are admitted to have displayed politically in laying broad and deep the foundations of a government such as the world has never before seen. Nor has the answer been such as to satisfy those who hold, we believe justly, that each generation of mankind owes, as a duty to the succeeding one, that during its occupancy of earth, attention to the spiritual and mental wants of the world shall at least keep pace with improvement in ways and means of material advancement and physical welfare. Have we then in this country devoted a tithe of the means, time, or talent to the examination and fostering of possible or actual means of high intellectual progression that we have applied to the development of machinery or to material inventive discovery? We conceive that while we shall be found to have made larger progress in the latter than we have any record of in the same space of time in the history of the world, it will be also apparent that this has taken place at the expense of the appliances for higher education. There is no question about the fact that a large amount of information has been diffused among the masses of the people, and it is admitted on all hands that a different kind of specific education, whether in the higher or lower forms of mental acquirement, is rendered more or less imperative by the peculiarities of each revolving age. But it must be granted that our universities and colleges, we have names if we have not what they should represent, are certainly not advancing with the requirements of the age. Nay, there are many sedate thinkers and conscientious men who find themselves obliged to admit that these institutions, instead of advancing, are retrograding, who see in the continuance of the present evasive substitutes under high-sounding names no possibility of improvement, but rather the germs of constant and still more rapid deterioration. Our young men who have acquired all that these institutions have to impart are by no means so well stored intellectually, either with actual knowledge, dialectic skill in the use of what they have, or practical information, as was the case in former times, and who will say that they, the graduates of today, are as well ballasted morally with steadfast principles as were their predecessors of half a century ago. No, so far is this from being what our country has a right to demand of us, that it shows us palpably delinquent in duty to our own age, to say nothing of the rights of posterity. So far what has been said refers educationally to the whole of our common country, without allusion to any distinction of creed. But we Catholics contend, contrary to the opinions of most of our fellow countrymen, that education, purely secular and mental, whether in the elementary, higher, or in the highest branches, is, if dissociated from religious training, an injury rather than a benefit. And we insist that the two things must be carried on simultaneously, from the first initiation into the alphabet to the highest point that education can attain. Hence it is that Catholics, while obliged by law to pay for the support of schools which they cannot in conscience patronize, tax themselves still more lavishly for the support of their own parochial schools, in which the claims of God and religion are not ignored, in which the child, at the same time that he learns to read, write, etc., acquires also his prayers, is instructed in the creed, the commands of God and of his church, and gains a system of practical morals. Pains also are taken and large expense incurred to render the grade and amount of instruction imparted in these schools as high and complete as possible, and there is great reason to believe that their effect has already been to check in great measure the former yearly loss to the Church of many children of Catholic emigrants, too many of whom fell away from all religion as a result of the training of the common schools. It would, however, not be fair to allow an inference to be drawn from what has been said that no efforts have been made by Catholics to accomplish a similar result in the higher walks of education. In fact, we can point with pride and entire confidence to our schools and academies for the higher education of females which abound in every portion of the United States. These are almost invariably under the charge of one or other of the female teaching orders of the Church, and we neither know personally nor have we heard from others any reason to impugn their thorough competency or their success in the task they have undertaken. Within the United States, there have been already established up to 1875 74 colleges, distinctively Catholic, chartered, and conferring degrees. There is not today in the entire country a single institution, Catholic, Protestant, of any shade or nondescript, entitled to the name of university in the European sense of the word. Indeed, in common parlance, as well as in more pretentious literary usage, there is no distinction made in the use of the two terms, while there are some institutions to which the term university is applied as their legal title, though no difference whatever exists between the work accomplished in them and that done in any of their fellow establishments under the designation of colleges. The colleges of France, of which there are some 320, do not come here into question at all, since they are plus minusve, exactly what the gymnasien are in Germany, and are all controlled by the University of France. Strictly speaking, a college in the academic sense should be an institution for imparting the highest grade of instruction in letters and sciences, and endowed with revenues, chartered by the state, and subject to a private or special code of laws. A university, in like manner, is properly an institution of learning in which the whole round of letters, arts, and sciences, universitas scientiarum, is taught by special professors for each branch, which confers degrees in each or all, in which, besides the academic studies, law, medicine, and theology are taught by their respective faculties, and which may consist of an agglomeration of colleges, as in England, or of a sole corporation, as is usually the case on the continent of Europe. Some of our older and more flourishing colleges have faculties and impart instruction in law, medicine, or divinity, and in a very few instances in all the professional studies, while again most of the establishments legally entitled universities either impart no such instruction or, it may be, only in one branch. Apart from the before-mentioned 74 Catholic colleges, there are in the United States nearly 600 other colleges, almost all under the auspices and direct control of one or other of the various Protestant sects, for while the theoretic cry is that there shall be no sectarianism, the manifest design is that each denomination shall disseminate, by all means in its powers, its own doctrines, and the actual practice is in both the lowest and highest grades of schools that the views of religion entertained by the teacher are always more or less strictly inculcated upon the student. Now our country is the paradise of the sects. No other under the sun has so many of them, and as their leaders see the hold which control more especially of the higher education of students gives them the advantages of authorized access to the mind of the boy at that stage of his progress when, with a certain strength of mind and some literary culture, he is forming his views of religion and morals, it will be readily seen that the sectarians are right, each from his own standpoint, in trying to secure such vantage ground by the establishment of academies, colleges, etc. But the effect on these institutions themselves is, as might be expected, clearly belittling, and as a result, said colleges, so numerous, so scantily endowed, when endowed at all, competing with one another for students, like so many life insurance companies, cannot, for the most part, pay competent men as professors, can hold forth no inducement to suitable persons to prepare themselves for such positions, have neither adequate library nor apparatus, and find themselves lacking in, or entirely destitute of the spirit with which fame, success, or correspondent reward inspires teachers, and likewise lacking in numbers, skilled instruction, proper appliances, and the resultant emulation which animate and encourage students. Slablatus deduriorum primiis etiam studia ipsa Quito peritur. The professor, having gotten a position, the continuance in which does not involve his devoting himself to further study, degenerates into the iteratorum reiterator, the retailer year by year of his first year's platitudes. The students feel no interest in his lectures or explications. The mediocre student is simply anxious to get his degree and leave the place, while the bright scholar, or he who might have become so under an able and advancing professor, comes mentally to the conclusion that if such be the results of learning, and this is his beau ideal of the article in question, the advantages of literature are very slight. The country swarms with professors and institutions moping and drowsing along just in this way. Far be it from us to give wilful offence or to speak harshly, nor do we imagine that the open statement of what many reflecting men have said, and all whose attention has been called to the subject must have thought, a truth to which we need not longer close our eyes, can be in any fair sense considered a cause of umbrage. We mean then to say that we Catholics, through the natural effects of example and proximity, have become in this respect infected slightly by Protestant influence, tarred a little with the stick of the sectaries. Whether we have not been insensibly led to imitate them in other minor habits and practices is not the question before us, but that we have followed their lead in this matter of multiplying small, feeble, helpless institutions, magniloquently calling them colleges, conferring degrees in course and honorary by means of their charters, and in all respects enacting annual solemn farces at their commencements, is too patent a fact to be denied. The mistake that has been made originated in right motives and in necessity, but it has degenerated into an abuse, and an abuse is frequently separated by very narrow boundaries from a moral wrong. In the early and feeble days of the Church in the United States, when Catholics were few, poor, and scattered, it was very natural that the faithful, feeling as in accordance with their belief they must have felt so much more strongly than their neighbors the truth of their doctrines and the necessity of transmitting unimpaired to their posterity the sacred deposit of the faith, should have established, as well as their poverty would permit them, several colleges or high schools. When we consider, too, within what a short time the Church has made her most rapid advance in this country, we have great reason to congratulate ourselves that by means of these and other similar institutions so much has been accomplished in the direction of the higher education. But now that we have taken form and consistency, it behooves us to manifest that we are in earnest in our zeal, not merely for education in its lower grades, but for the most thorough and most abstruse that the conditions of the age and of the Church with regard to the age render necessary. And to do this, we must plainly consolidate our educational forces so far as the higher mental culture is concerned. We have gotten too much into the habit of sending educationally a boy to do a man's errand. We should have ceased adding to the small fry of colleges, at least with the introduction of railroads, consentaneous with which, as to time, has been our most solid increase. From that time on, the reasons that excused or palliated in the first instances the establishment and maintenance of ineffective colleges ceased to exist, and the same energy on the part of their founders, the same means and patronage on the part of the Catholic public that sufficed to support or to keep in existence 10 such schools would have made any one of them an institution of learning worthy of the name, an establishment of which the Catholics might well be proud, a foundation for the not yet needed, but even then grandly looming up, Catholic University of the United States. Instead of this, we see the patronage of the Catholic portion of the community frittered away among 74 colleges until it just suffices to keep most of them from absolute inanition, and the 8 or 10 that are beyond that stage are neither doing what their managers would like, nor what they would, under more favorable circumstances, have been abundantly able to perform for the credit of Catholics and for the benefit of religion. Except in the single matter of classics, our colleges have consequently been very little, if at all, superior in a literary point of view to the non-Catholic establishments about them. Their poverty necessitated, perhaps, though it never could render thoroughly consistent with right reason, the habitual employment of the seminarian or scholastic element in teaching, since that must in each case have been always an experiment, not always a successful one, and the fiat experimentum in corpore Willie could hardly have been satisfactory to intelligent patrons, however much it might adapt itself to the debility and poverty of the different colleges that pursued the plan. In short, they have competed with and stood in the way of each other until, advance being impossible, they tried to remain stationary. But as such a condition is not realizable, whether for individual or institution, few have made much advance, and the largest number have for years been quietly retrograding. This disease certainly we must have caught from the sectaries. Our ancestors did not know the disorder, and our fellow Catholics the world over have never yet been attacked by it. It is an epidemic against which stringent sanitary measures are necessary, and we know of none likely to prove so efficacious in preventing the past for the future and spurring to greater usefulness on a higher plane, and it may be in weeding out members found minus habentis than that to which the common consent of many Catholic thinkers on the subject points, viz. The establishment of a Catholic university nearly on the plan mutatis mutandis of the universities of Prague or Vienna, with an infusion of some features of Göttingen, Padua, and Bologna. It is proposed to treat of this subject in the following order, viz. 1. The necessity for such an institution in the United States. 2. Its feasibility. 3. Some details of a project for the establishment. 4. Its professorships. 5. Its students. 6. Beneficial results to the Church and to our country. That there may be no misunderstanding, let it be premised that what it is proposed to write is conceived in no captious or carping spirit. Indeed, there is small reason for fault-finding when, with comparatively limited means and under such discouraging circumstances, our greatest increase having been synchronous with the days of native Americanism, know-nothingism, the wide extension of secret societies, and the lamentable Civil War, so much at least was effected in the direction of the higher education by some of the older colleges, while none were inferior in any respect scientifically to their numerous and supercilious neighbors. We repeat our previous assertion that the study of classes has in our Catholic colleges always stood on a higher plane, been pursued more thoroughly and to a greater extent than in the sectarian institutions under the same name. All honor to the sons of Loyola, who established the College of Georgetown. Who can forget the noble legacy left the Church by Fathers Dubois and Brute in the founding of Mount St. Mary's? We are sincerely thankful for the amount of good accomplished by the other numerous seminaries of learning commenced at various times all over our broad country, and we are far from saying that their day of usefulness is past. But altered circumstances require altered plans, and in suggesting, we trust in demonstrating the necessity not of their abolition, but of their existence under a changed form, and one calculated to do a great deal more good, we are only seconding the view which their founders, were they alive, would express. And certainly we are only actuated, if we know ourselves, by an ardent desire to promote the best interest of the Church, the advancement of which has been at all times the prime reason for the existence of educational institutes. But concentration of mind is no more necessary in study than is concentration of means, appliances, and numbers, constant contact of mind with mind, and of differently constituted minds with each other in the entire process, but especially in the highest phases of education. The apothegm divide et imperum is much more widely applicable than its originator had in mind when he first uttered it. Furthermore, while the writer has of course his plan to suggest and asks a hearing for it, believing it to be a good one, yet he has lived too long to fancy that he has any monopoly of wisdom or practical sense of fitness, and he stands ready to be corrected on any point in his facts, reasonings, or suggestions, strong only in the one position that he does not conceive it possible that any unprejudiced man should fail to see the injury daily inflicted on the sublime cause of higher education by the multiplication of puny, though certainly well-intended, institution designs for its extension. It would be the height of vanity to expect to do more by means of this article than to suggest ideas and plans, and to elicit the like from others, so that should the Catholics of the United States, after a fair and full survey of the ground and of the reasons pro et contra, come to the conclusion that the time had arrived for the establishment of a national university, the beginnings may be made after the most complete interchange of view and plan, experience and probability. It is not a work into which in any case we should dash at haphazard. The importance of it, not merely to ourselves and our own age, but to generations yet unborn, is too great. Nor are the ideas on the subject of any one man, however able naturally or cultivated by education, certain to be found such as would work thoroughly in practice. We therefore cordially invite both friendly and adverse criticism, prepared to answer either until either shall convince ourselves. 1. Possibly some of our readers may not be aware of, or may not realize, the rapid increase of the Church in the United States in means and numbers within the last 40 years, an increase out of all proportion greater than that of the country in general in population and wealth during the same period. Now numbers and wealth mean, in all countries, power, and in none is this more emphatically the case than in the United States. Whether the power shall be inert and ineffective, or active and efficient, will depend entirely on the intellectual culture of the possessors. Those who wish to bring the stupendous facts vividly and connectedly before their minds will be able to form an accurate idea of the changes that have taken place by comparing the Catholic Almanac for 1836 with the Catholic Directory for 1876. We shall give but a general conception of the facts when we state that in the former year in which Dr. Dubois was consecrated Bishop of New York, at that time including the whole state, together with the greater part of New Jersey, his whole diocese contained but 150,000 Catholics, of whom there were in the city alone 35,000. 14 years before, 1822, Dr. Connolly counted in the same diocese but 8 priests. Now the same territory has been divided into 7 dioceses, the smallest of which contains a larger Catholic population than did the entire diocese at the accession of Bishop Dubois, and the archdiocese, which now includes little more than the city and county of New York, contains a Catholic population of 750,000. Churches, colleges, seminaries, schools, select and parochial asylums, protectories for boys and girls, hospitals, homes for aged men and women, male and female religious communities exist in large numbers, and the same territory which in 1836 contained but 150,000 now counts upwards of 1,500,000 Catholics. The same thing has been going on all over the country, and though the numbers to be mentioned in connection with the increase in other parts of the country may not be so large, yet it will be found on investigation that the proportion of increase both to our own numbers at the time and to the non-Catholic population is in many cases much greater, and in all is calculated to astonish the foreigner, the Protestant, and even the American Catholic whose attention has not been previously called to the fact. From less than 500,000 in 1836, we now number more than 6 million in the United States, nor is there any reason to suppose that our future advance will be less rapid or less solid, since indeed the progress made within the aforesaid 40 years has been made in the teeth of poverty within, flouts and jeers from without, intense sectarian hatred, virulent opposition on the part of the oath-bound secret societies, many of them gotten up ex professo, and all of them wielding their influence de facto against the Church, to say nothing of the rancorous political hostility displayed by the outbreak of the so-called Native Americans in 1844 and of the Know-Nothings in 1856. With such numbers, then, and a fair prospect of such increase in the near future, it is most manifestly our duty to do for higher culture what we have been doing so well for elementary, secondary, and grammar school instruction. There is now hardly to be found in the United States a church in any of our cities or towns that has not its parochial school, in which the children receive that instruction which we consider absolutely essential to make of them true Catholic men and women, and the number of Catholic academies and high schools spread broadcast over the land is at least adequate to our present needs, and capable, without much change of system, by mere multiplication of numbers, of supplying the demands of any probable or possible increase of Catholicity. But the same cannot with truth be said of the education which in this country goes under the name of collegiate, and which has been and continues to be our highest form of academic culture. Here we fail, and not we alone, but the collegiate system itself is on a false basis throughout the United States. In the case of Catholics, the lack arises from the fact that in the infancy and helplessness, humanly speaking, of Catholicity in this country, the game was in the hands of our opponents, and there was nothing for us to do but follow their lead. Every sect, of course, founded according to its numbers, zeal, and means, one or more colleges. Our people, most of them emigrants, long used to living, as it were, on sufferance, and accustomed to persecution, were disposed to make as little demonstration, to give as little offence as possible. It was clear that some provision must be made for higher education. As Catholics, they could not conscientiously send their young men to colleges where the instruction was in Protestant and therefore hostile hands. Travel was in those days slow, difficult, dangerous, expensive, and the settlements at points very remote from each other. They themselves were in most instances very poor, in few cases comfortably situated as to means, while the wealthy among them were very rare indeed. These were the days when Bishop Connolly declared in a letter to the Propaganda that the American youth have an almost invincible repugnance to the ecclesiastical state. Hence there were established of necessity in many parts of the United States institutions of learning called colleges, sometimes by secular clergymen, sometimes by regulars, which did the best that could at the time and under the circumstances be done, and which accomplished and continued to perform good work, for which they deserve all credit. But it was never proposed that these institutions should supply the lack of a university, still less that their various curricula should be for all future time deemed the acme of academic instruction in our country. The strong probability is that it never entered into the imagination of the most sanguine of the founders of those earliest schools that an institution such as we now propose would be for 150 years yet to come imperatively demanded by the spread of the Church. Here it becomes necessary to glance at the advantages of university education as contrasted with collegiate in the formation of character, imparting of knowledge, and preparation of the student for life. Of course, school, academy, college, and university are all but preparatory steps for the active duties of the lawyer, physician, theologian, professor, scientific or literary man, as indeed our entire life is only a state of probation for a better. Now, to Catholics, it is unnecessary to say that it is a most calamitous fallacy to suppose that there can be any genuine intellectual culture in the mere acquisition of secular knowledge. And indeed, Protestants themselves do not admit the principle in its naked deformity, save where it is necessary to hold it forward as a buffer to Catholic arguments against the present management of the public schools. We are, as Catholics, all agreed that in every course of study intended to benefit either the individual or the race, religion and morals must be constantly inculcated, explained, and discussed from every point of view, not merely tagged on like the grace at an alderman's dinner or a perfunctory congressional prayer. We desire our students at least to be Christians, and we consider their time, wheresoever spent, as worse than lost, and their attainments, how lofty soever, as worse than useless, unless they shall therewith have acquired that fear of the Lord which is the beginning of wisdom. Having never had in this country any exemplification of the working of a university system, many very well-read persons amongst us have but a vague idea of its effects upon students. But we think that the great points that contradistinguish the two systems, those namely of the college and university, are the extent and thoroughness of the latter as compared with the former, the greater variety of studies, the higher standard of attainment, the more frequent and rigorous examinations, the greater number and skill of professors, the greater completeness of library, philosophical and chemical appliances, to say nothing of the appurtenances in astronomy and other studies by which they can be acquired not merely theoretically but practically. But there is another and a more important point than any or all of these, in which the university must far outstrip the college, and in saying this we do not in the least undervalue any of the distinctive special advantages claimed above. The idea will be more readily conceived by adverting to the fact that even in our colleges, imperfect as they are, it would be by no means true to say that all the education there acquired is imparted to the student by the professor and in the classroom. We all know that there is pervading each of them, just in proportion as it approaches to deserving the name, a sort of subtle influence and tone of thought, a quasi-genius loci, that stamps the student quite as unmistakably as do the actual acquirements, literary or scientific, which are the results of his class attendance. Now, if this be the case at our colleges, to which students resort in comparatively small numbers and at all stages of preparation, frequently with very little, where professors are not invariably either energetic or able, and where should be given a professor be both, he is obliged to adapt his instruction to some mediocre standard, the curriculum is scant, and that little often curtailed for any of the various reasons that will readily recur to the mind of any one who has either taught or studied in them. How much more of such insensible but none the less actual education will there not be constantly going on at our proposed Catholic University, where lectures will be given, always by able and enthusiastic professors on every subject in the range of knowledge, to large numbers of well-prepared students, where combined efforts for investigating truth will be constantly put forth by youthful spirits eager to attain it, where intellectual culture will find in the free intercourse of mind with mind, and in the salutary collision of taste, feeling, and opinion, its most invaluable instrument. Given the competent professors and the students previously so drilled in their studies as to be thoroughly adequate to the work before them, there will soon establish itself as inseparable from the place a recognized standard both of Catholic thought and practice, to have been subject to which would in itself be a liberal education, and one infinitely more important than that other culture, momentous though it be, to attain which was the prime object in matriculating. It may be laid down as admitted that the objects of our higher education are twofold, viz., adequate intellectual culture and adequate doctrinal knowledge, synchronous in point of acquisition, the moral and religious portion of which is not merely to be apprehended by the intellect, but to be brought home, as it were, fully to the moral nature, that they may become the motive power of future social and political action. For though we be numerous in this country and faithful, the devil has not yet been chained. Our adversaries are keen, some of them able, all bitter, and most of them unscrupulous. We must be prepared for them, and to be properly prepared we need champions who can confront their false morals, impious doctrines, and infidel politics with both head and heart, the ability of the former being but a poor reliance without the steadfast adherence of the latter. Indeed, it is not merely for aggression upon or defense against those without the pale of the Church that we need such ability and loyalty on the part of the watchmen on the walls of Sion, but in our country the very atmosphere seems to hold in solution poisons deadly to Catholic instincts. On one side a non-Catholic or an anti-Catholic press, on another the sectaries banded together against us, here the oath-bound societies, yonder the infidels, by whatever name they may be known, all taint the air with their venom. The breath we inhale is surcharged with it. It becomes at times visible to the ordinary mental discernment, as does to the corporeal eye the fine dust in the air of a closed room, when on opening a shutter we see the motes in the sunbeam, and our standard-bearers, the clergy as well as our laymen, who meet this subtly permeating influence in the daily walks of life, need all the intellectual culture and spiritual graces possible, that they may withstand in their own persons and successfully combat, in the case of others, these malignant and too often maleficent agencies. End of section 26. Section 27 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Shall We Have a University? Part 2 by Right Reverend T.A. Becker. Most of our readers have at some time attended a concert or other entertainment where the audience was small, the performers depressed, enthusiasm impossible, however thorough the display of ability, and do they not know the effects upon themselves? Had the same performance been presented before an overflowing house, with the élan that full sympathy, complete rapport with a large audience is sure to impart, how differently would it not have been received? How much more thrillingly would not the audience have been affected, leaving after it a memory that should quit the mind, but with life? This gives us an approximate, though but a faint, idea of the far superior and more lasting influence exercised by university instruction as compared with our present mode of collegiate teaching, both as to the unseen daily and hourly effect and the visible stamp impressed on the intellectual and aesthetic, the moral and religious nature of students and professors. Why, the twin English universities, bad as they are, and much as we object to them, we need not undertake to prove to Catholics with how much reason, have been the prime controlling the moving cause of England's political greatness. Here, Dr. Newman, we want no better Catholic authority on this subject, nor would it be possible to find one whose whole career enables him to understand the subject so thoroughly. He says, what would come, on the other hand, of the ideal systems of education that have fascinated the imagination of the age, could they ever take effect, and whether they would not produce a generation frivolous, narrow-minded, and resourceless? Intellectually considered, it is a fair subject for debate. But so far it is certain that the universities to which I refer, and which did little more than bring together first boys and then youths in large numbers, these institutions, with miserable deformities on the side of morals, with a hollow profession of Christianity and a heathen code of ethics, I say at least they can boast of a succession of heroes and statesmen, of literary men and philosophers, of men conspicuous for great national virtues, for habits of business, for knowledge of life, for practical judgment, for cultivated tastes, and for accomplishments, who have made England what it is, able to subdue the earth, able to domineer over Catholics. Idea of a university. In fact, this branch of the subject, the necessity for university instruction and its superior effectiveness, is so thoroughly and exhaustively treated by F. Newman that we cannot do better than refer those who desire full satisfaction on that score to the work above quoted. We shall thus at once avoid traversing ground already thoroughly surveyed, and leave space for other and important matter, in part peculiar to us of the United States, pertaining to the matter in hand. Here in our own country, the bishops of the Church assembled in council in 1866 have declared and put on record in the Acta et Decreta Conclabent to their judgment of the desirableness and ultimate necessity of such an institution of higher learning, though they did not then think the time fully arrived for its establishment. Their words are in Latin. These Acta et Decreta were approved by the Holy Father, as appears by the letter of Cardinal Bernardo, published therewith. The pontiffs indeed have at all times been the promoters of the higher or university education, and during the temporal power of the papacy the most munificent supporters of universities, both in form of endowment and privileges. Nor has it ever been, as is often falsely alleged, either the policy or practice of the Church to repress learning, as all history sufficiently evinces. Neither do we believe that those who make the assertion themselves give credence to it for a moment. They simply use a cry which they find popular and effective wherever ignorance and prejudice are combined against the Church. What cared they for the fact that nearly all the oldest universities of Europe, in fact all save the few that grew up of themselves, were either founded or fostered by the popes of Rome, who moreover exercised the right of superintending them, a fact which may be historically verified in the cases of the universities of Bologna and Paris, which dispute the palm of antiquity with each other. Innocent IV decreed that no sentence of excommunication, suspension, or interdict against the latter university or any of its members should have effect without special license of the Apostolic See, and countless privileges have been conferred on such institutions by pontiffs before and since. Now dynasties die out and governments change. Revolutions are constantly taking place, not without detriment ofttimes to the establishments endowed by the pious of past ages for the cause of religion, education, or philanthropy. The Church alone of all institutions remains permanent and steadfast. In triumph or persecution, in wealth or poverty, numerically large or gathered together by twos and by threes, she remains always the same, and the Almighty has promised that she shall not fail. Now, though God has wrought by miracles, does so work still when it pleases him, and may do so at any time, for his hand is not shortened, yet he usually operates by his general laws, and requires of us for our own good to cooperate in his working for the benefit of the race. God helps those who help themselves is true in the material and intellectual order, nor is it false in the religious. The Church will always need her intellectual champions till the end of time, and while Almighty God can supply them as he did on the day of Pentecost, yet in no age of the history of the Church have her members deemed it right to rely solely on such miraculous interference and assistance. But they have in every country of Christendom established, in view of her need of trained defenders, such institutions as that for the necessity of which in this country we are now suggesting reasons, and that is the university system, he most perfect, namely, that the best intellects and accumulated experience of ancient and modern times have been able to devise for securing the aims of a thorough education, viz., complete intellectual and thorough religious culture. We submit, then, that the point of the necessity for a Catholic university in the United States is established, 1, on the ground of our present numbers and probable increase; 2, because it is as much, if not more manifestly, our duty to provide for the highest as it is for elementary education; 3, because thereby we check that loss to the Church and gain to the ranks of infidelity which the want of sound scientific instruction and the plausibility of pretentious scientists has occasioned and still causes; 4, because with no higher culture than that afforded by our present scattered, imperfect, superficial, and needy colleges, we cannot fit out young men to withstand at all points the attacks of Buckle, Huxley, Darwin, Mill, etc. 5, because our students need the stimulus and our professors the impetus of the university system. 6, because such system is the best that the wit of man has ever devised. 7, because its existence and influence would largely diminish and finally root out that schiolism and pretense which are our educational bane. 8, because said establishment has been solemnly recommended by the bishops of our country and approved by the Holy See. And finally, 9, because Almighty God works by means, and we are bound to do our part in employing the best means for the preservation and extension of the faith. 2. We come next to the feasibility of the establishment and maintenance of such a university in the United States. This question evidently resolves itself into 3 prominent points of inquiry, viz. 1. Can the pecuniary means be secured? 2. Can thoroughly competent professors be obtained? 3. Will there be found thoroughly prepared students in sufficient numbers to justify the establishment? Of course, this, like every other movement in advance, will meet with opposition, some of which will doubtless arise from that class so numerous everywhere whose constant cry is quieta non movere, and they translate it into let well enough alone; more from some misjudging persons connected with the existing colleges, who will be apt to fancy that the university is likely to curtail the dignity or interfere with the revenues of their respective colleges. And probably most of all will signal opposition arise from our young men who, imbued as they are with our peculiarly American idea of launching out into the various professions at the earliest possible age, and we must add with very inadequate qualifications, will have the strongest possible objection to a plan which will necessitate several additional years of study before taking even an academic degree, and which will at every point in the literary course require a thorough examination before the student can pass higher. But as we have not the remotest doubt but that the university, once established, will soon commend itself, we lay but little stress upon the factious temporary opposition that may arise. Stage drivers, wayside landlords, and canal boatmen bitterly opposed the locomotive, and had reasons plenty as blackberries. The old-time naval officers never have become reconciled to the use of war steamers, and doubtless the scriveners and copyists of old raised a howl on the introduction of type, but railroads, steam vessels, and printing carried the day in the end. Whether then the pecuniary means necessary for the purpose can be secured will depend entirely upon the continued existence of that faith and benevolence among Catholics for which they have been in all ages and countries remarkable, and of the failure of which from their midst in this country and at this day we have neither any information nor reason to imagine that such is the fact. In days long past, Oxford, Cambridge, Bologna, Paris, Ingolstadt, Tübingen, Salamanca, Alcala, Coimbra, Padua, Prague, and Vienna, with numerous others, were founded by Catholics who devoted to the endowment of professorships means, the income from which is, save in the first two, to this day devoted to the objects intended by the founders, and the holy sacrifice statedly offered up for their pious intentions. Holy pontiffs approved, fostered, and cherished them. The numbers of students in attendance on the lectures delivered at these institutions during the Middle Ages would seem to us incredible, were the facts not so well attested. In 1453, the number of students at the University of Paris amounted to 25,000, and Joseph Scaliger assures us that when he studied there it had reached 30,000. It will be readily admitted that in none of these countries where these noble institutions were established were the needs any greater than in our own country and now, and we need not, certainly our numbers being taken into consideration, fear comparison with the nations of those days in any of the Christian virtues. In our own time and in Ireland, one of the poorest countries of Europe, a Catholic university has been established, and it is but a short time since we of the United States founded and endowed the American College at Rome. Doubt alone as to what the Italian government might do, and distrust of that regala tu homo, preventing the endowment from being a magnificent one. The monuments of Catholic charity and piety meet us on every hand, and why should we believe that so noble an object as this at which we aim will fall to the ground for lack of the means requisite to set it on a firm foundation? Nay, we doubt not but there would be, in the course of time, an eagerness on the part of Catholics, lay and ecclesiastic, to found courses of lectures and professorships in such a university, just as in the old Catholic times, when so many such were instituted in the European universities. The obligation of a stated mass, certain prayers, or other devotions for the intention of the donor might be conjoined therewith. The professorship or course of lectures might be distinguished by the name of the founder or benefactor, and yearly the students and professors on that foundation should assemble in the church to pray devoutly for the repose of the soul of the founder. We can, from a Catholic point of view, imagine no better use to which those Catholics could apply their means, who, having been blessed in life by the acquisition of property, find themselves at life's close either without relatives or without such as stand in need. Nor do we think that we differ in view from the mass of Catholics on this point. But the benefits, necessity, and workings of such an institution must firstly be explained, so that Catholics shall understand them. A beginning will need to be made that we may have something tangible to show. The management must be confided to men both able and beyond suspicion in the community. It must from the beginning and always have no taint of coterie, still less of ring, rule, or family influence about it. So far, in short, as anything human can be faultless in management, this university must be so. And just in proportion as it fails in this, in just the same ratio will it fall short of the aims to attain which we urge its establishment. Great care must be exercised in the formation of its charter, and thorough provision made therein for its stability and permanence. Observe well that it is not contended that such an institution can attain its ultimate perfection in a year, or it may be 50 years. It will, in large part, be an accretion requiring time for its shaping and consolidation. It cannot be expected to spring like Minerva from the brain of Jupiter, fully armed and equipped capapi. No similar establishment has ever done so, but a fitting nucleus can be constituted capable of indefinite extension. Additions can be made as piety, public spirit, and its own growth furnish the means and material with and upon which to work. The work, before it can from the beginning be well done, every year will add to its completeness and bring it nearer to perfection, and the community, having then the means of comparison, will not be slow, even in matters of technical, scientific, academic, and moral education, to discern the difference between work slurred and work thoroughly well done. The thorough certitude having once taken hold of the Catholic public that the institution is permanently established and thoroughly performing its mission, there will, we venture to predict, be no further difficulty about means, unless indeed it be to prevent their accumulation to such an extent that mole ruat sua, a calamity against which also due precaution should be taken in the university charter and code of laws. We ourselves know personally of several instances in which anxious inquiries have been made by Catholics within a few years past for just such an opportunity of bestowing their means during life or posthumously. And we are fully assured that we have heard of but a minute fractional percentage of the similar cases that have occurred and are daily occurring throughout the country. And why not? In proportion to our means, we of this republic have done, we will not say more, but certainly in a pecuniary point of view, as much for the initiation and furthering of everything that appealed to us as likely to benefit the Church as the Catholics of any foreign nation, and we are loath to believe that the work of establishing a university for the attainment of the highest possible degree of intellectual culture, combined with the most thorough Catholic moral and religious instruction, would prove an exception. As to the professors with whom we shall begin the institution, there are several points to be taken into consideration. Men fairly capable in most of the different branches are to be found with comparative ease. In still larger numbers are to be found men who talk fluently on almost any subject you may start, who have passed at some college, know some Latin and Greek, possibly a modicum of Hebrew and Sanskrit, who have a general inkling of mathematics, possess fair ad populum notions of mental and moral philosophy, and would not like to hear their knowledge of history called in question. They have read natural philosophy and forgotten all but its salient features. Of chemistry they retain perhaps the symbols for ox, hide, and knit. They have read in reviews about the Aryan tongues and the Turanian languages, know in general that there are such books as the Maxims of Menu, the Mahabharata, the Zend Avesta, are heavily freighted with dubious information about the various westward emigrations from Asia, from the Celtic down to the last Tartaric. Entertain vague notions about geology, and of a cursory acquaintance with French and German. The former class for the most part consist of men who would be the first to recognize their want of fitness, if not of ability, for professorships in such an institution as is proposed, being long occupied in some fixed profession, with habits of life formed in consonance therewith, usually advanced in years, and who for all these reasons would be either unwilling or confessedly unable to do justice to the duties of the position. Such men would themselves see at a glance that for such an undertaking it is not fairly and tolerably, but thoroughly and completely capable men that are needed, men quid ad unguem callant, and who are enthusiastically devoted to a single branch of science or literature, that is, to the single study with its essential cognates and agnates. We do not want, as professor of Greek, for example, the man who knows Greek about as well as he knows astronomy, and has as much interest in Kant's Kritik der reinen Vernunft as in either. For the kind and quantum of knowledge that will be highly creditable to a student on examination for his degree, and which will very properly procure him a diploma, will not suffice in the professor who stands up before the world as a master of a given branch. None of our professors can, to use a homely expression, be jack of all trades, lest perchance the latter clause of the saying might be found equally applicable. The foible of omniscience ought to be stamped out in the subordinate institutions, and must never be allowed to enter at the university. Even the student has of necessity one favourite study, always more in accordance with his taste than any of the others, and how much more must not this be the case with the professor, whose absolute and voluntarily undertaken duty is to be fully posted on his specialty, and to keep himself au courant of all information on his branch. Nemo potest duobus severi magistris emanates from the highest authority, and is nowhere more pointedly applicable than here. The professor must be one who has thoroughly devoted himself to his specific study, so as to bring his acquaintance with it in all its bearings as near to perfection as possible. One who is fond of teaching, apt at it, not meandering or discursive, but clear, concise, incisive, and able to render his subject interesting. To be in or all of these, he must know his branch thoroughly, and must be at the same time a constant investigator. He must be a student himself while he teaches others, not in the sense in which the student teacher keeps a few pages in advance of the other scholars, whom he is wrong-headedly set to instruct, or as he who can scarcely make out Juvenal is set to ground a class in Eutropius. What is meant is that in addition to constant study or reading, if you like the word better, of the standard works on his particular subject, he should cultivate a close acquaintance with everything appearing from month to month from other professors of the same branch in Europe and America. The passable scholar, then, the merely tolerable professor, will not answer our purpose, and if we can do no better than appoint him, it is quite useless for us to put ourselves in any pains in establishing our university, since we shall have, save in the matter of numbers and the insensible education acquired by young men thus brought together in pursuit of knowledge, gained no advantage over the present system. Indeed, the wise selection of able and judicious professors and their diligent performance of their duties are 2 points second to no others in importance touching the future of the proposed establishment. Of the second class, we need only say that we have already had too many of them in our country, and that they and their like have been mainly the cause of the decay and contempt into which some of our most important and valuable studies have already fallen, and towards which others are rapidly advancing. These men are just as ready to teach Chinese as astronomy. It matters not to them whether you appoint them professors of chemistry or of the Semitic tongues. Psychology and ontology, on the other hand, and paleography and hieroglyphics, on the other, are equally within the range of possibility for them. They never possess beyond a smattering of any science in their lives, and they are incapable of conceiving that any more than such superficial, flimsy knowledge is desirable. Nay, it is questionable whether they realize its existence. The student soon fathoms them, and thus first acquires that most woeful of all pieces of knowledge, that is, that his professor is ignorant and talks trash, intending to palm it off for truth, sense, and profundity, and we repeat that there is no subsequent fact or experience in life that ever comes to the man freighted with such abidingly dismal consequences both to mind and heart as does this discovery to the student. For discover it he will, and just in proportion to his previous confidence and implicit trust is the likelihood greater of the shipwreck of the entire fabric of his future life. We want and will have no such professors. Our university is to be Catholic, thorough, genuine, and the information, the culture imparted must be Catholic, must be reliable, must be true. But we are not confined to either of the two classes above mentioned. They are to be found, we know, among the present professors of our country, and among those gentlemen, both clerical and lay, whose pursuits have been of a literary character, though they may not heretofore have been occupied in teaching, men in the prime of life, thoroughly masters of individual subjects, who have pursued their favourite studies from motives of taste and love, and of the branches to which they have devoted themselves, and who would enter upon their duties as professors in the university con amore, possessing all the qualifications that are required in successful instructors. These men, from their entire mastery of a given subject, are competent to render its details interesting to students, ready and able to answer all questions, to solve all difficulties, and who do not conceive, like the young ladies who graduate, that they have yet exhausted their branch, but who study, read, and investigate day by day, who peruse everything of value that appears upon their topic, who would grace the chairs to which they should be appointed, and shed lustre upon the institution instead of deriving importance from their connection with it. Here, of course, it is not intended, and it would be invidious to particularize, but that there are gentlemen fully answering the requirements laid down. All who have a tolerable acquaintance with the Catholic society of the country are thoroughly aware. We fully believe that there are enough of such gentlemen, true Catholics and thorough scholars, to enable us to fill all or most of the necessary chairs on opening the university. Yet withal it will behoove those having charge of the appointments to be very careful whom they shall select, for there are able scholars who are as incompetent to teach as though they knew but little. There are men, again, who possess in a high degree the faculty of imparting instruction, but who lack any valuable knowledge to communicate, while we have seen yet others who, possessing both the knowledge and the requisite facility in imparting it, have, for lack of disciplinary or other subordinate ability, failed most egregiously as teachers. The three qualities must combine in the successful professor, no one being of any avail without the other two, and the last mentioned, being the gift of nature, is not to be acquired by any course of training. The qualities essential to the teacher are not conferred by any normal school, and cannot be acquired. Even the best students of the first European universities are not ipso facto teachers. In fact, it is only in this country that the idea took form of establishing schools in which the pupils should be taught to teach, a scheme not unlike that of establishing a training school for the command of armies in the field. Normal academies which shall turn out poets to order, or the institute in which Van der Hoft proposed to instill presence of mind vis-a-vis du danger. For what we have said, it is clear that there will be no insuperable difficulties in the way of procuring professors. And should we even find ourselves obliged to import from Europe our first professors of some few branches, we have yet to learn that science is of any special country. It is generally admitted that Harvard College did an honorable thing for herself, and reflected credit upon our common country when she secured the services of an Agassiz, and Princeton is justly applauded for giving to our country the high benefits of the educational skill of Maccosh. To our mind, it seems probable that the most serious difficulty will be presented by the third question, as to the likelihood of our being able at the outset, and indeed for some time to come, to furnish a sufficient number of young men whose preparation has been of such a nature, and whose attainments are such as to enable them to profit by the grade of instruction which must be imparted in a university at all worthy of the name, and we do not advocate the establishment of any other. To this may be added the discouraging nature to our precocious American youth of the information that more thoroughness in all the studies, superadded studies to those at present pursued, frequent and rigid examinations in every branch, and at least 3 years more of close application than is now usual, will be absolutely necessary under the new regime. For such is the fact, and it is useless to avoid meeting the issue squarely. Either we must continue to depend for our educated men upon our present scrambling college arrangements, confessedly tried and found wanting, a few more years of which will almost render the establishment of a university in this country impossible for all time, or our colleges must be relegated, we should say elevated, to their proper position of gymnasium, or academies, tenders to the university, which by greater thoroughness in teaching, more rigid and exacting examinations, and an extension of their cursus studiorum, they can all become. We shall subsequently see what changes in them would be necessary to effect this result, and it is by no means our idea, since it would be absurd in itself, that all students of the colleges should pursue the studies necessary for admission to the university, as there are many young men who merely wish to be prepared for active business life, and the time occupied in studies absolutely essential or highly important to the professional or scientific man would be comparatively unproductive of practical results to them. There would be no reason why the colleges should not have two courses, the higher or gymnasial course being confined to aspirants for the professions, and consequently for the university, and the lower or practical course similar to that of the German Realschulen, in which, namely, young men intended for business pursuits should acquire a complete education for all the ordinary purposes of life, with the exception of the learned professions. In Germany, there are separate institutions from the gymnasium, and may be said to represent what is called the modern side of education as opposed to the classical. But in the Realschulen, general culture is by no means ignored, Latin being in all cases a necessary part of the course, while to modern languages special attention is paid. In some studies, the student ought to know more on his matriculation at the university than he does now on graduating at our best colleges. On all the studies pursued at our average institutions, he will need to be fully as well prepared for entrance at the university as for graduation at the college. This is no fault of the university, nor of those who advocate its establishment, but of the colleges which have been for years imparting knowledge and conferring degrees in the loose and slipshod manner which has at length necessitated the movement for the introduction of the university system, without which it would seem as though we should soon have no learning at all beyond the grade of magazine literature. Our best scholars admit and lament the decay of classical knowledge among us. Who that knows the facts would care to champion the results of our college classes in history? Is it any better in mental or moral science? Will anyone undertake to say that the higher mathematics and applied mathematics are pursued to an extent worth mentioning in 1 out of 20 of our colleges? We need not go the round of the course. Feebleness and inadequacy of instruction is the rule. Thoroughness and its consequent valuable results are the rare exception. This thing must have an end, unless we are willing to become a laughing-stock to the cultivated nations of the earth, and we are not yet prepared to predicate that of our countrymen. Now the German gymnasium demands, as a rule, 9 years' study, and the purely academic, that is, the non-professional cursus at the university, cannot be accomplished under 3 years. Nearly the same time is required to pass through the colleges and university of France. In England, the public schools occupy at least 5 years, and the purely academic studies preparatory to the baccalaureate 4 more. The professional studies proper in theology, law, or medicine yet remain, and can in no case be completed under 3 years, and in none of the countries mentioned can a student be legally admitted to the professional studies until he has regularly made his literary course. It would be fair prima facie evidence, admitting time, attention, able professors, and frequent examinations to mean anything, that the student who has spent 15 consecutive years in study, 9 in gymnasium, 3 in academics, and 3 in professional studies, as in Prussia or France, must necessarily be a riper scholar, and by consequence a safer legal adviser, a more reliable physician, and a more competent thorough divine at the age of 27 to 30 than his compeer in the United States, who at the utmost and fulfilling all the requirements of courtesy, there are essentially no legal enactments on the subject, finishes his entire course from Latin grammar up to B.A. in 6 years, and in 2 years thereafter, say at the age of 20 or to 21, comes out a full-fledged doctor, lawyer, or preacher. Bear in mind that our medical and legal institutions make no demand upon their students for any previous academic course whatever, so that while there are in the United States many lawyers and doctors who have made a full academic course, some indeed who have gone to Europe for the purpose, the great majority of the members of both professions in our country have never made even the ordinary academic course of our American colleges. Few of them pretend to know Latin or Greek, and it is neither by law of the land, nor by statute of their professional schools incumbent on them to know either. Well, it is not a pleasant or a dignified showing for our country, but pity 'tis true. And this is just what we Catholics, who, according to the current belief, real or pretended, of Protestants, are so fearful of education, and so bitterly opposed to it, wish to remedy, so far as in us lies, and so far, at least, as we are concerned, by founding a university. Now we admit that the prospect will not seem an alluring one to the youth who has the whole of his course of studies, or even any considerable portion of it, yet before him, and unless he should be a young man of exceptional good sense, or possessed of an amount of valuable reading, rather unusual with our young men in college, he will not be inclined to view the proposed improvement with favourable eyes. But he has parents who are probably sensible people, amenable to reason, and who, when once convinced of the best course for the temporal and eternal welfare of their son, will not hesitate to carry out the results of that conviction. Many fathers are themselves scholars, who know and appreciate the facts of the case as well as the most ardent partisans of the university system. Many have in fact been for years in the habit of sending their sons and wards to Europe for the purpose of procuring that education which, by the foundation of a university, we propose to impart henceforward in the United States. Besides which, the 4th commandment has not been abolished in the Catholic Church, sed vale viget Doppke, and the young man who does not of himself see the propriety of the lengthened course of study may be brought to perceive it in the light of that precept, while we trust that the influence brought to bear upon him at the university will soon enable him personally to realize its advantages to himself on purely mental grounds, and the instruction that we herein advocate will have been comparatively a failure, morally and mentally, unless he speedily appreciates the advantages to which he will then have access. So that while we consider this essentially the greatest difficulty to be surmounted, it is yet not an insuperable one, and we fully believe that by some slight compromises or modifications in the requirements for admission during the first 4 years, modifications rendered unavoidably by the defects of the college systems under which our young men are now being trained, the new system might be inaugurated so soon as the needful arrangements could be completed with a fair quota of students from its inception. The feasibility is made out then, 1, by the fact that Catholic means are abundant and Catholic charity ample to furnish the initial funds necessary to a fair inauguration of the enterprise; 2, because once in operation it will be frequently advanced in capacity of usefulness by donations, bequests, and foundations; 3, because we can readily secure competent professors, and shall only need to exercise care in excluding those who would be likely rather to injure than to benefit the institution; 4, because with what young men whose own reading has brought them to a knowledge of the defects of our American mode of instruction, those parents who shall, by the agitation of the subject, become convinced of the fact; and 5, the example and influence of those scholarly parents and guardians who have all along proceeded on the conviction that the university plan of education is the correct one, we shall have no trouble in filling out lecture benches from the beginning. Full well do we know that when the proposed plan shall have been once properly put in working order and set fairly in operation, all difficulty and all objection will either have vanished or will soon disappear. Having thus remarked, we hope, satisfactorily on 2 of the proposed points, and our article having in the performance attained those dimensions beyond which the reader rarely pursues with interest a subject not personal to himself, we shall postpone the consideration of the remaining divisions of the general idea until the next number of this review, in which we hope to suggest an outline projet for the establishment indicated, make some proposals for its governance, glance at the duties of the professors, and take a cursory view of the regulations that will be necessary among the students. End of section 27. Section 28 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The Inquisition, Part 1, by J.G.S. John Gilmary, Shea. History of the Inquisition in every country where its tribunals have been established from the 12th century to the present time, by William Harris Rule, Doctor of Divinity, London Wesleyan Conference Office, 1868, octavo, pages 464. History of the Inquisition from its establishment in the 12th century to its extinction in the 19th, by William Harris Rule, Doctor of Divinity, 2 volumes, octavo, pages 367, 360, London, Hamilton, Adams and Company, 1874. The Inquisition. Is it well to touch the subject? Is it not a subject better left alone, to die out with the dead past to which it belongs? No. So long as history is written and history is read, there remains the necessity of placing this matter right on the record, inasmuch as there will not be wanting those ready to place it wrong. There is no subject which Catholics seek to avoid. Our doctrines, our principles are distinct and explicit. That individuals have at all times in the long period covered by the history of the Church been guided by the laws of absolute justice towards their fellow men is not pretended, and the error, whether springing from an evil heart or a misguided reason, can be honestly condemned. Least of all need Catholics avoid the question of religious coercion, take what form it will. Every impartial mind must admit that there has been on the part of the Catholics a bold, frank, manly course, doing openly what they did, and assuming the responsibility of their acts, while on the part of their enemies there has been too often hypocrisy, tergiversation, underhand work, and cowardice. Take even as an example the Tudor sisters. In Mary there is a Catholic queen who, on attempting to ascend the throne of her father and brother, finds a nest of conspirators and traitors arrayed to deprive her of her rights. The people rallied to her. The traitors were in her hands. Every one of them had forfeited his head. In any other reign every head had fallen. Mary pardoned their offence against herself, but for their offence against religion she left them to be dealt with by the laws then in force. Her craftier sisters sought to crush the still powerful Catholic body in England, a body embracing the masses of the people. To punish priest or noble lady or scholar for believing or praying as their ancestors had done for centuries was rather a difficult point. Call it heresy she could not, so she assumed a hypocritical liberality. Catholics were not to be punished for their religion, but for high treason, and being a priest, saying Mass, corresponding with Rome, having documents issued at Rome, were made high treason in the priest, and in the people it was high treason to hear Mass, go to confession, have Catholic books or articles of devotion. In a word, all that St. Augustine did in introducing Christianity into Saxon England became high treason. On the scaffold, ministers took care to din into the ears of Catholic victims that they were not put to death for their religion, but for high treason, though at the same time life was offered at the price of apostasy. Now let fair men answer which sister's reign shows straightforward honesty, and which acted the lie. Catholics have not resorted to shams. The question of religious coercion on the part of governments leads back to the question as to the real object and scope of government. Under the Roman Empire, the emperor was not only head of the state, but as Pontifex Maximus, head of the religion of the state. In their mythology he was a sort of demigod, passing in due time by an apotheosis among the greater gods. With Constantine, the first Christian emperor, a new order began. In the new Christian world the emperor was head of the state, but he was not pontiff, nor bishop, nor priest, nor deacon. He was simply a layman. Religion for him had no greater sacrament, no holier rite than she imparted to the humblest beggar. He was a member of the church, not its maker or ruler. But had the head of the state as such no duties in regard to religion? Was government instituted solely to regulate man as an animal? Did there lie upon the prince no responsibility for the salvation of his people? The example of the Jewish kings and sound reason established the principle that the prince was responsible for the spiritual as well as the temporal well-being of his people, as much bound to guard their souls against a moral pestilence of evil doctrine as to guard their bodies against an epidemic or plague. The duty of the parent in his family was, on a larger scale, that of government. In modern days the theory is advanced, though by no means absolutely carried out in practice, that government has nothing to do with the matter of the people's salvation, and that so far from helping them heavenward, it may, if it will benefit trade or the treasury or office holders, help them a little on the way to destruction. This, however, is an outgrowth of modern indifferentism in religion as well as mistrust of governments. It was not the doctrine which prevailed during the greater portion of the period from the accession of Constantine to our century. During the whole of this period, government was regarded as responsible for the faith of the people. Protestantism accepted this part of the common law of Europe, and wherever it got power, compelled the people to renounce Catholicity, its creed, worship, religious orders, devotions, and to embrace the new forms by law established. Nowhere was it left to the choice of the individual or congregation to adhere to the old or embrace the new, and that new creed once embraced, no liberty was given to make further changes. Where there is an infallible criterion of divine truth, what it condemns as error must be such. Yet Protestantism in all its various forms scouted the very idea of any such infallibility. It was and is still the boast of each Protestant sect that it is fallible, and therefore in its teaching possibly, if not probably, fallacious. It consequently never could logically condemn anything as error, while it claimed that it was not itself undoubtedly free from error, and to punish dissent from its doctrines was contrary to all reason. In the countries where Protestantism was free from dynastic influence and a majority of the people in numbers or energy formed a new creed, as in Switzerland, Holland, and New England, the very idea of liberty and toleration was scouted. Servetus died at Geneva not so much for his anti-Trinitarian doctrines, for Calvin himself avoids the question of the Trinity, but for gainsaying this power. Grotius at Lowenstein could scarcely have regarded his persecutors as champions of civil and religious liberty, and in that New England which anathematized a clergyman for feebly expressing a doubt whether Catholics might not be saved, the writer's earliest American ancestor, Nicholas Upshall, whom Longfellow depicts so estimably in his New England tragedies, died, though the poet says it not, in prison for the crime of advising that the state should be tolerant. It was then part of the common law of Europe that the state should by its machinery preserve the people from religious error. Now how was this to be done? The Church pronounced its decision as to the doctrine. The state fixed and inflicted the punishment. It remained then either to have courts for such cases with recognized proceedings, judicial forms, appeals, and means to secure justice, or to leave such cases to the heated public opinion of the moment, the caprice of mob or legislator. No sane man will pretend that the former is not the proper course to attain the ends of justice. If then the charge is made, no church but that of Rome ever had an Inquisition, it simply asserts that no other instituted tribunals to secure the due administration of justice as the laws were then understood. To secure justice, the laws in regard to religion must be precise, notorious, and clear. The court must be impartial and free, and its forms and legal proceedings recognized and established. In the first matter, the Catholic religion, not confined to one state or country, was in regard to her doctrines fixed beyond state control, but Protestant states and governments, reviving the pagan idea of combining in the person of the prince the civil and pontifical powers, made and unmade religions, creeds, worships, and tenets at their option, and in consequence their laws were as uncertain and perplexing as they well could be. In Catholic states they were at least precise, notorious, and clear. The penal laws against Catholics and even against fellow Protestants passed in England and her colonies, in Scotland, Holland, Sweden, Denmark, and Germany, have never been collected. Such as have been brought together at times make a revolting picture, the study of which would change some popular ideas. Nevertheless, such a study is necessary to an impartial appreciation of the history of religious coercion. And yet in these states Catholics were not men introducing new ideas, assailing existing institutions, or destroying aught. They were simply men who asked to be allowed to retain the faith and practices of their fathers from the very introduction of Christianity. The ordinary courts were not even trusted in many cases with the proceedings against Catholics. Lawyers and judges are especially attached to precedents and strict construction. In England the government often feared to allow Catholics to appear before judge and jury, and resorted to that last device of tyrants, special tribunals, courts-martial, and the like. Turn now to the Catholic states. The doctrines of the Catholic Church were known and distinct. The first labors of the printing press on its invention were to disseminate in the language of the Church and in the vernacular the scriptures and works explaining Catholic doctrine. While in the Protestant states all was uncertainty and doubt, and a man in good faith might often be far removed from the state creed when he tried to approach it more nearly, there was no doubt in Catholic states as to the faith. The laws of the state were therefore easily understood. What was condemned was apparent to the most unlearned. Instead of packed juries, star chambers, courts-martial, there was a court of competent judges, the Inquisition. The question then comes, what was the Inquisition? When was it established? In what countries did it exist? And what has been its course? A common assertion, often met with and especially refuted by the late illustrious Locke, ascribes the Inquisition to Saint Dominic. Rule admits that the charge is untenable. We have also to note and to remember that the Inquisition was not the work of Theodosius or Innocent or Dominic or the College of Cardinals, but that it grew up spontaneously. The penal laws of Constantine and his successors had with little variation been adopted by the governments of the states of renewed Europe, and the machinery for enforcing them was adapted to meet the circumstances of different countries. The Arian emperors Constantius and Valens not only used these laws to harass the Catholics, but were the first Christian princes to punish with death those who differed from them in religion. The first exercise by Catholics of capital punishment for heresy was at Treves in 385, and it excited such deep indignation that many bishops, like St. Martin of Tours, refused all fellowship with those who had so far forgotten the mal-genius of Christianity as to take part in the proceeding. As time went on, however, the general opinion sustained the right of civilized government to inflict capital punishment in cases of heresy. For a long time there was little occasion for the enforcement of the laws or the infliction of penalties. In process of time, new heresies sprang up, and these differed from the earlier Eastern heresies in their whole character. Those of the East were intellectual, turning on abstract doctrines. The new heresies of the West embraced social and political ideas, and were rather civil outbreaks with religious pretexts than doctrinal theories, leading to natural results in the body politic. Church and state alike, assailed by Albigenses, Lollards, Waldenses, Hussites, made common cause against them, and in the strife that ensued it is not always easy or possible even to draw the line between the civil and ecclesiastical orders in their action. This state of things has continued to the present time. The Albigenses in Gascony first led to new enactments and the institution of new proceedings. These heretics not only boldly proclaimed their errors, but made the overthrow of Catholicity by violence a principle. They attacked the Catholics, destroying churches, shrines, and priests, and practicing great cruelties, sparing, according to their recital in a decree of the Third Lateran Council in 1179, neither churches, widows, nor orphans. This council passed severe decrees, and that of Verona directed bishops to appoint 3 or 4 persons to denounce heretics, who were then to be summoned before the bishops' tribunal. In 1206, Peter de Castelnau and other Cistercians were sent to the south of France as apostolic missionaries and legates to endeavor to regain to the faith those who had been led away by the Albigensian preachers. These Cistercians were joined by zealous Spaniards, among the rest by Domingo Guzman. This last, better known as Saint Dominic, the founder of the order of friars, preachers, or Dominicans, is often regarded as the first Grand Inquisitor, but without the slightest foundation. His order, however, founded especially to check by sound preaching the further progress of error, extended from Spain to southern France, and thus placed at the disposal of bishops zealous, capable men suited for the work of reclaiming the erring. As the Inquisition took form, the Dominicans became identified with it, so that Innocent IV in 1248 invested them with as full inquisitorial powers as bishops possessed. The first real Inquisition was instituted by the Counts of Toulouse in 1229 by chapters 1 and 2. Archbishops and bishops in their dioceses and exempt abbots in their districts were to appoint in all parishes a priest and several laymen of good repute, and to bind them by oath zealously and faithfully to search for the heretics in their districts, and to report them, as well as their abettors, to the bishop, the lord of the district, or their representatives. The third chapter calls on secular lords to find out the heretics and destroy their hiding places. In this we see the result of a civil war just concluded, in which those who were rebels to the church were also rebels to the state, and as their long opposition to the state had been in a measure the work of discontented nobles, provision was made to prevent a repetition. Chapter 4 threatened with the loss of their dominions those who harbored heretics knowingly. Chapter 5 punished more lightly those who by negligence allowed them to find refuge in their dominions. Chapter 6 ordered every house to be razed in which a heretic was found. Chapter 7 punished severely negligent officials. Chapter 8 protected the innocent or falsely accused. Chapter 10 and 11 regulated those who returned to the faith. Chapter 12 prescribed an oath of fidelity and a promise to denounce heretics. Chapter 13 made those neglecting to receive communion 3 times a year suspected of heresy. The use of the Scriptures by the preachers of heresy in misleading the people led to Chapter 14, by the provisions of which no layman was to have a Bible, or any portion of the same except the Psalms, nor any other book save the Breviary and the Office of the Blessed Virgin. In all these proceedings we see the action of local feeling under the exasperation of falsehood, violence, and rapine, but the fears of similar results in other kingdoms gave the course adopted at Toulouse a widespread influence. This council is therefore regarded as instituting the first real Inquisition, although it still left the bishops invested with judicial power. Inquisitors with similar powers to those created by the Council of Toulouse were appointed by Pope Gregory IX in Italy in 1231 and in Germany by Frederick II in 1239. It will be necessary to see how far the stringent provisions of the Council of Toulouse were carried out. Rule, bigoted, violent, and prejudiced as he is, says, the Inquisition as a permanent court was at the worst of times less conspicuous in France than in some other countries. Priests allowed Frenchmen who fled from their dwellings for fear of the Inquisition to take refuge in the churches, where by right of asylum they were safe. As established in Spain at this time, the action of the Inquisition seems to have been no less tempered with mercy. There are, even in rule, no horrors to relate of heretics suffering at the hands of the Inquisition. But while France had its political and social institutions racked by the violence of its civil and religious heretics, Spain was suffering from the immense power acquired by the Jews. That people had for centuries been a source of uneasiness to the Christians. Men like Rule, who are guided by blind passion and prejudice, will say they were the most industrious and therefore the most wealthy people in those kingdoms, the artificers and merchants by whose means chiefly the prosperity and intelligence of Spain were maintained. But the history of that people, wherever it has been scattered, shows that these terms need explanation. Industrious as increasers of national wealth by agriculture or mechanical arts, the Jews seldom are. Shrewd merchants, money lenders, inventors, and speculators in securities for money they are and have been. Without labor, they succeed in various lands in accumulating a wonderful proportion of the national wealth compared to their numbers, and on this point our own country is furnishing a striking example. The impoverishment of the many for the benefit of the few, whether the few be Jew or Christian, has caused and will cause popular hatred and finally government action. The Gothic kings of Spain deprived Jews of many civil rights enjoyed by Christians, a system pursued till recently by Protestant England, which has only within a very few years opened to the Jews her colleges and legislative halls. The severe laws of the Gothic kings led to a conspiracy on the part of the Jews to bring in the Saracens. Its defeat saved Spain, but deepened the distrust entertained towards the Jews, who, after the overthrow of the Gothic monarchy, sided warmly with the new Saracen rulers of Spain. The decline of the Moslem power brought up again the Jewish question. On the one hand, efforts were made by zealous preachers to win them to Christ. On the other, popular hatred led to mobs and riots against the usurers who drained the very life of the people. The cases before the Inquisition during this period were of Jews who relapsed into Judaism or whose Christianity was merely a mask. Of these, by all accounts, Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish, there were many, some of these Hebrews actually carrying their hypocrisy so far as to be admitted into the ranks of the clergy. The feeling of horror in a Catholic community to find that the holiest rites of the new law had been a mockery performed by Jews whose hearts were filled with hatred of Christ would naturally lead to punishment that knew no mercy. Yet even with this, the severities charged on this earlier Inquisition in Spain are not great. To atone for this historical deficiency, Laurent was sadly at a loss, but one arithmetical rule he had studied thoroughly, and that was multiplication. The author whose work has led to these remarks deserves as well the name of mathematical rule, for he adopts the monstrous assertions of the Spanish author. Laurent, says he, estimates the number of Jews who perished under the fury of mobs in the year 1391 at upwards of 100,000. The massacres of history pale before this unheard-of slaughter, and yet for events occurring at the very entrance of the century that witnessed the invention of printing, we might expect some regard for probability, if not for truth. There is not a particle of contemporaneous evidence of any such slaughter of the Jews in Spain. Nor is the Inquisition of this period in Portugal arraigned. Italy, even Italy of the popes, furnish as little matter for denunciation. To such as Rule, a relapsing Jew, pagan, or Saracen would be one of our Lord's martyrs, had he but died at the hands of the Inquisition, for with a generosity without restraint he requires no other mark of conversion. What must have been the state of the case when of Italy he writes, "It is to be regretted that we have no means of enlivening and hallowing the present sketch by reciting any triumphs of our Lord's martyrs, for some such there must have been. He can gather but a few cases, and then admits the Inquisition in Italy was nearly dormant from the time of its last effort in Piedmont, 1307, until the reign of Pope Calixtus III, 1458. Then a new movement was made against the Waldenses of this earlier Inquisition. Then, after the excitement of the time and place where it arose, there is nothing to distinguish its operations from those of the laws of Constantine, except the form of tribunal and the introduction of a system of detectives. Had there been nothing more to be charged to the Inquisition than this, we should hear little denunciation of it. In all the manifold writings of the early reformers of the 16th century and the religious organizers they established, not one took the ground that the Church had not the right to condemn error and to hand over the obstinate and impenitent to the secular arm for punishment, even to the extent of taking life. Not one denounced the use of torture in such cases, nor do those who attack this earlier Inquisition pretend that the findings of the court were not sustained by evidence. Indeed, they admit that the doctrines charged were really entertained. Yet in all countries where the Inquisition has existed, except in Spain and Portugal, it has existed as thus organized. Protestantism accepted it really, though not in name. Calvin and Beza and Coligny stimulated the killing on the spot and mutilation of the Catholic clergy and religion, waiving all trial. And in the writings of the Reformers and their early disciples there is no condemnation of the constantly occurring murders of Catholic priests and religious at the altar and elsewhere, or of the pillage and destruction of Catholic altars and shrines. The disciples of the Reformers learned from them and believed that they had an absolute right to do these things. England had its pursuivants, its priest-takers, its mock priests as detectives, its torture chambers, and its rack. And when even penal laws seemed to lack organized special tribunals to execute by martial law, not a principle or practice connected with the Inquisition lacks Protestant sanction. Of course, in our times when all this is condemned, there is the constant endeavor to forget all that had ever been done in the name of the Reformation, to make this dark picture disappear beneath some convenient veil, while the scenes in which they can sympathize with the sufferers or denounce the actors receive new and glaring colors. But this will not do. The thing is either right or wrong. Government has power to coerce in religion, or it has not. If New Hampshire may justly punish the obstinate Catholic by denying to him the right to hold office, as New York and other states have done, she then revives the Inquisition in principle. New Jersey and Ohio may justly, by law, enact that all Catholics in their penal or eleemosynary institutions must be deprived of the opportunity of attending their own worship, being instructed in their own religious doctrines, and receiving the ordinances of their church. Or if these states have not in reality the right to do this, then they revive the Inquisition in principle without any logical ground to base it upon. Virginia in the last century punished Catholics with a host of penalties, double taxes, privation of the elective franchise and of the right to hold office, and even of competency as witnesses. The right to inflict these punishments involves the right to go further, and if Virginia could impose these, she could add imprisonment and death. Massachusetts, in the case of the Quakers, so held and so acted. The followers of Fox were arrested, put to torture, and executed. New York condemned any priest to imprisonment for life, and if he escaped and were retaken, to death. Our own land, therefore, affords evidence of the Protestant claim that the civil power has jurisdiction in matters of religion, may have trial of such kind as seems fit, may use torture, may punish with loss of civil rights, imprisonment, or death. In Spain and Portugal, however, the Inquisition, as revived in the time of Ferdinand and Isabella, took, it will be said, a new and terrible form, and while acting on the principles and in the modes sanctioned by the laws of the past 1,000 years and by the actual practice in Protestant countries, carried out its sentences with a ferocity and to an extent unparalleled. What then was the Spanish Inquisition, and what was its influence on the Inquisition as already existing in other countries? Are the statistics given of its victims historic or merely polemical, cooked up for the special purpose of making a sensation in order to attain certain objects? With an investigation of these points we will close. Ferdinand and Isabella, while at Seville in 1477-8, were solicited by Philip de Barbaras, Inquisitor of Sicily, Alonso de Ojeda, prior of San Pablo in Seville, and Diego de Merlo, a magistrate, to re-establish a tribunal for the trial of those charged with heresy or relapse into Mohammedanism or Judaism. On the 1st of November 1478, Pope Sextus IV authorized the sovereigns to establish a tribunal for searching out and punishing heretics, which was to consist of 2 or 3 dignitaries of the Church, who might be either seculars or regulars, according to the wish of the sovereigns, provided the said dignitaries were at least 40 years of age, of pure morals, bachelors of theology, or doctors of canon law. This preliminary bull was issued on a very imperfect representation of the royal intentions, and evidently anticipated only a revival of the tribunals already known. When the whole plan of the proposed tribunal was made known, the Pope condemned it as contrary to the decrees of the Holy Fathers and the general practice of the Church. Here then came a point of divergence. Sixtus approved an Inquisition as contemplated, but censured the Spanish Inquisition when it took its distinct form as something at variance with the common law of the Church. The Spanish Inquisition therefore stands apart. As to its character, Catholics as well as Protestants are divided. Among Catholics, some incline to regard it as exclusively a political institution. Of this school is Hessel, the author of an admirable life of Cardinal Ximenes, and a favorite with the Protestants from his attitude in the Vatican Council. In support of his view that it was a political institution preserved and encouraged by kings and queens for no other object than to advance the interests of the state, he cites the authority of the philosophic Count de Maistre and of the Protestants Rank and Guizot. But as Canon Dalton observes, this view is not held by Spanish writers and seems not sustainable by facts. That the Spanish Inquisition was not merely a political institution, but ecclesiastical, also seems to be a general opinion of most Spanish writers. Balmes, chapter 36, asserts that it would be wrong in this affair to attribute all to the policy of royalty. The contemporary historical writers draw no such distinction, the later ones with Fuente, the general historian of Spain, on the very ground of a total want of historic support, reject the idea that the Catholic sovereigns, in re-establishing the Inquisition, were influenced by political considerations and intended to harmonize religious unity with political unity. That it was an institution peculiar to Spain, all admit. That it was established under the express censure of a pope, that it assumed almost absolute independence of Rome, prevented appeals, disregarded counsel, advice, exhortation, and even threats, is no less true. For the action of this tribunal the popes cannot be responsible, as they stand on record the earliest to protest against its excessive severity. Prescott, who blindly follows Laurent, when, as an historical scholar, he must have laughed in his sleeve at the bare idea of accepting such a man as authority, is very violent in his denunciation of this Inquisition, yet admits that in principle it was sustained by the theories of the time. But it was too much to be explicit. He involves it thus: however mischievous the operations of the Inquisition may have been in Spain, its establishment in point of principle was not worse than many other measures which have passed with far less censure, though in a much more advanced and civilized age. History of Ferdinand and Isabella, chapter 16. The writer who has treated most fully of the Spanish Inquisition was a Spanish priest by name Juan Antonio Laurent, who was unfaithful to his duties alike as a patriot and a priest. Just before the close of the existence of this celebrated tribunal, he was for a few years connected with it, and this gave weight to his pretended researches and documents as to its history. One fact stamps his work as a romance, and leaves Prescott, who wrote generally on transcripts of original documents from Spanish archives, without the paltriest excuse for following such a man. This one fact is the statement made by Laurent himself that he burnt nearly all the official reports connected with the Inquisition, with the exception of those that related to the history of some of the most remarkable persons. Edition 1818, page 145. Now all who have made the slightest inquiry know that the Spanish archives are extremely rich, and that for a court which existed between 3 and 4 centuries, the documents would be such that an ordinary lifetime would not suffice to go through them. The archives at Seville, relating to the colonies, are for the earliest period so ample that the late Buckingham Smith, a gentleman who spent years among them and furnished Prescott himself with valuable material, told the writer hopelessly that the archives bearing on America seem inexhaustible, although scholars have been laboring among them for years. Prescott knew full well that Laurent could not have gone through the archives of the Inquisition in the most cursory manner in the time he devoted to the preparation of his work. He had little or no documentary evidence. Hence his scheme to avoid being called upon to produce his authorities. Of all shallow and improbable stories commend us to this Laurent trick. Our late minister at Berlin issued not long since a volume of his History of the United States. It was received with violent opposition from some descendants of men of the Revolutionary era, who deemed their ancestors unjustly treated. Now had Mr. Bancroft said in reply, I wrote from documents in my hands of the highest authenticity, and followed them implicitly. Nearly all these I have now burnt. What a storm of ridicule would have greeted him! Did it ever enter into the head of Prescott or Bancroft or Motley or any other historian to destroy the documents he uses? On the contrary, they are often printed at length, sometimes reproduced in facsimile, to enable the reader to judge for himself of the handwriting or of the real reading of the original. In courts of law, one party may call on his antagonist to produce some paper in his hands, and on his neglect to do so may prove by other testimony what the contents of the paper were, but he would not be allowed to go on the stand to prove the contents of a paper which he himself had deliberately destroyed. Certainly then Laurent is no authority. His book stands self-condemned, a mere sensational work, sure of a market, and intended to reap the benefit of that market. That Prescott used the book as authority, cites it page after page as an authentic work, is the greatest stigma on his character as an historian. He knew that the book was unworthy of his confidence. Of this Spanish Inquisition, the first objects were the Jews. The severities which caused the remonstrance of the Pope caused opposition in Spain. If we believe Laurent, Prescott, Rule, and writers of that stamp, the Jews were always the best citizens and the most devoted patriots of all countries, especially in Spain at this time. But contemporary Spanish writers give us a different account, and represent the Jews at this period as guilty of the most terrible crimes. They acquired such strength and boldness as to attempt, in 1485, to capture Toledo and massacre the Christians. How decide between contemporary writers and men writing 3 centuries later, full of a certain philosophy of history? In our mind's eye there rises a school in 2100, pathetically describing the holy death of Joseph and Hiram Smith, and the fierce and sanguinary Protestant inquisitors of Illinois, calumniating, persecuting, and murdering the blameless saints. How grandly will the Laurent of that day push aside contemporary testimony as prejudiced! End of section 28. Section 29 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1, The Inquisition, Part 2, by J.G.S. John Gilmary, Shea. We must believe that there was some foundation for the charges. There were good and upright men in Spain and in the Spanish government who would have lent themselves as tools to no hypocritical massacre. The difficulty was that the whole body of the Jews was made to suffer for the misdeeds of individuals, not only in the prosecutions under the Inquisition, but in the final terrible blow which drove all the children of Israel from Spain, exiles even from a land of exile. But even among us, the Jews as a body suffer for the faults of evil individuals. General Grant, for the irregularities of a few Jews, expelled all from his lines. Insurance offices make Jew risks a class which they shrink from taking. Yet these countrymen of the Blessed Virgin number many whose probity, generosity, and sincerity entitle them to friendship and esteem. The Jews in Spain suffered terribly this forced exile, the loss on all that they had to sell, their hardships as they sought a new home, were such as to deserve the sympathy of all. Pope Alexander VI, Spaniard though he was, and not one whose name receives much honor in history, deserves credit for his reception of such of these poor fugitives as reached his states. Ferreras, a careful Spanish historian, from statistics in the several provinces, makes the number exiled 100,000, fewer than England annually drives of Catholics out of Ireland. Laurent, however, says 800,000, citing Mariana, who mentions it simply as an exaggeration. Rule follows his leader without examination. Those Jews who remained in Spain did so by renouncing the synagogue and embracing Christianity. There would be but little reality in such wholesale conversions. The law which drove men to this hypocrisy then set to work to discover and punish it. Among themselves they were still Jews, and in secret the prayers and customs of the Jews were observed. This backsliding, this relapse, brought them within the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. Many acts, harmless in themselves, were regarded as signs of relapse and a denial of Christ. After the revolts of the Alpujarras, the Moors, too, were exiled as a body in 1572, and only such remained as chose to renounce Muhammad. Their conformity was generally only external, and frequent relapses into Islam made many cases for the Inquisition. It was established at Granada by Diego de Deza, Grand Inquisitor after Torquemada, in order to prevent the relapsing of the Moriscos. The proceedings under it were, however, very lenient, and successive monarchs made every effort to render the Moors really Christians, but they were never thoroughly converted and revolted repeatedly. This led to their final expulsion in 1609. Rule is at a loss in this matter of the Moors. I cannot relate, he says, for there is not, so far as I know, any record extant, the particulars of the inquisitorial persecution, but it is certain that, closely leagued with the royal power, the Inquisition crowded the dungeons and fed the hearths, so that if the terrible Spanish Inquisition condemned many relapsing Mohammedans, history is silent, and we are to believe imaginary horrors, because we must of necessity make out the Inquisition to be monstrous. When the religious innovators in northern Europe began their vagaries, and Luther, Calvin, Zwingli, Cranmer each introduced his new patent religious medicine for the cure of the world's ills, the authorities in Spain, both civil and ecclesiastical, marked the progress of the new politico-religious movements. Destruction of churches, chapels, monasteries, seats of piety and learning, the plunder of shrines and altars, the murder of priests and religious, marked their course as that of a new race of Goths or Huns. Where the new ideas once entered a country, the government had either to adopt them and lead the innovators on, or prepare for a struggle in which every element of ferocity would be called out, and in which the sovereign must crush or be crushed. Navarre, on the Spanish frontier, adopted the new ideas, and Catholicity was exterminated. The Low Countries, under the same impulse, rose against Spain. To save itself, Spain put forth every effort. The Inquisition, already in existence and so severe as to have been censured by the popes, became still more stringent, and was, in the hands of the Spanish monarchs, the great engine for preventing the growth of the new ideas in the peninsula. To their eyes it was the only hope. The Protestant corsairs of France and England, swooping on the rich Spanish fleets, as cruel as their fellow believers on land, made the Spaniard deaf to mercy, and the Spanish Inquisition attained its most terrible form. But it was essentially a state institution. Its object was the security of the Spanish throne, and the kingly power scarcely acknowledged the Church in the matter. The Inquisition was, says Rank, the means of completing the absolute authority of the king. It was entirely dependent on the king, who appointed the officers. Guizot takes the same view. The Inquisition was at first more political than ecclesiastical, and destined rather to uphold order than to defend the faith. In the form it then assumed and the course it then adopted, the Church cannot in the slightest degree be held accountable for the Spanish Inquisition. It was as absolutely a state institution as Bismarck's ecclesiastical courts and Falk laws, imprisoning, confiscating, banishing. But we have the direct disapprobation of the popes. Before the Reformation, Pope Sixtus IV remonstrated in the most forcible manner with Ferdinand, limited the power of the Inquisition to acting in concert with the bishops, and in 1483 established a judge of appeals from its decisions. Both Ferdinand and Charles V endeavored in every way to thwart appeals to the Holy See, and at last demanded that all appeals should be addressed to the royal minister of justice. The popes interfered too to obtain clemency for the condemned and to save their property for them and their children. Every effort was made to baffle the intervention of the popes and appeals to them, so as to require on the part of the Holy See the most stringent action, as when Leo X excommunicated the inquisitors of Toledo. It was the same under subsequent popes who prevented the extension of the Spanish Inquisition to Italy. In view of all this, the Church at large or the sovereign pontiffs cannot, without a violation of all historic truth, be made responsible for the acts of the Spanish Inquisition. The burden lies with the absolute monarchy of Spain, with which it originated and with which it fell. Another point should be borne in mind. Those whom the popes honored for their piety and zeal for religion, even those whom the Church subsequently canonized as models for all Christians, were not exempt in life from the persecutions of the Inquisitions of Spain and Portugal. The Jesuits were, from first to last, obnoxious to the Inquisitions of the Peninsula. The hostility seen in the arrest of St. Ignatius, the persecution of St. Francis Borgia, friend of Carranza, the arrest of the Provincial, and the attempt to censure the whole order in 1586, the action against the Bollandists, the persecution of Bayara, the action of the Portuguese Inquisition against the Society of Jesus, and the burning of Father Malagrida. The hostility evinced in all these is too clear and positive to be questioned, and strange as it may seem, Jesuits help to swell the numbers of the sufferers, for whom Laurent and such blind followers as Rule evoked the tears of Protestants. St. Ignatius, in forming his flying camp to attack the hosts of the Reformation, never dreamed that Protestants would one day be called to sympathize with him as a sufferer from the Inquisition. Of canonized saints, not only St. Ignatius, St. Francis Borgia, but even St. Teresa was denounced to the Inquisition, nor has any Grand Inquisitor or official of that later tribunal, since the origin of Protestantism, been beatified or canonized by the Church. The Church is the Church. The attempt of the Inquisition to set itself up as a church, an imperium in imperio, was crushed. Among those whom it persecuted, the Church found men to raise to her highest honors, but never conferred them on the persecutors. St. Francis de Sales, St. Vincent de Paul, St. John Francis Regis, Blessed Peter Canisius, Blessed Peter Faber, men who endeavored to regain those who fell away, but regained them by mildness, by reason, by exhortation. Such are the men whom the Church publicly honors. The Inquisition, whether in Spain or elsewhere, took cognizance not only of false religion and relapse into it, whether Judaism, Mohammedanism, or heresy, but also of all offenses against religion, sacrilege, falsely impersonating the priesthood, witchcraft, blasphemy, crimes against nature, bigamy, perjury, and in some places purely civil offenses such as coining. The attempts to introduce Protestantism into Spain attracted the attention of the Inquisition about the year 1541 and took form 18 years later. Since the middle of the 16th century, it has consequently been a name of horror in Protestant countries, and no exaggeration was too great to describe the number of the victims, the injustice of the judges, or the cruelty of the whole system. Historical calmness or impartiality, sound criticism, careful collation of authorities were all neglected, and the Spanish Inquisition is judged even now by many in comparison with the ideas and practices of the 19th century, not with those in which it flourished. The course of proceeding employed by the Inquisition began with a public announcement of a time of grace, during which every one who, conscious of apostasy, presented himself and did penance, was to be absolved and saved from heavy punishments. Those under 20 might avail themselves of this opportunity even after the time had elapsed. The accused who did not appear to avail themselves of this were then subject to arrest. But the dungeons of the Inquisition, which play such a part in romances that pass for history, were models for their time, while even at a later date Howard found the prisons of Europe generally filthy and noxious, when the prisons in England were so vile that on one occasion the bringing of the Catholic prisoners to the bar caused a pestilence that swept off the judges, lawyers, and no small portion of the population. The prisons of the Spanish Inquisition were, as Laurent admits, well-vaulted, light, and dry rooms. No prisoners were ever groaned under the weight of chains, handcuffs, and iron collars. The order of arrest could be issued only on the joint action of two inquisitors, one a jurist, the other a theologian. If the accusation were the use of heretical words or expressions, if the purport was not clear, it was referred to qualificators to report whether they were really heretical. The examinations were in the usual Spanish style, with long, detailed written interrogatories, to which answers were required. But it will be said torture was used to compel the accused to answer fully. This is undoubtedly the case, but it was no peculiarity of that court. It was part of the course of judicial investigation in all European countries. England used to claim that torture was never used, and the assertion of Catholics that their clergy and laity were frequently tortured was met by a bold denial, and the charge cited as showing to what wickedness Catholics would go in their accusations of Protestants. Lord Coke, Chief Justice of England's highest court, long Attorney General, declares positively in his printed works that he never knew a case of torture in England. The state papers of England have become accessible in our time. Jardine, an English writer and not a Catholic, investigated this very question of the use of torture in England, on which he published a well-known work. He found numbers of examinations of prisoners taken under torture, found examinations taken by Lord Coke himself with marginal notes directing the answers to be garbled when used in court. That was the English use of torture, and Laurent cites nothing in the Spanish Inquisition to match it. The accused was allowed to have an advocate and to compare the depositions with the act of accusation. The inquisitors were required to collect material for the defense and aid the accused in his search for testimony. The sentence of the provincial tribunals was subject to the revision of the Grand Inquisitor in council. One alleged defect in this judicial system was that the names of the witnesses were not given to the accused, but Rank in Germany and Le Normand in France find reasons for withholding censure even on this. The accused had the right of naming personal enemies against whose testimony he protested. It will be said that, wise as the precautions were to obtain justice and a prompt administration of it, they were often avoided. This is certainly the case, and the frequent appeals to Rome prove it, as they prove the wisdom of the popes in withholding their approval from the whole system. Spain gave great publicity to the execution of the judgments of the Inquisition. In 1559 she began her autos de fe, acts of faith, solemn parades of the convicted in a form to strike terror into all. Those condemned merely to do penance came in black coats and trousers, bareheaded and barefooted, the more guilty in a yellow San Benito with a red cross. Those condemned to death wore a sheepskin sack with flames painted on it and a pointed paper cap. On arriving at the appointed place, the sentences were pronounced, and the guilty were handed over to the civil officers, who then inflicted the punishment. The first auto de fe in Spain took place at Valladolid, May 21st, 1559, when 14 were burned. 2 others took place in the same year. They continued more or less frequently to the close of the century, but in 1604 an auto was stopped by the king, and in that of 1621 no one was put to death. Rule admits that in the latter part of the last century sentences to death had nearly ceased. Of the whole number who perished by the Spanish Inquisition, it is not yet easy to obtain accurate data. Laurent estimates that from the institution under Torquemada to the year 1809, 31,912 were burnt, besides which 17,659 were burnt in effigy, and 291,450 were penitents. But we have seen already how recklessly Laurent applies numbers given for several years in different places to 1 year in one place, and then augments this for the kingdom and again for a reign. His figures are utterly visionary, and if the number who perished in the autos of the first year, 1559, be taken as an average, 39, and it is certainly above it, the number from 1559 to 1759, when the executions may be said to have ceased, cannot exceed 10,000, and probably falls far below it. If from this be deducted those who suffered for other causes than heresy, the number will not exceed, if it equals that of Catholics put to death for their religion in the British Isles during the same periods, without taking into account the numbers of Catholics slaughtered in Ireland under Cromwell, which alone far exceed the number of burnt effigies and penitents of the Spanish Inquisition for its 2 centuries. The puerility of Laurent and Rule in parading as victims those burnt in effigy, and the adding of the great number of penitents, can escape no man of sense. Spain extended the Inquisition to the New World in 1520, but not in definite form. 50 years later, 3 central tribunals were established at Lima, Mexico, and Cartagena. The first auto took place in Mexico in 1574, but the number of condemned to the flames was small. None were burned in the auto of 1648, and only one in 1659. Drake, Hawkins, and other buccaneers were, in the earlier day, plundering the Spanish-American ships and seaside towns. Any of these pirates that fell into the hands of Spaniards were turned over to the Inquisition, but the blindest fanaticism will scarcely turn these ribald freebirders into martyrs of Christ. The Portuguese Inquisition was established in 1536 by King John III, but the Pope Paul III soon complained of the severities and injustice that stained its course, and it required the absolute exertion of the papal authority to check the fury of the king. As Rule admits, this author admits, that he can find no authentic matter for a sketch. There was no Portuguese Laurent to multiply endlessly the number of victims. One of his few cases is from Fox's Book of Martyrs, the case of a man who attacked a cardinal while saying mass in the cathedral, but the Pope sought to abate the rigors of the tribunal in Portugal, and Clement X addressed a brief to his nuncio urging him to prevent, if possible, an intended auto de fe. Here, too, the Jesuits signalized themselves by their earnest labors to mitigate the rigors of the tribunal, and they became in the highest degree obnoxious to those who were bent on carrying out its system. From Portugal, the Inquisition extended to Brazil and India, and the acts of the tribunal at Goa are best known to English readers by Delan's account, which Rule implicitly follows. It is not pretended that those convicted of holding Protestant doctrines really did not hold them. On the contrary, it is admitted and claimed that in most cases they did, and that the conviction by the court was sound in point of fact. Cases undoubtedly occurred in this, as in all other courts, where innocence suffered and guilt escaped. Our own times are not strangers to cases where poverty was an obstacle to the proof of innocence, and wealth makes it difficult to convict men of guilt. When a person was convicted, the punishment was death, imprisonment, or public penance. It is generally believed that even for those times the punishments inflicted by the Inquisition were unusually severe. That they were not, it will be necessary simply to compare them with the penal codes of other countries. The English penal code was terribly severe. The array of offences then punished with death, in its horrible forms of burning, half-hanging, quartering, and disemboweling, is a fearful one. Even in these colonies the severity was great. Pressing to death was inflicted in New England. In New York, down to the Revolution, sacrilege and stealing a book or a handkerchief in a church was sacrilege, was punished by death, and men were repeatedly convicted and sentenced under the law. The Carolina, a penal law of Germany under Charles V, enumerates execution by fire and sword, quartering, the wheel, gibbet, drowning, burying alive, the use of red-hot pincers, the cutting off the tongue, ears, hands, etc. All this is repugnant to modern ideas, but it was once generally accepted as part of the criminal code, and the sentences inflicted by the Spanish Inquisition are really mild. for their times. The Inquisition in Italy, and especially in the Roman states, always retained more of its earlier form, and the bishops exercised more power. Its first operations were against the doctrine of the Waldenses, but in the proceedings against them the Inquisition does not hold a conspicuous place. When the Protestant movement began in Germany, the courts of the Inquisition were aroused to meet the new errors and prevent their introduction into the peninsula. Yet the cases that arose were comparatively few. Italy did not show any disposition to embrace the new views. Here and there, a member of some religious order or a professor in some university would attempt to diffuse them, but the attempt was speedily arrested, and the people generally were so faithful to the Catholic Church that they were averse to a formal inquisition. Just after the summoning of the Council of Trent, Pope Paul III in July 1542 established a general inquisition at Rome. In its operations we find none of the characters of the Spanish Inquisition. There were executions for heresy from time to time, as there were in England. At the same time, executions were being priests or Catholics. Some of those punished for extravagant doctrines in Italy would have gone to the stake for them in England under Edward VI. Of those who suffered in Italy, De Dominis, Giordano Bruno, and Annunzio Palerio are best known to English readers. The bugbear of Galileo's sufferings comes by his own letters to have been very gentle dealing from a sovereign whom he had caricatured. Some of those punished in Italy, as in Portugal and elsewhere, were English fanatics, maddened by the teachings of the Reformers, who attacked priests at the altar, at the consecration, or in processions of the Blessed Sacrament. Priests were even assassinated by such zealots. It required no inquisition to punish such violent offenders against the religion of the country in which they happened to be. The Inquisition was reared for a time in the Low Countries to uphold the Spanish power, but fell with it. Such is briefly and in outline the history of this famous tribunal and its extent. A full, impartial, critical history based on research and trustworthy documents would be of great service. It is a subject that can be treated as White has treated the St. Bartholomew, and afford a work that men of all schools of thought and belief could consult and recognize. Rule had the opportunity of rendering a real service to historic truth, but he is utterly devoid of the qualifications for the task he has undertaken. He has not even the tact to hide his blind fanaticism and put on the semblance of impartiality. Passages like these show the temper of his mind. If Romanism were Christianity and not idolatry, drunken with the blood of the saints and martyrs of Jesus, popery raged in this age. Murderous police. His historical accuracy may be seen in Volume 2, pages 208-9, where he says, about this time, AD 1570, the Bartholomew massacre was contrived partly at Rome during a visit of the Cardinal of Lorraine, and partly by the instigation of the Inquisition at Madrid. It will be enough to refer to White's St. Bartholomew, a Protestant work, reprinted in this country by the Harpers, to show that there is not the trace of a foundation for this charge, or for implicating the Church at all in the design. Then to page 209 he makes Pius V celebrate it with public rejoicings when that pope was actually dead. His theological knowledge may be conjectured from his note, Volume 1, page 290, where, speaking of Skeel, the Spanish translator of the New Testament, he says, but he could not obliterate the false readings of the modern Vulgate. And in his second volume, Appendix, page 329, Heads of Inquisitorial Ignorance, a passage from Archbishop Sotomayor. If he knows anything of the biblical studies of the century, he must know that the collation of ancient Greek manuscripts has made the received Greek texts, which Protestants had blindly followed, utterly untenable, and has so substantiated the accuracy of the Vulgate as representing a still earlier class of manuscripts, that Protestants must now, if they retain the woman taken in adultery, retain it on the authority of the Vulgate. Speaking of Bory, Rule says, he taught that the Blessed Virgin was born of St. Anne in the same manner as Jesus Christ our Lord was born of Mary. He called her the only daughter of God, conceived by the Holy Ghost. Then he adds in a note, the reader needs not to be reminded that this idle and unscriptural figment under the management of Pius IX is now made an article of faith. It is impossible to conceive ignorance or bad faith greater than this. The doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, as a moment's reading would show him, is that Mary from her conception, like Eve before the fall, was free from the original sin, and that neither in the degree nor elsewhere is her conception held to be an exception to the ordinary rule of nature. In fact, Catholics, knowing both her father and her mother, profess it distinctly. What his own religious views are, apart from a most unreasoning hatred of Catholicity, is not easy to define. He treats the conversion of Jews to Catholicity as apostasy, and justifies it in a note. He cannot therefore believe faith in Jesus Christ as the Messiah necessary for salvation. In fact, he seems to exclude this and all other doctrines held by the Catholic Church, and must consider such of them as are held by the Protestant sects in common as unnecessary for salvation. As we have seen, he holds that a man with an enlightened conscience may swear to the reverse of truth. He justifies those countrymen of his who attacked priests at the altar or in procession as filled with that horror and indignation which they only can conceive who have felt the same, as if they had passed into a region of blasphemy where the people were in open revolt against the majesty of heaven. Finding that bigamy was punished by the Inquisition, he makes the Church responsible for not having banished bigamy from earth. As though Luther had not justified it in our country, Protestant in its tone legalized it by its lavishly granted divorces, so relaxing the marriage tie that Mormonism with polygamy as a doctrine is firmly fastened on the land. It may be said that it is impossible for a Protestant to read the atrocities of the Inquisition and write calmly. White wrote his History of St. Bartholomew without being led into ignorance or uncriticalness by the cruelty of the act to his fellow believers. Challoner in his Missionary Priests, and O'Reilly in his Memorials of those who suffered for the Catholic faith in Ireland, have given the lives of those Catholic priests and laymen put to death for their faith in England and Ireland without any such violence of language or thought as characterizes Rule. With a field that he might have made peculiarly his own by accurate scholarly research, Rule unfortunately brought to his task a blind religious hate, vagueness of religious views, great ignorance of Catholic doctrine, and a partial, uncritical, credulous mind. As we have seen, he follows for the Spanish Inquisition the work of Laurent, repeating his errors without examination, even where Protestant writers had called attention to them. With Limborch it is the same. He makes no attempt to sustain these authors by citing passages in full, by documents, or by contemporaneous annals, the only way in which a history can be properly written. He takes Laurent's wild system of figures, perverting some general statements so as to limit in time and space, then multiplying indefinitely to get figures for the whole kingdom. He ignores the numbers punished by the Inquisition for crimes against nature, bigamy, witchcraft, and the like, and swells out the numbers to hundreds of thousands by his enormous numbers of penitents. Where he has not Laurent to follow, his account is vague and unsatisfactory. He is constantly appealing to imagination. Thus, we find everywhere stated that public executions were no less frequent in Portugal than in Spain, but we do not find authentic matter for a true sketch. The mild form of the Inquisition in Italy he alludes, and the efforts of the sovereign pontiffs and of the Jesuits to mitigate the rigors of the tribunal in Spain and Portugal are never fairly stated, and what is reluctantly said is weakened at once by insinuations and imputations of bad faith. A person may read the work from first to last without finding the question of religious coercion distinctly treated, without finding an admission that Protestant countries punish with death and minor punishments as well Catholics who refuse to enter the Protestant state church as dissenters who wish to leave it. For a century and a half after the revolt of Luther, punishment for disagreeing with the state established church was universal. It was the rule in England and Germany, as in Spain or Italy. After that period, as men grew less in earnest in their religious views, the severity was relaxed. Indifferentism gave place largely in the last century to infidelity, and the spirit of the governments of the 19th century is one that ignores God. With the fall of Rome, the Inquisition, even in name, ceased to be an institution in any way connected with the Church. Religious coercion is no longer her act, but it exists, and governments, whether Russo-Greek, Lutheran, Anglican, liberal, or simply Masonic, claim the right to coerce. They no longer attempt the hopeless task of crushing Catholicity by force. They claim the right to regulate her faith, her worship, her hierarchy, the instruction of her laity, her rules of membership, and punish all opposition to their strange wild usurpation by fines, imprisonment, and Siberian horrors. The real Inquisition of this age is the war of Tsar, Kaiser, Commune, and Republic against the Catholic Church, which they honor with their hate as being the only real representative of the religious idea. It is therefore to be deeply regretted that our times should produce such a shallow, pretentious work on a subject upon which a really critical and honest book is needed, the subject of religious coercion by the civil power. End of section 29.